You're a bitter and sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Side to side, let's side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's come on everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go.
Welcome to the playground.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League
Are
of
you
Legends.
seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is math, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
From beyond the past, the seed is sown, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again
welcome to the LEC 2025 Summer Finals live from the Calle Mágica in Madrid, Spain. 4 LEC teams entered at the base of the mountain, and today Movistar KOI and G2 will battle it out on top in the final ascent to the LEC Summer Championship title. A grueling gauntlet awaits as we are 60 minutes away from the start of our first games, meaning I have an hour to talk to you together with my analysts. My name is Shox, joined by Goldberg and Finn. We'll have a bunch of special guests, and Jack Spector will also be joining us in just a little bit as we see Movistar KOI arriving at the arena. Really, the heroes of today? Maybe, Finn.
I mean, most definitely. I think the whole arena will be shouting their name today. They are the clear home favorites here in this amazing crowd that we're accomplishing here in Madrid.
And what an amazing few days we've had here. We've been blessed with the top 4 we've had, because you never really knew how it was going to go. On the day, it always felt like it was the team that was performing the best, but there wasn't that certainty that we've so often has had in the LEC. The top 4 we've had, it's just been an amazing experience to really just relive.
It has been, and I think a lot of our colleagues were jealous when we went to the road trip in Madrid, which already gave us a wonderful taste of what this could be. So Finn, tell us, now that you've been here as well, talk to me about the Spanish fans.
I was jealous, and there's just no comparing hearing them. Whenever MKOI clears the ward, the whole arena is erupting every single time. You feel their passion, you feel their energy, and it's absolutely galvanized.
And I gotta say that we did a fan meet yesterday. I did see a lot of G2 shirts as well, and when it comes to fan bases in Europe, Fnatic also had a lot the last couple of days, but I think it will never be 50-50, but there are some very die-hard G2 fans that are going to scream their lungs out today.
The deck is stacked against them, certainly, but I agree with you. I've seen a couple as well, and they've had the fire, they've had the passion, they've been very willing to say that they think G2 is the best
I like
team.
that. The deck is a little bit stacked against them, and maybe for Movistar KOI. We'll dive into that a little later. But first, we wanted to show you a bit of the sights here in Madrid, because we have our wonderful expo as well. So let's take a look.
Hemos venido aquí para ver un poco el panorama, cómo está por Plaza España.
Pues disfrutar un poquito del sitio, ¿no? Lo tienen muy bien montado, hemos hecho el quiz del LOL, ahora nos vamos a sacar unos fotillos por ahí.
Fans are really everywhere. Like, there are so many things to try. So it's very interactive for fans to come around and just try different things. ¡Vamos!
Me parece una iniciativa muy bonita para juntar a toda la comunidad española y los visitantes que están aquí también de otros países.
Ahora mismo llevamos el pasaporte en la mano, vamos a hacer lo de los sellos.
Collecting stuff is very cool. You can collect pins and you can collect your stamps and you can get some rewards.
Estamos en un juego para el tema del smite y demás y practicar, y por suerte he smiteado bien y me he llevado, gracias a Dios, una camiseta y nada, feliz de venir.
Hemos visto que hay una máquina de gancho de gacha y me encantan esas cosas, así que yo voy a por ello. El Joya, te quiero, te amo, me encantas, tengo novio pero realmente no.
So we are at the LEC Expo, and here at the Red Bull booth, we are teaching people how to play 2xKO, and I think it's amazing that so many people are enjoying the game, learning new combos, play fighting games, because they are the best.
Estamos aquí en el booth de Rebound haciendo un pequeño tutorial para que la gente que quiera venir a aprender, disfrutándolo bastante, que creo que es un juego que va a molar muchísimo, a la gente le va a gustar seguro.
It's me, the best noob in the world here, and I'm at the LEC Expo in Madrid, and I'm sweating, but there's a lot of lovely people here, okay? Say hello. Hello. Yo!
Hola, yo soy Carmen Sandwich.
Hola, soy Sendo.
Y estamos aquí, hemos hecho un meet and greet. La expo súper bien, tiene un montón de cosas, de cosplays, de regalos. Increíble, muchísima gente. Le está firmando el culo, Kesa. No way.
Estamos en el stand de Kia jugando al Speed Test y todo el mundo que participa pues tiene un granizado gratis.
Pues aquí en el stand de ExpressVPN hay un jueguecillo que es saltar torretas y por hecho de venir te llevas ya 14 días de ExpressVPN, con lo cual no está nada mal.
Estamos aquí en la cabina de Twitch y aquí tenemos que encontrar 5 papeletas de Twitch con el logo morado para conseguir un regalo personalizado.
Hinchar un globo hasta que pete, y el que lo pete antes, pues gana. Como podéis oír, aún sigo cansado.
por supuesto vamos a animar, bueno, yo estoy animando a KOI, así que vamos KOI.
Yo apoyo a KOI.
Yo al Papá de Europa, a G2.
A fin de cuentas han perdido 2 finales y van a perder la tercera, o sea, no pasa nada.
Bueno, cuando tenga ahí más LEC que nosotros, ya hablamos.
We're winning world, so we don't care if we win or not tomorrow, but we are going to win tomorrow.
Apoyamos a KOI a muerte.
3-0 for G2. Obviously, yes.
Vamos un poco apoyando a G2, así que a esperar el domingo, un poco con calma. Bueno, él va con...
Yo voy con KOI, no tiene ni ideas, lo único que puedo decir.
Yo lo que quiero es que haya mucha guerra, muchas peleas, para un lado, para el otro, y que esté entretenido.
Amazing, so much fun. Oh, rip that boyfriend though.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
That's a heartbreaker.
That's a lawyer. It's a lawyer.
It's the
Oh
captain.
my God, what the hell? Anyway, you guys also went to the expo, I think. Was it a W?
It was a W. I mean, we got beat up in 2xQ by some fans.
You did?
They were really good.
Yeah, what else did you do?
I mean, we did that. I mean, we were by the Riftbound as well. You can get some custom cards made for you. Really fun to play that card game as well. So we had a great time at the expo.
It looks really fun. I'm sad I couldn't make it, but there's something that is always very, very cool at these League of Legends events, and it's our wonderful cosplay community. So let's take a look at what they showed us at the expo.
Hola Madrid! Hello everyone! It's a pleasure for me to introduce you to the Cosplay Grand Tour Grand Final. Ali Nelly with her cosplay of Morgana. Her name is Chili Bunny and her cosplay is Yunara. A big applause for Arceda with his cosplay of Yasuo. Today, Kumiko Kaisa is wearing... She's wearing Ase! Next cosplayer on stage is Dobby, Master Yi! Lena is bringing to life his cosplay of Yone! Michele that is bringing Shen! The next cosplayer, the name is Jeremy Evelyn Hainon! Please welcome Soler with her cosplay of Ari!
Tsukino, and it wears Leona.
So it was extremely hard because there was a huge amount of work in each of these amazing cosplays. The winner is Tsukino in Leona Hainon!
Thank you for my friends, because without them, this would not be here today. Thanks for choosing my costume.
Thank you, Madrid. Have a nice day.
Absolutely amazing, beautiful. I think people underestimate how much work and craft and dedication goes into cosplay. It's really, really insane. They're artists, right? They're such perfectionists, and you can see it.
And that Leona was art. I mean, when I saw the umbrella, oh my God, that is just so cool.
I mean, I just love the passion everyone has for this game, the passion everyone brings to these conventions to put so much work in, as you say, Shox. I think it's just beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful indeed, and they are all winners in our hearts for sure. But let's use that as a kickoff point to talk maybe a little bit about how much fun we've had in this arena. And I think yesterday we started off the pre-show. It was already a little bit later. Now we have an hour to go. It was close to the game time, and you saw everybody coming in with the drums and with the trumpets, and just it immediately lit up. And when I was watching some of the games, I feel like this has been the loudest I heard anyone be in a very long time.
I mean, you feel it. The trumpets, the drums, as you say, all the instruments, you feel how loud people get for the fans for the teams when they play well. Like everyone is just so invested into the game, and you see them. I love the minions.
They're my favorite, and I feel like it has reinforced my belief in home field advantage as well. Already felt it when we went to Madrid earlier, when you and I went to France as well, Finn. But you'd really just feel like the passion that the national fans have for their teams when they rock up to these events. It is absolutely unmatched, and it does a lot for the atmosphere, but it also does something for the game.
Absolutely. I feel like when I look across the whole year, the part that we have had the honor of doing the road trips with the teams themselves and seeing those communities and have it all culminate here in such a beautiful arena, which I think the Spanish scene is so instrumental to our League of Legends scene in terms of cosplay, in terms of production, in terms of players, in terms of the ecosystem. So it's been an absolute pleasure. Not going to get emotional yet. We have a whole show to get through. And so, speaking about some of the amazing people we've seen here, Laura has a very special guest.
Absolutely, Shocks. Thank you so much. There is not a single league event without him. You might know him as MKOI Alistar, but his name is
Abraham Kindo.
Well, Abraham Kindo, thank you so much for joining me. I've met you in 2018 at MSI in France. Thank you so much, guys. And I saw you at every esports event ever since. Where does the idea come from? Why the costume?
C'est un casteur, Noah, qui m'a proposé l'idée.
Look, it was a French caster, his name is Noah, and he suggested the idea. He said that it would be cool to have this kind of cosplay at events, and that's why he did it. Now, you've been across the world, you've been in most of European countries. What is so special about Spanish crowds?
So, c'est vraiment spécial à Madrid, juste comme ça. Oh! Trop d'énergie.
The energy is absolutely amazing. The atmosphere is so special, and the Spanish fans are so invested and so connected with the League of Legends, and that's what is so special with all this. Now, final question for you. Do you have a prediction for today?
So, I think is 3-2 G2.
Not the right crowd to say this here, but I respect the audacity and I respect the prediction here. I'm not going to translate this one, though. Do you have any final thoughts? Do you have any final words for the crowd and ahead of today?
So, Madrid! 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 Madrid!
Thank you so much. It was amazing to finally talk to you. Thank you, Madrid. Thank you, the crowd. That's all for us here for now. And now let's send it over to Fernando.
Thank you, Lord. I'm here with Jaime Mellado, one of the members of the Movistar MKOI co-stream and one of the most passionate guys here in the Spanish community. Jaime, un placer tenerte por aquí. ¿Cómo estás y sobre todo, cómo has visto a los chavales después de ganar ayer?
A ver, pues yo la verdad es que muy bien. Creo que hoy va a ser un sueño hecho realidad. Ganar sobre todo en nuestra casa aquí en Madrid yo creo que es algo que no nos esperábamos, y es cierto que ha sido un año con muchas evoluciones, ganando sobre todo en el split de primavera, que yo creo que era algo que quizá mucha gente no se esperaba, y aquí en verano pues ha sido algo histórico. Ganar el día de ayer, hoy a ver qué ocurre, y los chavales pues bastante motivados, la verdad. O sea, creo que se nota que el bufo de presencial de Madrid, bueno, ya lo hice en las estadísticas, es un 100% de victorias, y esto es gracias al fin y al cabo al público que está aquí, que sin ellos no sería posible.
I asked him about how's he feeling and also how the team is feeling. They are very, very motivated because of these guys in the background, Las Carpas, the whole venue buff, because playing here in Madrid is amazing for them, and they didn't expect to have the chance to win the title over here, Jaime. ¿Qué significaría eso para vosotros conseguir además el doblete, representar a Europa además como el primer seeding, sabiendo además lo fan que eres tú de la región?
Yo creo que no solo para todos los fans de Movistar MKOI, sino diría para todo cualquier aficionado a League of Legends España. O sea, que 4 jugadores españoles con coaching staff español consigan ser Seed 1 representando al fin y al cabo, como tú dices, ¿no?, a Europa en los mundiales, creo que es algo que igual no vemos nunca en la vida. Igual el año que viene no es este roster, igual el que viene no es este coaching staff. Ojalá se mantenga todos. Sabemos que hay muchos rumores, pero sinceramente hacerlo aquí en Madrid, en nuestra casa, creo que es algo que no voy a olvidar y yo creo que toda la gente no va a olvidar nunca.
I just think what will it mean to win back-to-back here in Madrid and represent the Europe's the first seed, considering he's a hooligan of Europe. And of course, he said it's very, very special because having 4 Spaniards with also Spanish coaching staff is something that we may not see in the future. So it's something unbelievable. Para terminar, Mellado, una predicción rápida. ¿Cómo crees que va a terminar esta final?
No nos pega ganar fácil. Así que va a ser quinto mapa, pero va a ganar Movistar KOI 3-2.
And just to wrap it up, a quick prediction. He said it can be easy, so it's going to be a 3-2 for Movistar KOI, and that's all from us. So back to you at the desk. So with all these guys doing noise.
Thank you so much, Fernando Mellado. Of course, he did an amazing job when we were in Madrid for the road trip, and the whole crew there as the co-streamers, but also shout out to the LVP crew who's been doing just an amazing job. Now, we're going to get into the serious stuff soon, but first there's a bet to settle, because yesterday, Jack and Finn had a bet, right, Finn? What was the bet?
I mean, me and Jack had a little bet, a little minor disagreement on who would win the series.
Yeah.
I, of course, put MKOI to win 3-1, and he, for some reason, thought that Fnatic would be victorious yesterday. And I think we found a rightful punishment for that false prediction, and we're gonna see where he's at right now.
Yeah, I think the loser had to dance the Macarena on stage, and I don't see Jack, so I hope he's on stage. Let me show us production. Oh, yeah! Hey, Jack Spectra! Hey! He's still going.
He's a natural.
He's been rehearsing this.
Oh, Jack Spectra.
He's in that.
He's
Oh
so
my
good.
God.
Okay, nice. It's okay. By the way, if you're wondering why, we cannot actually play the song because of copyright, so I know this was also very close, so hopefully we don't get
I
struck.
feel for Jack Spectra as well, as a person who has lost bets to Finn many times. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Take a toll
why do
eventually
you-
when you're constantly wrong, just like Jack Spectra has been. Poor guy. But he seems to be really enjoying himself losing these bets. He seems to be a natural dancing the Macarena, and I'm really proud of him for doing
But
this.
Finn, why do you always win the bets? What's going on? Do you know something we don't?
I mean, I just have believed in KOI last spring, now in winter, I mean in summer, what am I saying? And I think I've just been lucky, I guess.
You believe in them still?
I do definitely believe in them still.
Amazing. So we're going to get into the meat and the potatoes of this matchup and every single lane when we come back. So we're taking a quick break, and don't go anywhere.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will
me that Las Carpas with the drums and the trumpets and I don't know what, they all arrived as our players also arrived, of course, earlier. Here we see G2, who honestly probably have a lot of stress on their shoulders. And we have an icon of a former G2 with us, Jankos. Hello.
Hello there.
So, what do you think about G2's mental, knowing that, yeah, they're up against it?
Well, to be honest, I do think it's quite stressful to play the finals itself, especially that MKOI had that home ground advantage, right? They have played in Madrid before. The stage is definitely going to be with them. So will the crowd. On top of that, they have played yesterday. That being said, will this be enough to beat G2 players? So, I don't think so.
I don't know. We'll get to that. But GB, what is? Tell me about the year they've had and why we're finding ourselves in a situation where we're doubting them, which we usually don't do.
I was going to say, I respect you for still believing, but if we're having a look at their track record, right, and I think that's what we're looking at. G2 in winter, they're coming in through an upper bracket. They beat KC. They're the favorites going into that finals. What happens in that finals? They still lose. I think for G2, this has been a year where every single time they've come into a finals, they've been a favorite. And it's kind of something that's happened again and again and again. Because this was just a winter. But if you take a look at spring, it's the same sort of pattern that you're seeing. It's G2 who will come in from the upper bracket. They'll beat MKOI 3-1. And then MKOI will have to come through the lower bracket. What happens with G2? They lose the finals. And once again, the scriptwriters have been lazy, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's G2 who's coming in through an upper bracket. They're the favorites on paper in the final, but MKOI is meeting them once again in the lower bracket. And I think this tendency is the reason why there's doubt surrounding G2.
Yeah, Finn, what's your read on it? What's happened this year with G2, who, of course, they had a winning lineup, right? They won everything, and they decided to make the change, put Lebrov and Skewmont in for Yike and for Mickey. And as far as it goes, it has not paid off.
I mean, they've had disappointment at Worlds with that roster, and they were like, okay, we need to make changes because we're not reaching what we want to. And they brought in Skewmont, they brought in Labrov, but they've really been like the Greek myth of Sisyphus, pushing the boulder up the mountain over and over again, just to fall down and having it start all over again. And I feel like this summer, we're seeing the same thing, and I wonder, can they actually do it this time?
Yeah, that's the thing. I am curious, Jankos, where do you find your faith? What is it that this time around, despite the past this year, that makes this roster feel like they can still do it with everything stacked against it?
I don't think it's fate itself. I think it's just me watching the games, right? When I'm seeing Skewmont grow so much as a player from January to now, when I see Labrov being way more solid than he was when he came in G2 esports roster, I feel like this is the time. If not now, then when? Will the roster stay the same for next year? We don't know that. Are they going to be successful enough? How they're going to deal with the Worlds pressure? How they're going to perform at Worlds? So I feel like they have to establish, again, their dominance over the region. They need to win these finals to go with good mindset into Worlds and to actually be back on the throne.
I love it. We cannot kind of overestimate how important it is to get a good end to your season when you head into World. If you grab that first seed, we saw a look there at G2's consistency over the years. And the thing is, GB, for any other team, they would say, I'll take that. This is fine, this is perfect. But no, we hold G2 to a different standard because they are just better, or they're supposed to be better.
Yeah, I mean, when you have been the most consistent team in Europe and you win everything, and the expectation is that you win everything, suddenly second is no longer good enough. And as you said, that might have been fine for any other team, but when it's G2, anything but a win is a disappointment.
And Jankos, can you give us a little insight into the psyche of kind of a pro player, right? If you are Lebrov or you are Skewmont, you are the players that were changed, and now they're not winning. Does that get in your head?
I think maybe a little bit. I'm sure that G2 has staff that is talking to these players, that is making sure that these players are comfortable. I think what's most important is that Skewmont and Labrov will feel comfortable on stage. They have never played in such a big audience. Yes, G2 was present in the KC arena. They were present in the MKOI arena before, earlier in the year. They were there at MSI. They were there at, I believe, no, not first time, but MSI. Still, though, is it going to be enough? Will the Spanish crowd make them afraid? Possibly.
Who knows? We'll see all of our predictions later, but let's talk about Movistar KOI as well. Jack, we had the pleasure of being in Madrid and kind of seeing how everything kicked off, because I will be honest in saying that in winter, I didn't see it. I didn't believe in them. And I also didn't believe in them when they played this spring finals. But the mountain they climbed is just phenomenal.
I have doubted them time and time again, yet they keep disproving me. And I think especially in Madrid, in front of the Spanish fans, they just seem to be unleashed. They're on their peak level, and you saw it yesterday. Will we see it again today?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, that winter was just such a disappointment. It felt like it was going to be a better roster with Jojo coming in, but he wasn't hitting the form in the beginning. And even when you went into the first weeks of spring, their first week was a 0-2. It was a lot of games where nothing really felt like it was clicking for them until they hit the stage in Madrid for their own roadshow. They 2-0'd there. They became the Kings of Madrid, and they rode that momentum all the way to the spring finals, where they also became the champions.
And I feel like the story of this year has been that despite we have Fnatic, we have G2, but to me, MKOI is our most clutch team we have right now in the league. I feel like whenever the pressure is the highest, they have been the team to step up. Maybe it's because we're in Madrid, maybe it's because these players just have that charisma, that confidence to go on stage and play even better than they do in practice.
Yeah, because I mean, they have a whole country behind them, and we've also seen that they love to be showmen as well. Mirwin throwing the shirt, Elyoya with the Razork picture yesterday. What do you think of them as competitors and how they approach everything?
No, I mean, absolutely. I've had the pleasure to talk to them a little bit as well before even the final weekend started, and they seem very comfortable. They are very happy to be here. They're very happy to present themselves in sort of the Spanish crowd and also get these wins. I think yesterday, Mirwin, we even saw his 1v2, and then he straight up jumped from the chair. He starts pointing at his opponent and making the low emote. So absolutely, I love it, and I think that maybe just because they are so comfortable on stage, they can put such a great performance.
Okay, we'll let you go in a second. Can you talk to us a little bit, though, about what you think about the jungle matchup? You already sang Scumon's praises and how he has evolved, but Elyoya on stage is a different beast, Marcin.
Absolutely, and I think that Elyoya is a guy who is quite planned. I feel like he always goes in game knowing what he must do in the early game to get MKOI ahead. Scumon, on the other hand, I feel like he was a little bit more shaky and kind of... Some people were flaming him, saying that he's AFK farming in the early games. I feel like that he shifted away from it in the summer split. I think he's more proactive on the map. I also believe that he's becoming maybe that inspired, maybe not quite the level inspired yet, but also is trying to be that very, very efficient jungler with solid game plans that lead his team to, well, equal mid games and then wins. I feel like if I have to choose one jungler that I really want to see in this matchup, I mean, I think Yoya still takes the edge.
Okay, I love it. I love that you brought up that inspired comparison, something we'll be seeing at Worlds as well. We'll let you go. Thank you so much, Jankos. And
Thank you.
We are going to take a look at an interview from Elyoya yesterday because he had some choice words for G2.
You still haven't experienced yet. Last time you played in Madrid didn't go too well. Tomorrow is going to be much more intense. I know the people are going to make this crowd our crowd. And you will see what playing into Movistar KOI in his home it is.
Yeah, the crowd's definitely for them. So what do we think? Elyoya, I mean, in you, we showed the accolades yesterday. He is so insane, right? Can you kind of tell me the story of what he offers in many aspects? Because we can't forget he's also the captain.
Do you want me to break it down to you?
Yes,
I'll break it down to you. Because I have a little presentation plan here for you guys of Elyoya's games yesterday. And I just want to highlight what Janko said. Elyoya seems so planned. Look, in this game, we see that Fnatic is drafted quite a low damage team comp. It kind of all relies on the Kai'Sa having a good game of upset. So what does Elyoya do? He makes an elaborate plan to shut down the Kai'Sa of upset. As we zoom in on the minimap here, we're gonna see that Vi is topside and she can't really be here to cover this gank, and they tracked the ward here already. They knew where this ward was, and Elyoya very cleverly looped all the way around to that bot lane gank and really found that. So what does he do? Does he just base? Does he go back to full clearing? No, he makes another great elaborate plan as Razork thinks about invading but decides not to. So Elyoya's like, thank you, I will take my camps and I'm gonna now strut right back again to the bot lane. Your Kai'Sa has no flash, they're pushed up, and we're just gonna collect our free kill and we're gonna shut down your only damage threat in this team comp. Without the Kai'Sa to follow up on these engagements from Fnatic, Fnatic had nothing this game. It was a complete blowout from MKOI.
Elyoya, he reads the game plan and he definitely read Fnatic yesterday, and I feel like I have a lot of faith in MKOI to be able to change the game plan depending on what the priorities are in the series. Is that correct?
I mean, I think Elyoya to me is just really well-rounded. He seems to be able to play the facilitating play style. He played in the Neferi yesterday, looked great on it. I think he just has so many weapons up his arsenal, and he can pick and choose depending on what fits for the game.
I mean, Elioya is great, don't get me wrong, but you have to feel that after a game like that, he got away with some illegal things, right? He got to gank pretty much every single lane, and yes, they spotted the ward, but you have to feel, in bot lane, you have 2 wards, so you could really shut that playstyle down, and I want to show a different replay of Skewmon instead, highlighting how you can play jungle and give no counterplay to the enemy team. So here, if we can roll the clip, Skewmon is playing Syra jungle, one of his best picks, and he's so good at utilizing these really fast junglers to get pressure. You see here, he forces Elioya out, he takes the blue buff, and now, if we could pause it, beautiful, you see that Elioya only has bad options. It's pretty much checkmate. If we look into the minimap, thank you, Finn, you can see Elioya could choose to try to stay around bot lane, but what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? He can't do anything. If he crosses back into Syra, he's gonna get demolished. So he has to go for the top crab, which then means that his bot lane now are under pressure, and Skewmon plays it perfectly. He walks around them, puts down the ward to make sure that Elioya could never be here, and then they dive Supa, effectively winning both jungle and bot lane in one fell swoop, and even if you ward, you can't do anything against that.
What I'm seeing is they both like to go bot?
Bot is OP roll, yeah.
Yeah.
You heard it from Lady Carry.
For sure. Yeah, we'll see where the junglers go. I think they have a lot of options on both sides, not in the least in the top lane, because what a matchup it is. Mirwin versus Broken Blade. And let's just talk about Mirwin a little bit, because this guy, I love him, man. The way he approaches the games, the way he approaches the flair and the bravado around the game, it's just so fun to watch.
I mean, all of us love Mirwin here at the desk, and I think, honestly, for me, Mirwin should be such an inspiration to so many of our competitors as well, because not only has he displayed versatility as a player, he's also super stable on the meta picks. You can easily rely on him in situations like this yesterday, but most importantly, and why I do love him, it's the fact that he's willing to pull off plays like this in a 1 versus 2, and then afterwards get up on this stage, directly yell at his competitors, and just let them know that they just got clowned on. And this is what I want to see more of.
Look at Ursa.
Oh, and Razok sees it. There it is. Smiles a bit.
Oh my god. Here.
Oh my god, he's fathering them!
Yeah, that's what Mirwin says about everybody, right, Jack Spectre? I'm their father, it doesn't matter.
I mean, Mirwin is just so incredibly clutch. I remember I played with him in 2023, Iberian Finals. We were losing the game. He tells us all, guys, stop choking. We need to play the game. And he called for us to do a crazy split push backdoor, which eventually led us to win that game down 10k gold. And that's the type of energy vibe he brings to a team, that he will find that creative solution, he will bring that impact and that clutch factor.
I just think it's so inspirational. He came in and people are like, yeah, it's Mirwin, he has crazy champions, he does all that. But now, to me, he has developed into such a complete top laner. He's plays the Cassante and the Orns and the tanks, but also still has that little individual flair. And to me, that is the perfect top laner. Someone that can play all the roles to perfection, but still has that unique pocket picks.
Super well-rounded, and of course, mentally has a little bit of the edge over Broken Blade, because he did win that final just in spring. Let's talk about Broken Blade a little bit, because there were times not so long ago, GB, that I thought he was the best performing member of G2, even at internationals. What happened?
And it's like he lost a little bit of this flair. He used to have these crazy counter picks where he would do really into people that didn't really know the matchup. But now even on some of the staples, I've been a bit disappointed. He had a really slow Renekton matchup into the Yorick when he was playing against Mirwin. He got solo killed. I also think the Jax into Gwen, he wasn't taking as much control in that matchup as he usually should have done on a pick that usually is stable for Broken Blade. So the reason why I'm disappointed in BB is because I hold him to such high regards, but right now he feels like a weaker link of the G2 roster.
Is this, we talk so much about Lebrov and Skew and how much pressure they are feeling, but of course it also has an influence on every other member of the team. Is this maybe to explain why it hasn't been that good of Broken Blade this year?
I disagree. I don't think, when I think about Broken Blade at his peak, I think about a Broken Blade that has strong blind picks and also elaborate counter picks with the meta threats. We have seen the Kled, we have seen the Rek'Sai, and I think he's had great success on those champions throughout the summer, and he still plays the Jax and Exante to great effect. And I think this is still the best version of Broken Blade that I can expect. Coming into today, I hold him in high regards, because I think he's still individually, mechanically, and team-wide is one of the best top laners Europe has ever seen.
I really agree with you, Finn. I would love to see that he has some of those pocket picks up available, because I think Broken Blade at his best is when he's defining the meta, he's bringing out surprises, and who better to do that against than Mirwin?
And what a better day to do it than today in the grand finals of the summer. And of course, we want to hear from Broken Blade. He's standing by with Lore in our Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
Thank you so much, Sharks and Bibi. Here we meet again before A finals. We haven't seen you guys play in ages, so talk me through what has been going on for the past weeks. How have you been getting ready ahead of today?
I mean, it's been very nice. We always say we are playing against ghosts, you know, because we didn't know who our opponent is. Now we know it's KOI. Very well prepared against KOI. Very excited to play against them, especially against the Spanish crowd. It's going to be very insane. I would like to, if we are against the crowd, I would like to conquer the crowd, you know, make it ours. That's my goal for today, and I will do that by winning, of course.
Of course. Is that something that fuels you, actually, that gives you extra motivation, knowing that maybe the crowd is not going to be cheering for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, but to be honest, I've experienced this before. I've been in international stages before where it's very one-sided, but it hasn't stopped me, so I want to be very strong today, deliver a very nice performance, you know, so... Very excited.
And I remember in France you were playing with the crowd booing you, so I expect a bit of this today. And something that we've been saying is that it's kind of hard just showing up on the day when you don't have that stage experience that maybe MKOI has from yesterday. And that's something you experienced in Malmö also, for instance. How are you going to make sure that it doesn't change anything for you, the fact that they played one more game in front of their crowd in the audience?
I mean, it is true. But this iteration of G2 has never went through the lower bracket, so we actually have a lot of practice now going through the upper bracket. So internally we had a lot to discuss and how we, you know, prepare for today. So I'm very excited to showcase that today. Yeah. Just very excited to play some good League of Legends.
Now this iteration of G2 makes finals. Doesn't win finals yet, but we're hoping that you guys can change that today for yourself, of course. What can you tell me have been the improvements from G2 from winter, spring, and now in summer to make sure that you're going to peak today and that is going to be different for the team?
To be honest, I think it's our resilience, you know. I think these losses that we had to face, experience, it made us a lot stronger human beings, and I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else but these guys today, and very, very excited.
All right. Now, closing thoughts. You're the top father, but Mirvin on the other side has been giving a lot of paternity tests lately, calling himself daddy. Is there anything you want to tell him?
I mean, obviously, there's always people looking up at each other, trying to copy each other, you know, but you can't copy greatness.
All right. We'll leave on that thought. Bibi, thank you so much. Wishing you the best of luck today, of course, and Sharks, over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A little bit of spice there. Broken Blade does give more spice the more he wins, so he's still a little bit reserved. Maybe if they do win, we'll see it. So as we see Las Carpas, they're making the whole tour of the arena. Let's translate it into something that may be a strong point for G2, because I feel like we're a little bit down on them. But is there one player who has impressed you that you think is perhaps the most consistent part of G2 right now?
For sure, for me, it's got to be Hansama.
Okay.
I just love how every single game, it feels like he's a factor for G2. And I think Supa, while he has incredible highs, he has had some more off performances than Hansama's had. And even when Labrov has struggled, I feel like Hansama is always so great in the game. And we saw it in G2 versus MKOI. It just feels like he's a player you can never count out.
Yeah, we just saw the matchup, right? And we went into that expecting that Supa and Alvaro would maybe put on a masterclass again, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, and it felt like, actually last time they played, both Hansama and Labrov was just in such good control of the laning matchup. They felt like they were always pushing their lead in just the right amount, never giving openings for MKOI to attack them, and I wonder, are we going to see the same thing today?
I mean, you guys are talking about players at their best form. I'd like to present that I think Hansama is the best form right now, in terms of the champions he's playing, in terms of the confidence he's regained. I would say Hans has usually been one of the best stable AD carries we've had in the league, but I'm seeing a guy now who's willing to just solo, walk up an enemy AD carry, try and go for the outplay. He's playing with a confidence that I haven't seen in a very long time, and that makes me super excited to see what he's going to do today when there's so much at stake.
I mean, I'm all aboard the Hansama hype train, but at the same time, I remember Hansama Kalista Draven every single game. Everybody had to ban it and was unplayable against him. I don't think that meta is perfect for him right now, but the way he can always adapt around it, and he has these core carry picks that he can always pivot to, I mean, it's a pleasure to watch.
I just love the word that BB used in the interview before, resilience. I think for me, that is what defines this G2 roster today. I think Hansama's resilience to keep staying at the top, keep playing to this level, and keep proving people wrong that he is still, because he's been counted out a few times.
Yeah.
People have been a bit low on Hansama, and I think right now he's really showing his best form.
And I would also maybe argue, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but for Hansama, I know what I'm gonna get. But for Supa, when I think of his highest highs, he's running the games, right? He's completely taking over from the laning phase to every skirmish, to every fight, remembering the matches that he had versus KC, of course, this year as well. And I think when we look at the journey of this guy, We thought he was cocky. We thought he wasn't going to do everything that he promised us, but he did, and more, and that is so inspirational, Jack.
I mean, he might just be better than Deft at this rate with how he's playing, and I love to see that confidence coming in.
That's hilarious.
And it's just beautiful to see that a player kind of grows into the confidence that they already had, so that it's no longer arrogance, it's just energy, it's just vibes, it's just aura.
Yeah, and I think he's just one of the most improved players on MKOI that's gone on. Like, we saw Winter, barely didn't see anything from Super. Then something just clicked in spring playoffs where he became a demon. Like, he was so good, even without any resources from his team. Out of nowhere, he would come into the mid to late game and he'd have the most insane team fights you'd ever seen. And I think he's kind of just continued with that style, even leading into this summer. I think Super and Hansama, the 80 carries to watch today, is going to be incredible.
Manifesting works. We should all do it. Yeah, but let's see how their partners in crime are doing as well. Of course, you can't be an ADC without his support. And I think for me, this is also where a lot of the keywords that I'm looking at for both these lineups converge. Because for Lebrov, we are looking at redemption. I think he was scapegoated, maybe correctly so, for those finals that happened, because he wasn't the Lebrov we know. He wasn't the Lebrov that was promised, and I can only imagine, Finn, the immense pressure on his particular shoulders today.
Yeah, and we have seen the same story. He looked good, like getting better and better throughout playoffs, and then he went to finals and people were really high on him, and then he kind of didn't approve, like he didn't really show that performance we expected. And then when I look at Alvaro instead, I feel like yesterday we said Mickey and Alvaro are probably the best two supports in our league, and Alvaro I think proved that he deserves that title. So today, Labrov, if you want to shut the haters up, if you want to prove that you belong in this conversation, today there's no better stage to do it.
But he was by far the better support when they were playing in the upper bracket. I mean, he was on fire. There's a reason why people are so hype on Labrov again, and it's because he's been playing better than he ever has. But the question mark still remains. I'm looking at that game one, and I'm thinking this game one is going to be everything from Labrov, because you cannot lose, or rather just lose that confidence and go back to the same trap you felt in winter and in spring.
Yeah, I think this is a great test for G2's coaching staff and their support staff.
Yeah.
Will they be able to fix the problems that Labrov went through then? Because he is a great player. He's been a great player for so many years, but he's never shown up in the important moments. And that's when the structure really counts.
Yeah, the Spanish community has some super harsh memes about Labrov. I'm not going to say them here. You can look them up, but that's harsh, right, as a pro player. You're working with all that as well. Someone who's gotten the brunt of the compliments, though, is Alvaro. What a player.
Yeah. I mean, Alvaro, like the person you have become in this league, your engaged champions, your leadership in game, and the angles you find, I cannot see anyone else finding those angles. Maybe Mickey at sometimes, but you know, Alvaro right now is in a category of his own. His Rakan, his Nico, his Rel, his Nautilus. I just think in tandem with Elyoya, this is some of the most exciting times to be an EU fan, because it was a long time ago since we've had so many exciting rookies, and right now I think it's the time.
Is it the case, maybe, that I feel like everybody else has risen to Alvaro's level? Because I'm thinking back to even Worlds, right, to some of these international games where he was the light point for them. It might very well be that the rest had to step up to match.
Yeah, I think for sure, and I gotta be honest, when I first played against Alvaro in the Spanish league, I was kind of jealous of Supa, who got to play with such a player. I could already tell that he was destined for greatness, just how fast he's continued to improve and how clutch he is. It's incredible.
And that's what defines it. It's the clutch factor. I think that's what you're lacking from Labrov, but that Alvaro has proved to so many times again and again in the league and the worlds that you're mentioning, and he's doing it on so many different kinds of supports. He's amazing on the engages, but he also's got that Bard in the back, and I think that's really just makes him such a well-rounded player.
It does for him. It's quite interesting because Alvaro has been absolutely tremendous, and they often laugh at us, the Spanish fans, when we say only like, oh, Movistar KOI, they have the clutch factor, they have the instinct, because they think that we're not talking about everything else. I will say very clearly, we do talk about everything else and we appreciate everything else. It's just that some teams have everything else, but they don't have the clutch and they don't have the instinct.
And that's been G2.
Yeah, exactly. So this is why it's so important.
Yeah. Exactly.
I thought you were going to talk a little bit more about instinct, but no harm done, because we have an interview. Laura's standing by with the man himself, Alvaro, in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. My bad.
Thank you so much, Sharks and Alvaro. Hoy es el día grande. I'm so happy for you. You guys made it to finals. So after yesterday, especially because your family was here, we've been talking about the vibes and how much it's been carrying you guys more than usual to perform so good. How did you feel it, actually? the support from the crowd?
I mean, I think for sure it's a big impact. Like having everyone cheering for us here in Madrid, it's kind of a dream. And also having my family as support. I have seen them today in the morning, so I'm even more motivated today as well to show up. And they were helping me with the luggage because I have a lot of things. So yeah, right now I am really proud of everyone that they are supporting, and I want to make them even more proud winning today.
What is it about for you today?
I mean, I think there is a lot of emotions. Of course, right now I think I'm really calm. I think I have seen already how we're going to enter on the stage and everything, so people will really enjoy it, and they will actually be surprised. And I think the emotions will come when I'm on the game. There is going to be a lot of pressure, I think, from both sides, but whoever is able to be the one that the less nervous, and I think we have the big advantage on us.
I'm excited about the introductions now. Later, a bit of a teaser for the intro. Now, we know that when it comes to the end of the season, players are tired, teams are tired, but it's also the moment you guys have to peak and have to be the best, especially with Worlds in a couple weeks from now. How did you make sure, and how can you tell me that today is going to be great, today is going to go well, and it's actually going to be your peak form?
I think it's something that we have been focusing during the year. The most important is peaking on playoffs, because regular season is important, but in the end, you need to qualify to playoffs, and you need to be able to perform the best when the moment is the important one. And I think it's something that we have been training already since practice, putting more effort, both in the routine, in the gym, in the day-by-day, in what we do. And for example, now doing the ramp down a bit, so we are more chill, more relaxed. We go to the States and we already feel like home. So I think the biggest difference between G2 and us right now is whoever is going to be the most calm in the States. And in that sense, we also have one more day practice here, so we can make the States our home. And I think that will make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You have the upper hand, you have the crowd behind you. What about G2? Because we haven't seen them in ages. What is your expectation from them today?
No, I think they are a strong team. I think they have improved a lot during the year. I think it's kind of like us. We have been ramping up since winter. I can see that both teams have developed like way better fundamentals about the game and individually. And I mean, of course, they have been on the 2 finals already. This is the 3rd finals that they are going to play. They are going to be really hungry, and we really need to want it more than them, because they are going to become hungry. Like, they are going to come hungry.
Of course.
So we need to be even more hungry, you know, to win it.
Any closing thoughts that you want to tell your fans and the crowd ahead of today, Álvaro?
Pues nada, muchísimas gracias a todos que habéis venido a apoyar, toda la gente que está aquí ahora apoyando. Y nada, que cuando esté el stage lleno vamos a sufrir todos y vamos a disfrutar todos juntos, y espero que sea una final que podamos recordar para siempre. Un saludo.
Gracias por la entrevista. Thank you so much.
Merci.
Best of luck for today.
Ah, sweet. We're so multilingual. Alvaro just saying thank you for all the support for everyone here. Also promising us that it will be a memory we will never forget in terms of the series. Wow. I'm even more excited now if he's saying it. We talked about a lot of the lanes already, and maybe we kept the best for last, some could say. Let's talk about Jojo Pyun versus Caps. First off, it is so interesting to me that we have an NA import, right, that came into our league that was actually vilified a little bit. Like, why would you get Jojo Pyun, right? EU mids this, EU mids that. But he has had such a great trajectory in my eyes, Goldberg, in terms of how he has improved despite the odds.
No, absolutely. And to me right now, I'm seeing him as the only mid laner in Europe that can currently actually contain Caps. And you're going to need to do that today. I think we've seen a Jojo that's improved to the fact where he's so good in the facilitating picks. He already had the 3 with a Yone Talia Isia, but he's evolved that champion pool so much more now to fit the style of MKOI, which makes them such a threat.
I mean, look, I wasn't completely sold on Jojo Pyun from NA, but Jose Pyun from Spain, he's going to contain Caps all right.
I love it. He's got a new name and everything. But Finn, yeah, also being in a different language environment, right? There's a lot to adapt to for Jojo, but I feel like we saw like the symbiosis of the team really helping him to fit into the team.
I mean, I love how he adapted to the Spanish culture, the Spanish memes, Jose Pyun. I even made a little checklist, because yesterday when I was watching their games, I was like, wow, this man is so crucial for MKOI. And I want to bring this up because what I think he does so well is that when he is playing champions that extend the playmaking of Elioya and Alvaro, such as Italia, Six, and Galio, if you're playing Jarvan and Rel, and you know you have those backing you up, the angles just open up way wider, and you have so many more options in game. And same, like, his laning phase is just so immaculate. Like, I would love to see him on stuff like that, or the Aurora Rise that can just dominate the lane. And as long as he's mindful of the opponent's silent plays, I think it's gonna be a good hands. Now,
maybe he's watching that.
Maybe he's watching that, we would hope so. But please, Please don't go back to NA. I really like having you here, Jojo. I'm a huge fan. Please don't go back to NA. We love you.
I never thought we'd say this. I never thought we'd say this, but we get Jojo. We lost Inspired, but at least we got Jojo back, right? Not back. We got Jojo. What am I saying?
They didn't know what they had. We appreciated him for what he is, and we're going to keep him for now.
Exactly. And who we also appreciate is Caps. I mean, he's absolutely amazing. And if you don't exactly remember how amazing, maybe this will freshen up your memory.
Getting on to Alpha. Oh, with the three-man knockup. Heroes entrance comes in. Another three-man Caps. Caps! Kills Handsummer! Flashing back to the pit. All they do is make... Oh, no! Caps going in. Knock back. We've seen Caps do this before he flashes. Not quite enough damage, but one more. Oh, no! It's enough! Get to push out and get that...
Gets in the weak, gets the stun. Caps flashes forward. Turns it onto Perks. First blood to Baby Faker. Goes all the way to the steps of the fountain.
A lot of flagrant to play around with. They find that first stun, they find some fury, but Ignite means he won't get the solo kill on the 1v2. And Caps tries it for Jensen. And here's the with the ammo. Oh my god! Oh, that is disgusting! Can't do it! Not enough! They've done it! They're gonna G2! This is it! The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced!
He is unstoppable and he is still here. And people keep on saying, is Caps squashed? Is it the last year of Caps? 10 years in, guys, unstoppable. He's a menace on mid lane.
It's giving Faker energy with just how much longevity he has. He's the best player in our region, and it's just an absolute pleasure to watch him play.
It's giving Faker.
It's giving Faker.
I mean, gods don't die, gods live forever. I think the fact that Caps is still here on this stage, still performing so well, still having that extra clutch factor of him, I think it's unmatched in European history.
But that's the thing, it's not just about being good, it's not just about being consistent, it's about being consistently clutch. He's not good all year long, but he knows where to step in. Look at those accolades, like you cannot match this.
I mean, where do you even go from here? There is just too much info to take in, and that's just how good he is. But you take a look at that 2025, and that's the one where we're kind of questioning, can he get up there and finally get that title for himself? Runner-up, appearance, and LEC Summer, we still don't know where it's going to go. But it also just goes to show the expectations you have of Caps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the fact that we say when Caps is like not at his peak, it's just when he's not the best player in our league, really shows that we rate him up here constantly. Every other mid laner, if they're able to match Caps, that's us saying they're incredibly good. So the fact that he's been the benchmark of our mid lane talent for so long really shows the kind of GOAT he is.
And since the last time we were in Madrid, he won 10 titles. 10 titles. What has it been about when it comes to Caps? Do you guys feel like he reinvented himself, or he just stayed true to the style that we know?
I mean, to me, Caps just loves League of Legends.
Exactly.
To me, he lives, breathes, eats League of Legends every single day. It doesn't go a minute of his day where I don't think he thinks about League of Legends. And that's just what propels him forward so much.
It's his creative approach as well. I see it when I'm watching him play pro games. I see it when I'm making content with him. He just finds a way in his brain to rewire the creativity. How can I make the most out of this from a perspective no one has thought of? And I think that's what makes him so good continuously. It's the fact that he's always trying to come up, what is the best version of myself? And he's continuously pushing the boundaries.
And he has been on every stage. He has seen it all, but today he's coming back for a title. G2 hasn't touched a title the whole year. They're coming for that today and not in front of their crowd. So I want to know actually, what do we think? Who do we think is going to win today? What are the predictions?
Let's see the predictions. Okay, should I start?
All right.
I mean, I'm a KOI salesman. I think it's going to be a 3-0 for KOI. I think they come in all the extracurricular, the extraterrestrial, I don't know what to say, any like factors outside of human control go in their favor. The crowd, the stage, the narrative, everything to me culminates in an MKOI 3-0.
I've doubted MKOI one too many times. I can't do it again. They have shown me time and time again that when it matters most, they'll step up, especially with this crowd. It's MKOI 3-1.
And I'm in the opposite end of Jack Spectra. I've believed in this G2 iteration too many times now. I've been hurt. Every single final in winter, in spring, I've come in and I thought, yes, of course they're the favorite. They come in from the upper bracket. But in MKOI's arena, where They have everything stacked against them, from the crowd to the momentum MKOI is coming in with. I just don't trust it, but I do hope that they've had their learnings throughout all those losses to make this an incredibly close series.
What do you have here, Finn? What do
I
you
have a little wristband, and this is blue
okay,
for
let's keep the
MKOI.
colors. Blue for MKOI?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go blue for MKOI. I don't know if it's blue side or red side, but let's say blue is the color of MKOI, so we're gonna go with that. I actually think that they have been riding this crowd energy. You see them right now. The arena is full, and it is riding this blue color for the team that they want to cheer for. We know the impact the crowd can have on a team. We know the impact that stage experience can have on a team. I'm betting on MKOI today. I'm betting on MKOI. They did it in spring. They're here to do it again in summer. Do you guys believe that they can?
I mean, just seeing this crowd, it's just so beautiful. I also believe in it. It just fills me with gratitude for where we are right now. This crowd, this energy, this passion that we all share towards this game, and the fact that we're blessed with such an exciting finals matchup, I think you couldn't ask for more.
The blue wall never left. You can see the whole crowd. It's all blue, baby. I mean, I think with the sixth man, with the crowd, MKOI are just going to take it.
Absolutely. GB, final thoughts on G2. You were saying they've been chasing this. They've been chasing to make those bets work. Do we feel like they have what it takes, especially in front of the crowd today? Do we feel like the younger boys, the Skumon, the Lebrov can finally show up and show what they're made of in this final?
I mean, I have obviously predicted against them, but I do want to hold on to the words that BB was saying in your interview. You know, they've never come through the lower bracket. They've lost every final. And of course, they're human. They take learnings from these things. This is your final test. This can rewrite every single loss you've had this entire year. Who cares about winter? Who cares about spring? If those losses prove to you that you can take it here in this stage with everyone against you, no one's going to care about the past.
Last week, MKOI came in and wrote one word on their whiteboard. It was patience.
They're called back.
And today, the word I have for G2 is just resilience. I think today will come down to patience versus resilience. This will be the deciding factor. Which team can hone in on these words the most?
Which team can ride this high that the crowd is giving us as well, guys. I don't know if you can hear them on stream, but they are ready. It is caliente here in Madrid for now. And I have to say, it is the very first time that I get to enjoy an event in Spain. I've always heard the Spanish crowd was great. I was always told that the French crowd is the best. I've been lied to, guys. I'm betting against my people now, but honestly, we don't have a minion wave roaming around the studio. The passion for esports, for all the teams that these guys have given for all the weekend is honestly unmatched. Thank you, Madrid.
I'm just so grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be a part of this league. The fact that we have such a competitive top four every day in this arena has felt like nobody really knew what was going to happen. Even this final, you saw it in the mega predictions. A lot of people predicting G2 as well, even though the sixth man is with this MKOI roster. And it's just a great time to be an LEC fan.
No, absolutely. I'm grateful for all the prospects we've had to come into the league this as well. Even the prospect who's not here from Vitality, to Skumon on stage, to the MKOI roster who is built around rookies. This is what Europe has been about. And we're living in a great time because we're finally having more of these people coming into our league with a top four, as you said yourself, Jack, that's so unpredictable, where it feels like there's finally a barrier that can be pushed through by other teams.
And we get to enjoy fandom even more through the road trips that we have through this roadshow that we have here at the end of the year. I feel like we're entering a new era to enjoy League of Legends and to enjoy League of Legends shows.
Yeah, and it feels like despite us cheering for different teams, we come from different countries, the passion for League of Legends that we all share is something that binds us together. And I think this is what you see in this arena now. Now we're cheering for MKOI, but the fact that we're all here with these teams, I think it's just something beautiful.
And I mean, you said it, Finn. G2's word is resilience and it's patience for MKOI. I think LEC's word this year is passion. It's just passion all around, so many fans that just care so much about it.
He's such a poet, this guy. I knew it. He's such a poet.
What has been special about the Spanish crowd for you guys?
Just
what is going to be your highlights?
Energy for sure. I think passion's like, these guys don't need patience. They need to let go of that. And they do that every single time. They're not afraid to come up and just have a great time with anyone. On the Rift, of course, they have a favorite, but they've been very welcoming and I've been loving everything about it.
There's been a lot of ups and downs this year, but one thing is for sure, the passion these guys have given us and they're about to deliver for this finals. You're not ready. No one is ready for this. It's gonna come down to this single day, to this single best of 5, to this season full of hard work, full of struggles, defying expectations, fighting to get the honor to be here today. One last best of 5 to prove it all. For G2, it's been a year of waiting for those bets to finally pay off and lift the trophy that they know so well. And for MKOI, it is about proving that spring was just the beginning. And today, they will fight to win again and establish their kingdom here in Madrid at home. It is finally time to kick off the 2025 LEC Summer Finals.
Madrid, ¿estáis preparados? Vuestros finalistas ya están aquí. G2 Esports y Movistar KOI. El mejor equipo de la historia de Europa, el mejor equipo de la historia de nuestra región. Ruido para G2 Esports. Los actuales campeones de Europa, el equipo que me representa, el equipo que nos representa y que representa a España, Movistar KOI. Madrid, aquí termina la final de la LEC. Para nosotros es un orgullo estar hoy presentes delante de nuestro público, delante de nuestra casa, para ser hoy sí campeones de Europa, otra vez delante de nuestra gente. Pero hoy termina la final de la LEC. Va a ser un duelo histórico. G2 Esports contra Movistar KOI, al mejor de 5 desde Madrid.
Aquí vemos el trofeo, el mayor honor del League of Legends europeo. Dos titanes están a punto de luchar por él en el legendario suelo madrileño. Es un verdadero privilegio jugar aquí en el corazón de Madrid. ¡Madrid, estáis listos! El equipo más condecorado de la historia de Europa, G2. En primer lugar, el Top Father, Broken Blade. Él está buscando cambiar su destino. Skewmon. En Europa, él es padre de todos. Caps. El único francés que puede silenciar esta arena, Hansama. Buscando la redención definitiva, Lavrov.
¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! ¡Que viene KOI! ¡Vamos, hostia! El actual campeón de Europa. Quiero dar la bienvenida al top laner, al hijo de la Charo, al cocinero, Walter White. Capitán, 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 te quiero. Javier Prades Batalla es nuestro capi. ¡Vamos, Javi, hostia! El medio, yo ya le llamo José. Yo ya le llamo Joselito. Es español este tío. Yo. Como A de Carry desde Murcia. ¡Qué bueno eres, David! El niño maravilla. Este chaval es muy bueno. ¡Qué bueno eres, Álvaro! ¡Qué bueno eres, Álvaro!
Comienza ahora una batalla histórica por ese legendario trofeo librada ante los mejores fans del mundo.
Hoy termina la final de la LEC. Hoy solo un equipo puede levantar este título y esperemos que sea COI, las cosas como son.
Cada pelea, cada jugada, cada segunda, todo culmina aquí.
Madrid, ¿estáis preparados? ¿Sí o no?
Europe.
¡Vamos, hostia!
Europe, are you ready?
¡Que empiece la final de la LEC! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos!
Our spring champion at the pub in España. G2, be wary. KOI are coming.
We've already disappointed the fans twice already this year.
And the Vamos, KOI!
We've worked really hard this whole year to earn that trophy and that moment to feel that victory. This time I'll be ready. It's a privilege to play in front of the Spanish crowd.
Voy a recordar la G2, que pueden fichar a Hansama, pueden fichar a Calista, igual que quieran, pero nunca me van a volver a ganar porque somos el mejor equipo de Europa.
Hansama looking for the solo kill. The fellas are... Oh! Hansama takes down Super.
There's no taking back, but we at least end the year on a win, and we proved that we actually learned something from our losses.
That's Cassante. He runs in, Mirwin takes one. He shields out, flash on, flips again. Wait, double part maker.
I still wanted more than anything this LEC, so we're gonna win it all.
And here we are. What an opening ceremony. Shout out to Ebuy and Shocks. Love to see that energy to bring us into Game 1 picks and bans. The summer final, everything on the line for both these teams. Sometimes we talk about, oh, they already qualified for Worlds. What does finals mean? Everything for these lineups.
Man, I have goosebumps already, and I can only imagine what it is like to be in that stadium, to be those players battling out for the LEC title.
The atmosphere is electric here in the arena, but we're not going to waste any more time as we're getting straight into pick and ban. The players are ready, the arena is ready, and we on the caster desk are ready to bring you some awesome League of Legends today. Quickly, the Talia, Poppy already banned on the side of MKOI, Azia and Ambessa targeted from the side of G2. We've seen these junglers be super high priority with the Pantheon, the Wukong, the Xin Zhao, all being super valuable in these drafts, and the Pantheon will be targeted by KOI.
The Yunara is still left up and available, so we'll have to see if that is going to be the final ban here. And then my eyes drift towards that Orianna. I think she's been incredibly strong priority across the patch, as we saw a lot of those other top-tier mid laners getting hit. But it is going to be the Orianna ban from G2, so Yunara left for Supa if he wants it.
G2, what are they cooking in response? A lot of the semi-global champions that people found success with in previous series and playoffs gone. The Talia, the Pantheon, you highlighted, but the Premier, hyper-scaling, probably strongest AD on the patch, hands down. This is normally Permud in Game 1. But now we'll see what G2 have cooked. They anticipate this. You have to be certain that they've got something cooked to respond to this Yunara pick.
Looks like it will just be the Xayah. Imagine potential here for the Rakan to come alongside her. Labrov has looked fantastic on that pick. I also think even just taking the Wukong here could be a very strong rotation if they want to try and go for it.
Seems that they just want to secure that bot lane, get the Xayah Rakan early on in this best of 5. A very reliable duo, a lot of flexibility. It also pushes Elyoya away from some of these hard diving champions. Things like the Vi loses a lot of value. Wukong, as you mentioned, Dagda, naturally rises up in priority due to how strong it can be in the team fights.
Especially if you want to try and pair it alongside something like the Rumble here. So this was something that I thought would be banned out early in the draft. It's something that G2 consistently went towards as a ban in their earlier matches against MKOI and some of the other matches in the playoffs, but just going to be the Nautilus instead.
We've seen mid lane be a priority throughout the weekend, but here, for these two teams, bot lane has very much been the focus. I wonder if that's going to shift. Will jungle or mid lane be secured for KOI here? We know that there's a number of junglers available. We've already talked extensively about the possibility of the Wukong and the Xin, but it feels like the Jojo's hovering through a lot of mid lane options that he could go for. And the Rise seems to be the direction.
All right, has that semi-global map pressure with the form of the Realm Warp, can collapse on those side lanes. Obviously, champion who scales very well, but relatively short range.
And also now you have the opportunity to counterpick with the Cassiopeia if you want to. Oftentimes we see that band away to make sure that you can enable that Rise in a ton of situations. But Caps maybe looking to try and go against that relative short range with the Wei, but there's the Cassiopeia.
Oh, you were out here reading at a college level, my guy. The Cassio coming in, old school counterpick, right? Rise, a champion who can have a big impact, but often locks himself down in those animations. Cassio, when it comes to a raw DPS check, she's basically an AD carry. Just push E instead of, right click.
The reason why I'm very excited to see Caps pilot this champion is I think that Cassio is just a high APN champ. Huge amount of room for outplay and just a lot of skill expression, and it's in the hands of the EU GOAT, a man that we've been keeping our eyes on all year. I mean, he's had a fantastic performance, regardless of the fact that he hasn't been able to lift the title, and going up against what feels like peak JoJo right now. Yesterday, we saw him dominating on the Rise, and I'm super excited to see these two main laners clash in what will be, it feels like, a Cassio-favored match.
And we could have ended up in utility versus utility. We could have ended up in the worlds of Galio or whatever, but both of these champions can be game-changing, game-defining. The potential to carry is real. Have to see who can come out on top if Caps can leverage this counter pick to good effect as we enter the second ban phase. More proactive options in the jungle taken out. The Xin gone, the Jarvan gone, Rumble now coming in to take away that top lane AP option.
And that's where my focus was going to be, especially for Cassiopeia. She tends to want something that can provide a little bit of that CC. She gets the miasma down, and you can follow through with that high DPS that we were discussing. But we'll have to see what Skumon wants to try and bring towards the table here. Whereas you've already on the MKOI side got that decent engage with the Nautilus. You've got decent setup for your team fights. Now it's just about rounding out that composition.
Not going to overcomplicate it. The Wukong will finally come through with Xin and Jarvan taken off the board, and Pantheon as well. Wukong just feels like the premier jungler that's left open. The question is, what will Elyoya have in response? We've been seeing a variety of different champions from the captain of this team. Of course, given that they are on the blue side, they're going to have to pick something relatively safe on the top side of the map. We know that if a Sion does get locked in, very likely a Kled response has been what we've been seeing a lot from Broken Blade. And we know that Mirren had a solid game on it yesterday. I wonder if Broken Blade will bring out the Trundle himself, similar to what we saw yesterday.
Based on what we saw yesterday, I think I'm going to need a little bit more data before I have any definitive opinions on that particular option. However, Sion, we talked about it, rock solid, right? Universally a pretty comfortable champion. And outside of the Sion, really good setup in both bot lane and mid lane if Elyoya wants to play something that is more proactive in the earlier stages of the game. Maokai is going to be the pick here. So losing out on some of that damage, no access to Sundered Sky, but a champion that makes team fighting and gank setup so easy.
Especially as a counterpunch to the Wukong. When he goes in, throw down that Maokai ultimate, then make it a little bit more difficult for things like the Cassiopeia to try and follow through. So I like what MKOI are kind of counteracting G2's equation here, but there you are, Betty, the Kled coming through.
I feel like initial glances, I prefer G2's comp just a little bit more. The main reason being, a lot of KOI's damage portfolio is in their mid and AD carry. Whereas if you contrast that to G2, it feels like that everyone can be a damage threat, which makes KOI's approach to the team fight that much more limited. You're going to have Wukong and Kled threatening the backline. You're going to have Cassio threatening the front line. There's going to be a lot of damage options and ways for G2 to approach these fights, and that's not even factoring in Lebrov and his ability to to find those flanks on the Rakan. Whereas for Koi, I feel like a very strict front to back. I feel like Jojo's going to have to apply pressure on the side lane, and they're going to try and use that Rise ultimate to create numbers advantage or find picks on the G2.
I do think, though, if MKOI can get off to an early lead, they are in a fantastic spot. This is a composition that can control objective space very, very well and make it difficult for things like the Rakan and the Wukong to have multiple angles of attack. And with the way Elyoya was playing yesterday, that's where G2 have to be scared. This man was on a mission to dictate the pace of the early game, and now on this MKOI, he can set up for some dives, he can try and play around Alvaro, and that has been the key to MKOI's success.
And here we are getting ready for game one. A brief moment of tension, claps, cheers, thundersticks, but to a much lesser degree, teams know what's at stake here in this first match. All the momentum MKOI had built up, taking down Fnatic yesterday, absolutely smashing them. Could fizzle if things falter, if they fall apart in this game, and the same is true for G2. They have fallen short in the finals 2 times already. It's weighing on the player's mind, even if they try to toss it aside. So all eyes on these lineups and what they can show us in this game one.
It's an exciting one. It is, of course, a rematch of the spring finals. MKOI got the better of G2 to the surprise of many, I would say, especially when we think back and going into that series, G2, they had done exactly what they've done in this playoffs. They already beat KOI, knocked them down into the losers bracket. KOI then had a 5-game series against KC, and everyone's thinking, well, the fact that they're being pushed this much by KC, they've already lost to G2, surely KOI can't bounce back, but they were credited for their preparation. They came in with a clear game plan of how to shut G2 down. And the question is, will that game plan come through once again here in today's finals?
And that's the thing, it feels like this is a different version of MKOI. There was kind of doubts leveraged towards them going into that, but MKOI look more than capable of taking on G2, and I think that's where a lot of people now coming into today are wondering what level has G2 managed to reach, because MKOI looking great against Fnatic yesterday, and I think it'll be on the newer members of G2, Skewmund and Lebrob, to try and match Elyoya and Alvaro's pressure on the map and try and get themselves into a position where they can contest MKOI in the mid-game.
It's a very good question, of course. A lot of arguments for both sides, anticipation of what we'll see, but you can vote in the chat now, MKOI or G2, regardless of where you're at. Keep us posted on who your favorites are in this particular matchup, because very soon, if someone gets like a double or a triple kill, it'll sway the vote. This is the only untainted vote we will get, as we see Broken Blade on the top side, making the most of playing Kled in the very obnoxious little rage bar there that's going to allow him to remount.
Now, of course, we here at the LEC love to inform our viewers through statistics. Isn't that right, Drake?
That is
so
true.
Let's have a quick look at some of the all-time head-to-head history between these two teams, including the Mad Lions organization. You can see that the head-to-head all-time in terms of series is somewhat one-sided.
Yes.
But so far this year...
Hold that thought. Level 2 all-in. This is the classic of the matchup. They're going to fist fight for first blood for JoJo!
JoJo flashing over the Q damage and sets up to draw first blood in this series.
I was not expecting them to fist fight at level 3, but Caps, he goes in super aggressive to land that Q, and JoJo flashes to avoid it. By dodging that poison, it means that the damage coming through from the E is heavily mitigated, and he's able to find the outplay. JoJo kicks off this series with first blood.
And what we heard from the death from Goldberg, he trusts JoJo to contain Caps. This might be a different story. All in on the bottom side. Alvaro's still stepping up with a blinking health bar. Lebrob quickly going to backstep, very close to that early 2v2 kill. And Elyoya is here, but the Scryer's Bloom just in time. Skewmund here to cover.
And these two teams love to get bloody in the bottom side. Every time these two teams have faced up this year, there has been a duo kill in that bottom lane, and it looked like Alvaro was nearly going to be on the business one of that end to start it off.
And he was, as JoJo still has to be careful. Baseline kit power, if Caps is hitting, if the Noxious Blast, the instant Twin Fang follow, it's still a massive amount of damage. And while mana is good for Rise, JoJo, you know, the first base doesn't feel great for Rise ever.
I really do hope we can get a replay of what happened, because JoJo, like, he did such a smart thing. Cassio's early levels are so scary just because of how quickly she can chunk you down, even at level 2. But once if you can dodge the poison, her damage just disappears.
50%. It's just 50% damage.
And this is the thing that we saw from JoJo yesterday when Poby was trying to trade onto JoJo's Yone. He wasn't going backwards, he was going forwards. That's how he responds to aggression, by meeting you head first. And the fact that he just comes into today, game 1, feeling comfortable on the stage as we expected him to be, finding that first blood, super impressive stuff.
I think it's also traditionally when you see a mid laner flash like that, you're like, okay, now you've got a target on your back, especially with Miasma on the opposite side. You can set up for that jungle pressure, but by not having something like the Vi and going with the Wukong, there is way less pressure on towards this mid lane. So I don't think Jojo is really going to be punished for his flash being down, and he'll just manage to get this early lead, hit that level 6 quicker, and have that opportunity to influence the map because of it.
All right, well, I don't quite know when the votes were cashed in. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner right above the lovely Mary Bomboy logo, but there seems to be some G2 fans in the chat. Obviously, we've lost a lot of MKOI fans from the chat as they're here in person, probably not voting. Jojo will survive. Nice support coming in from Alvaro. A lot of mid lane attention already in the context of this first game.
Ooh, okay, so we are going to get a look back. So there, the Noxious Blast does land. You can see the damage that's coming through from Caps, but he flashes to avoid that second Q. And then he gets the level up in the middle of the fight as well. Cool, calm, collected.
I mean, credit to Jojo Pune, right? That is a heads-up play. That kind of flash is the make or break in a 1v1. Level 3 also saving the day a little bit as MKOI have repositioned Supa up to the top side of the map. Bot lane matched, of course, by the side of G2. Neither side has taken a major objective quite yet. Yoya seeing maybe if he needs to support mid lane once again, but Labrov and Alvaro matching each other in just about every single play in this early game.
Yeah, they have spent a lot of time hovering around mids. I think it's really important for Jojo specifically, and I was going to say because this is traditionally a bad matchup, but after getting that first blood, of course, feeling a lot more comfortable, but I still think it's wise for Alvaro to just offer that protection, make it harder, as you were saying earlier, to punish the Flashless Rise in mid lane.
We're also just going to see the polar lanes as well with the swap, as I think Hansama has kind of created this slow push in the top side, which I imagine is to try and set up for these Void Grubs in a little bit of time, as now you're going to have both supports joining the top side.
Just trading blows. Alvaro trying to make the most of the Titan's Wrath, although knock up there. Hansama not in a great position to continue autoing. Still trading blows a little bit. Supa only level 5, so does need to be a little bit safe. Hansama not getting too much done there.
This is what I was talking about with the early level 6. You got that roam towards the top side as Broken Blade. Don't think he'd be able to get the kill, but look how much pressure from MKOI is being shifted towards that top half of the map. They really want to make sure they can keep Hansama and Labrov in check, especially as this wave starts to push out.
Does make a lot of sense. Of course, on the bottom side of the map, it does leave Broken Blade in this isolated counter pick 1v1, so he is steadily accruing that gold advantage. But neither side feels like they have a big enough pressure advantage, big enough map state advantage to go for one of those objectives quite yet. One of the closest early games I think we've seen in this playoffs.
My eyes on the junglers as well. Skewmon yet to take over to level 6. He will just now do it. Yoya getting that slight advantage, but now both junglers have reached those ultimate breakpoints. It means that their presence on the map should be that much greater. Dagda was talking about it earlier. The amount of control that MKOI's composition has around these neutral objectives is largely driven by the Maokai. The saplings, the ultimate, the amount of space that you can just acquire due to his presence will force G2 to have to play very respectfully when looking to contest these neutral objectives. But now that they've got the push on the top side, these grubs should be an easy contest. But look in mid lane, Yoya threatening a play onto Caps.
Keep in mind, G2 don't have any vision in that brush. You saw missing pings when Jojo Pune stepped up. They weren't quite sure where he had went, and they don't have information on Yoya. Caps has to be careful, but there's Elyoya immediately flashing out. Stun is not going to connect. Nice backstep by Jojo. Caps now running him down. Ulti from Elyoya is a bit of a root, but they don't really have the damage to finish. Caps playing with confidence. MKOI can't punish.
Caps pushes them both back. Jojo, again, with fantastic mechanics, steps away from the ultimate of Caps to avoid getting rooted up. Caps thinks that he actually has kill threat onto Jojo, so he's forced to retreat. And Elyoya flashing with the initial engage means that he's forced out of the fight as well. The bot lane of Koi, though, don't want to give this up completely uncontested. They know that TP from Rise is back in the action, and Elyoya will arrive to mean that it'll be 2 Crubs to 1 in favor of G2.
I think G2 will just be happy with the fact that they're starting to push back MKOI, right? Flash on Elyoya down and his ultimate down makes him significantly less threatening on the map states. And if you can try and keep yourself safe, let Caps have that opportunity to scale into the later portion of the game, you're already seeing how much damage this Cassiopeia does, and it's not exactly like it falls off the later the game goes.
And he kept Flash.
Yeah.
If you just start raid bossing enemy mid-jungle even after dying in the first few levels, that is a fantastic position to be in, and that is the raw damage output. The sustain as well from the healing on the Twin Fangs. It makes Cassio so frustrating to play against. The later we go, of course, can be a vulnerable champion. Very difficult to execute. But for now in the lane phase, Caps making good on the counter pick despite the initial fumble.
that was a huge sapling that was unintentional, I think, from Elyoya. Managed to catch Skumond as Caps had got the miasma down. I think they were looking for that combo in the mid lane to finish off Jojo, but not able to get it thanks to the slow.
Two. Root is solid. Alvaro not wasting any subs yet.
Level 6 for Labrov.
Full committal here. Ulti comes out from Supa. Barrier already down, but both sides continuing to poke and prod. It really does look like they're just going to fist fight, but instead just trading cooldowns.
I really think that was just great pressure from Labrov, because the moment he ticked over to level 6, I thought the same thing that Supa did, which is they're about to all-in us. Labrov is going to ulti, he's going to threaten me, I'm going to barrier early in anticipation of this, but he holds it. He holds the ultimate, Hans holds the ultimate, instead they choose to back off and they'll just take off with the superior trade.
And in these small little interactions, we're seeing that it's G2 are coming out in favor of the summoner spells. They say the barrier was burnt there in that exchange. Yoya on that last one after burn his flash. Still no dragons taken, which I assumed was going to be kind of the next attempt at an engagement. And it looks like G2, at least with the resets coming through now, are going to send their bot laners down here to try and set that up.
Very much agree. I think that looks to be the next game plan. Neither top laner has TP and they're both relatively low. Quick back from Broken Blade is going to come through as he wants to leave the wave state. Mirwin going to respond in kind. So both teams on the same page as Alvaro pops that ghost to threaten to play onto Caps. But again, supports find themselves in mid lane, right place, right time. Both Alvaro and Labrov really locked in. And I think this is one of the biggest developments we've seen from Labrov throughout the year. Biggest criticism from Winter was that this man was not locked in. He was making a ton of mistakes, getting caught out of position in that first final. But now we see his presence much more on the map. We're seeing him properly cover for Caps, working with Skumond a lot more than we've seen in the past. And he's definitely a player that we have our eyes on in this series to step up and help G2 secure a title in 2025.
Yeah, and at the moment it feels like it's kind of just, hey, we want to be hands off, right? Labrov hasn't gone for these engages. G2 haven't really tried to threaten. Instead, it kind of feels like, hey, we know that we have a good scaling on this mid lane, or at least wait for these two items to come through in the Cassiopeia, and then we can look to fight. So the longer that these dragons stay off the field, I think they're going to be happy with. But on MKOI side, it's not like they are slouches when it comes to scaling. Like the Sion will scale well, the Yunara will scale well. But G2 just convinced that this Cassiopeia will be enough come that late game.
Certainly a lot of tools for them to start fights as well, and Wukong also an excellent scaling pick in the jungle. You can see why they don't really feel too fussed. Neither side starting to stack dragons means there's no upcoming guaranteed fight, right? No objective that you need to be willing to fight or die for. Few per minute still, of course, until the Herald is up and available. Jojo Pune's still the gold leader in this game, but of course Cassio doesn't need to stop along the way for boots, so already the Roa completed for Caps.
Tense final we find ourselves in as the game is even. Caps losing out a little bit on the HP department. Emotes being thrown. But the vibes seem good on the stage today.
The poke there from Supa. Fully stacked on the Q, continuing to walk up. Another ulti proc. It seems like just to get pressure here on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think with the lack of HP on Caps in that mid lane, they're feeling comfortable enough to try and set up with the push on bot for the Dragon. Caps kind of being forced towards that top side, and Jojo still has the realm warp if he needs to reposition quickly.
Caps though moving into the bot river. Skumond is in the area as well. Looks like G2's not going to give this one up without a fight.
Supa has access to the flash. Alvaro maybe starting to retreat, but the hook didn't quite connect on the wall. Elio throwing his ulti down, but at most you can hope for a 50-50. Cassio blocking the path. Thank you for the leash, says G2, and now they want to keep the fight going. Knock from Labrov is there. He's going to be able to dash out just in the nick of the time. Elio, however, is not. The pullback on the feathers is perfect. Caps finding the stun on Jojo, who couldn't click fast enough. Fast flash coming out from Caps and MKOI. Now retreating. Kled on the way. Realm Warp's not taking anybody out. G2, it's at the end of the day, not a lot of people die, but they get the objective. They walk away, they get the kill on Elyoya, and they're feeling pretty good.
The arrival of Broken Blade forces Koi to disengage. A bunch of summoners were burned. But my goodness, these fights are so intense. Everyone just barely surviving. Alvaro and Supa acting as gatekeepers to zone Hans Sama and Labrov away. Once they realize that the mid and jungle have arrived from G2, they have to disengage. Smart target selection, but the ultimate from Labrov and the engage from Skumond is fantastic. Turning that attention onto Supa, forcing him out of the fight, and basically forcing Koi to split up. That makes it easier for G2 to have clear target selection. They get that initial kill onto the Maokai, and the moment this Kled arrives, Jojo's saying, you know what, I've got to flash away to safety.
It could have been a disaster there for MKOI, though. It looked like if Kled had been there that just a couple of seconds faster, able to chase them down, but MKOI able to step away. You can see there, Hans Sama on the bottom of your screen, in a fantastic position as Labrov.
Rob Root is there. Jojo Pune taking a lot of damage. The exhaust coming in just in time. The counter exhaust coming out. But the redemption! LeBron! Oh, the item just seems to match the moment perfectly as he's ticking this one off well, but Supa untouched for now. Hansama tries to back up, but he doesn't quite have the damage to finish with the feathers. Supa, one more auto, will not get it done. LeBron standing. Down goes Hansama, but it's 3 dead for the side of MKOI.
This game went from 0 to 90 just like that. The fisticuffs are flying, but it's G2 who are coming out on top in these engages. Supa gets one back, but it's still G2 with the gold.
Skumon with a 1-0-3 scoreline now was super important in this play as they look for a pick onto Lebrov. The hook doesn't quite connect. Jojo has no flash from the earlier exchange. Really good exhaust onto Skumon to limit his impact. And Supa tries to make the superstar play. Goes in hyper aggressive. The flash response from Hans gets enough damage onto Supa to prevent him from cleaning up the fight. Skumon walks away with a kill. And G2 lead with a 1.3k gold lead.
G2 now on the Herald as well. Icing on the cake after a pretty dominant fight. 2-4 the kill score. 1k gold lead in their favor. LEC trying to get something started on the bottom side. Broken Blade demounting, but with no one else there to do damage. He's taking his time. Stacking that Fury. Gromp body blocking a bit there as Mirwin maybe going to look for an angle, but he remounts, walks away. He's just unconcerned. Now it's Jojo who's in trouble. Cyclone coming down. LeBron looking for the chase forward, but Alvaro there to cover. Hook does connect onto Skumon. Knock up now onto LeBron. He's going to try to back away as Jojo's laying down a bit of damage with the clone and a quick retreat.
But the Caps has already got that turret in the top side thanks to the Rift Herald, so they're just going to try for a little bit more. Jojo needs to be careful. Knocked up, but I don't think GT want to follow.
No, they don't. Alvaro's still hovering around, ready to peel, try to protect Jojo Pune if G2 push for anything else, but it feels like in about 1 minute, G2 have just gone from dead even to full control.
Keep my eyes on mid lane as well, because I noticed Elyoya hovering around, threatening a dive onto Hansama, but Hans is going to respect it. Alvaro gets knocked up.
Supa. 3 autos. Stacking up the cultivation of Spirit. And now it might be Caps who's overstayed. Ulti only connecting on Jojo Pune. He's trying to burst down one before he gets taken out, but no, it's just Caps. Isolated on the top side, sticking around a bit too long.
Spotted on a ward. He wanted to try and set up a trap on the Supa, but Supa had full information of it. Jojo and the bot lane work together to punish Caps as he finds himself now with a 0-2 scoreline here in game 1.
A nice interrupt in the mid lane means tempo relatively matched in terms of 80 carries overall. You can see Kraken coming through for Supa. Damage really starting to hurt.
But it's when you finish that Ruin's Hurricane for Supa is really going to be the turning point, and he can't be that far away. He's about to pop the Cull as well, so I think Supa, if you could get one more wave before this objective, could be huge, and I think he's copped there. He's going to stick around, try and finish the Cull, hit his Runins, and this second Dragon could be massive for MKOI.
Even though G2 hold the gold lead for now, it's still a very tense situation, and I want to draw your attention to that mid lane matchup. Level 12 to level 11. Jojo is performing very well on a champion. He's now becoming synonymous with this rise. His side lane pressure is something that he's really refined throughout the year. And now, with a fully stacked tier, the Rod of Age is quickly stacking. Jojo is in a position to be the core carry of this team.
Certainly is. Hansama now completing a second item as well. A lot of short-range carries in this game. Means it's going to be super volatile in the fights. Frontline, the CC needs to be connecting on the correct targets to peel for that backline or it could fall apart. And in that case, Hansama in a good spot, as the Xayah. Very easy for him to survive a lot of the telegraph CC that MKOI can bring.
I like the way MKOI played this, though. They used Jojo to shove out mid to then get control over River. And now it means that even though Supa reset late to finish that Ruin's Hurricane, they can still contest this position. G2 not going to be able to just fan out and get multiple angles of attack. And MKOI should be able to try and set up this basically front to back in the manner that they want.
Caps off to the side. Ulti coming in from Broken Blade. Supa backstepping, immediately ulting to make sure he has the extended dash. The TP back in. Skumon using the clone well, but it's Elyoya off to the side, focusing down Broken Blade. Full Q channel, lands onto Caps. Not too much damage. Mirwin now going to follow. Caps forced to flash out to safety. Excellent play coming in from Supa thus far. Autos connecting. LeBron going to look to peel. And Skumon goes in. The turn back from G2. Caps still standing. The Cassier ready to take this fight over because Alvaro is done and dusted. Barely living for an extra moment, but the monkey gets the job done. Jojo Pune sprinting, running for his life. But G2 in the meantime in the mid lane are still making the fight work as Jojo Pune's got nowhere left to go. The auto hits the ward, not the blast cone, but Mirwin manages to take one back.
Chaos ensues in the mid lane as the everything goes crazy. It's G2 that just barely comes out ahead in the fight, as it was a fight on two fronts. You've got Jojo attacking the flank of Broken Blade as Mirwin goes in for a skirmish with the carries of G2. Caps looked like that he was out of the fight right from the start, but somehow G2 find a way back into the fight.
G2 were trying to take the fight before MKOI could set up in the front to back that we were talking about. The TP comes through. It looks a little dicey as Oyoya gets a good ult, but the clone ends up taking that ultimate. So then as G2 start to fall away, Jojo moves towards that bottom side, but that only isolates that top side of the fight. Caps gets ulted, there is no follow-up, and it's a great engage from LeBron. The flash charm onto Supa with Skewmon on the follow-up. And it's the man that has been doubted that is making the difference in these fights for G2.
Absolutely. That play from Lebrov was the turning point in the fight. Caps then also trying to get something back, gets punished by Mirwin, flashes in, gets the knockup, secures the kill.
Yeah, I mean, guys, chill in the fight, take a deep breath, okay? We are overcomplicating. Anyone else?
The different chill in the fight. Look, and you can see why they're feeling confident. You're right, Lebrov is popping off. 3-1-4 for Hansama. And another fight, it feels like, where Supa is in an okay position. Could do a lot of damage. The Runans is doing work, but the second that CC lands, there's no coming back.
But I think this is where we get to see what feels like the new G2. Look at the scoreboard at the bottom. 3-0-4 for Skewmon, 1-0-6 for Lebrov. They've been involved in every single kill for G2. And these were the two members that we wanted to see link up. These are the two members that needed to step up today. And in game one, they are doing more than their job's fair share.
Certainly are. A brief moment of calm now. Otacon, of course, the next thing we're looking to see which team can walk away. Soul point potentially on the table for G2 in 3 minutes as well. Will be Chemtech. Pretty high value, honestly, for a Wukong, a Kled, and a Casio. Supa hovering in the darkness. Difficult for him to step too far forward when he is isolated like this. But Oyoya on the way up. And again, the vision the Saplings give, the control MKOI can get in theory, all kind of falls by the wayside if they just start scrapping with G2.
MKOI are struggling a little on the side lanes, though. You can see they already moved both Alvaro and Oyoya down to match Caps with Mirwin. So it means that then Broken Blade gets that push in top. Supa is kind of just fake pressuring in the mid to make sure he can contest the wave. But it is opening up these little moments for G2 where they can get control on the sides. And as we start to move towards those next objectives that you're talking about, Dracos, I think that's going to be key to keeping that control for them.
Fight over that control ward. The importance of vision well understood by both teams. Now full group from MKOI around the mid lane. Maybe looking to make a play, catch someone on this mid wave. Trying to play through mid as G2 try to play through bot. The difference, of course, G2 in a good position to potentially threaten or take that tower, and Otacon as well on the bottom side.
Broken Blade coming in from the flank. Jojo is spotted on those wards, trying to navigate through the fog of war best he can. This Otacon is melting though, and Koi, the ulti from Elioya comes out.
From Elioya. Lebrov isolated off to the side, but the Otacon is already gone. MKOI feel like they have to push for more. Supa already using the Transcend. But they don't get much. The ulti doesn't push them away. They're a bit too late to the play. Now they're trying to make something happen around Broken Blade, but the Otacon's already gone. G2 happy with this.
G2 played the map perfectly there. They set up BB in the mid lane, so then they can actually make a pressure point there that Mirwin has to contest. Otherwise, he leaves BB on that flank for the likes of his carries. So G2
Jojo
end up
spotted.
in a position.
Phase Rush going to keep him standing. A risky proposition. That bit of vision. G2 continuing the pressure, pushing onto this tier 2. Mirwin waiting off to the side, but Elioya with no ulti means that G2 just aren't that concerned.
I mean, this has been a massive swing in the game state, because while the goal doesn't look dramatically different, G2 have opened up that tower in the bot lane, making it easier for them to put pressure on the side lane. Securing all of those petals as well gives you a huge influx of stats. They're looking for a play on Jojo.
Fast play onto Jojo, immediate knockup. There's just nothing that he can do.
Skewmon and Lebrov, once again, the team up that G2 fans have been looking for all year is coming into full effect here in the finals. And I mean, beautiful execution from the jungle support duo.
And we saw this in the upper bracket. This was part of the reason that G2 were able to win that first game, as now they try to retreat, is those fast plays, catching Koi when they think they have a turn to push out their own waves.
But was it too quick is now the question. Jojo's up in 17 seconds with TP, Dragon in 35, Skewmon no flash, no ultimate, no flash on Lebrov. Maybe this is a moment where MKOI can say, hang on, we can stop this Dragon stacking and start to get some control over these objective fights for ourselves.
Absolutely. I mean, The delay on the base of Han Sama is going to be significant. Caps versus Mirwin. Yep, that matchup going about as I expected.
It would take like, 20 seconds for Mirwin to die, but he might as well just get out.
Super going to pick up a tower for himself. But of course, while Skumon and Lebrov have been setting up a lot of the plays for G2, right now it's all about Han Sama, the key carry for the team. 2 items completed. I don't know if he's actually had an opportunity to base yet. I imagine he's sitting on a lot of gold.
Not
as
since
the
we saw the recall
started
canceled.
off. I don't think G2 feels confident enough to force this. Instead, they'll turn their attention towards the mid-tier 1.
That is the Realm Warp gone. G2 now setting up position around the Baron. They have Cassio and a Xayah. They eat the subjective alive. They cannot be left alone around the pit.
I think in this position, though, they're just happy to say, hey, we're just going to try and set up vision on this top side and try and play then to enable Caps on this side lane. Because especially with things like the Realm Warp and Elyoya having that ultimate, it can be very easy to chase down this Cassiopeia in a side lane. So I think G2, with the way things are going, just happy to gift across that early dragon.
Hans has to be on so much gold right now.
Yeah.
Like, he still hasn't based. He's going to take the red buff.
At this point, I think he's sticking around for IE.
He's sticking around for another wave, yeah. I mean, let's see what he gets when he eventually does base, but I think you're right, Dragos.
Ooh, Rob doesn't want to take the risk there, but Tupa is, of course, isolated in the mid lane. Blue Trinket spots out Cass, but they don't want to overcommit. MKOI playing with a ton of respect. They don't know that G2 are a little bit scattered there, so they don't feel comfortable stepping in and trying to force a play.
All right, I just got a ping in my ear that Hans has 3K in his inventory, and just like that,
there it is.
There's the Infinity Edge. But to be fair, Super matching him. The only difference is the boots purchased. So in terms of itemization, Super still in a prime position to dish out some serious damage in the upcoming fights. And that's what I want to make clear. Koi definitely not out of the game just yet. It's definitely not looking great, especially thanks to all the petals that they got from the Arakan. The small experience advantage, Caps ticking over to level 16, for example. But if they can find a pick...
Thunderbrook Blade, he's going to dash out to safety. Ulti connecting on a Skumon, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. Elyoya throws down his ulti a bit prematurely. G2 in a position to just sidestep, and now MKOI's ults available for this next fight are essentially non-existent.
And G2 didn't invest any. They were just happy to send Lebrov in, knew he had the dash away, cleanse to make sure even if he got locked up, he could escape off the back of it. And now G2 looking to set up.
Looking to turn back on to Mirwin. Super for now in a decent position to do damage, but has to respect the potential for Lebrov to just force the fight. Skumon going in, immediately going to get exhausted. Mirwin going into zombie form. Han Sama isolated with Subab to the side. They managed to zone him out of the fight. G2 with a quick 2 kills as they set their sights on Baron.
Just like that, G2 find the picks, and they'll get the Baron off the back of it. That might have just blown this game open for G2 entirely.
Han Sama just goes God mode. He uses all of the resources that he's been given to full effect, and he melts through the front line. Mirwin doesn't stand a chance. The Baron now secured. G2 with full control over game 1.
One more out for Jojo, but is it going to take him far enough? His Skumon is on the chase with the red buff. Lebrov here as well. Klez coming in too. Jojo, no room to play. No defensive item to save him or keep him standing. G2 grab another pick and continue to extend that lead.
Phase rush not quick enough to escape the Klez, and now G2 on this top side. A confident game number 1, a near 8k gold lead for them now.
And we talked about what it would look like if MKOI got a lead, but they really did not get that lead outside of those first few minutes for Jojo Pune. It's just so hard for them to play this.
And when we look back at this play, keep your eyes on Han Sama here. He's eyeing at Mirwin and he's saying, you know what, Broken Blade, I think we can make this play happen. Bear Trap on a rope connects. They connect the root. The damage is ruthless. Caps also connects the poison to finish off the kill. And then they convert it into another kill because Alvaro, there's nowhere for him to escape to. Beautiful pick from G2. They may have found another one.
Mirwin has some backup coming though. But he is slowly getting shredded down. It's just Broken Blade. Ulti out there, traded for Mirwin's ulti.
It's still a bit of a bluff from G2. Look at where the other members were. They weren't in a position to try and follow up. So now you get that ultimate out from Mirwin, making him significantly less threatening. And G2, using this Canyon minion, will continue the siege on towards the mid-turret.
That they will. Lebrov looking to cancel a couple recalls. Tier 2's expected to fall when you have this Baron this early, but G2's gold lead, again, we felt like they had a lead at 1k. They had more control over the game at 2k and an Otacon. Now they're at 9k. This lead feels nigh insurmountable, but there's the engage coming from Elyoya. Alvaro waiting off to the side, rooted, grounded, can't get anything going. Super trying to find those auto attacks, but again, cannot walk into that miasma. MKOI hold the line. They have the redemption, but they can't approach the double cannon minions. It's a slow siege from G2, but they will break open the base of MKOI.
The bot lane as well. The siege is continuing from Broken Blade. He has a wave that Mirwin is trying to stop, but now the rest of G2 have come to assist. Another tower is in their eyes.
Pull back from Broken Blade is good. D-Mount starts hitting the tower for a little bit of extra courage. Caps continuing to poke and prod. A reset now coming in from Broken Blade. Does not have access to the TP. Potentially an opportunity for MKOI to force a favorable fight. BB does have access to the ultimate, however, so they have to be careful about over-forcing.
I think G2 are just trying to keep MKOI in their base 20 seconds until that dragon, and then they can fall back and take it just as that Baron buff falls off as well. So G2 just cracking skulls of MKOI in the base.
And again, the pressure was on in the finals generally, but especially in this game one for Labrov and Skumon to step up. We've said it so many times, we have to say it again. 100% kill participation for both of them. They are the driving force behind this G2 win. They are not the rookie passengers of a veteran lineup. They are the ones making these plays happen.
Absolutely, and Hansama doing exactly what you need your AD carry to do. He is dishing out some serious damage, and MKOI is very limited on their options now. GA is going to be completed for Skumon. Jojo testing his limits a bit on the side lane. He's going to be forced to back away. But now, with only a single inhibitor standing, G2 will likely set their sights on the top lane, steal away what they can. Elyoya at the very least getting a blue buff. But Koi looking to regroup and get ready for game 2, because this one feels done and dusted for G2.
It's also such a massive victory for G2 when it comes towards the draft as well, because you'd think of like, okay, well, Cassiopeia, yeah, it's a counter into Ryze, but it's not one of the big perennial power picks we think of. Yunara is also going to be taken off the board for MKOI as well, and it feels like G2 kind of having things like the Kled and the Cassiopeia that they could nearly prepped for this draft really sets them up well going forward, where they still have more of those regular picks to opt into.
Supa doing what he can now alongside the team. That's the ulti out from Elyoya, just zoning away G2 for now. Labrov uses the Mikhails on himself just to make sure that there's no follow-up. G2 playing on 2 lanes. Broken Blade, a constant nuisance in this game. He hasn't been the star of the show, most certainly, but a pressure point in the favor of G2 for the vast majority of that 1v1. Now threatening through bottom lane as well. Koi being pushed from all sides.
Koi, fortunately, have a lot of wave clear to hold the line for now. Broken Blade going to catch that wave so it doesn't even connect to the bottom super minions that are making their way down. MKOI have alleviated some of the pressure mid, but that top tower is secured by G2.
That it is. Flashes, ultis up on the side of G2. They really haven't had to burn anything. Just taking their time walking into the base, keeping the pressure up. They want to play it tutorial style. Hook from Albro, not going to connect. Immediate flash out. Means he will stay standing, but there's redemption used by both sides. G2 still know that Supa, if left uncontested, can take over a fight, so they're giving MKOI that respect.
The early cleanse from Alvaro. Oh, hang on. Ulti going to be forced out from Mirwin. He's forced back. I mean, it feels like that MKOI have little that they can do. They're going to have to go for a Hail Mary play soon. The Maokai ultimate is up in a few seconds.
Herded back into the base. Flash forward from JoJP wants to get a bit more damage down, but Hansama is the one they need to worry about. Goes right back up into the sky. Will feel fine about that as they wrap around the Nexus to find the kills onto MKOI. Supa, though, the exhaust starting to fade away and still in a good position with the ulti, but his Cap's the other carry that he has to keep his eye on. It feels impossible for them to play this. They can't retreat to their base because Hansama is the bouncer to their own damn fountain in game 1. G2 took advantage, kept on pushing, and found first blood in the LEC Summer Finals.
It was slow until it really wasn't. G2 flick a switch and blow up MKOI in game number 1.
And all the way to the end, that jungle support held on to a perfect kill participation. Skumon and Labrov, they've showed up today.
Certainly have. What a way to start the series. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
G2 has reversed the narrative already, striking down Movistar Koi in their own house. As I welcome you back to the Marriott Bonvoy analyst desk, and where 2 of our biggest question marks going into this series, Skumon and Labrov, actually were the top performers.
I mean, they just looked so aggressive. They were constantly pouncing on misplays by MKOI, and they were constantly finding these insane fights. I think especially Labrov following up on the Skumon engages. I did not believe this would happen in game 1 like this. I thought there would be game 1 jitters a little bit more, but seeing the form they're in, seeing the plays they're able to make, it's just breeding confidence in me.
Yeah, I mean, Jankos is joining us as well, and I gotta give props to you, Jankos. You said watch Skewmont in this series. I think he's gonna be good. What did you think of your boy?
Well, thank you very much. I believe Skewmont played a great game, but my God, Labrov. I think every single time in team fights, he used that ultimate. He flashed it on Supa. Supa overcommitted a couple of times. I believe that we can actually see now, finally, Labrov and Skewmont doing so much work for G2, and that just makes me happy.
The Labrov that was promised.
Yeah, for sure. But don't you think it's also nearly then poetic that this felt like one of the worst performances we've seen from Alvaro? He looked way more hesitant on the Nautilus. He was missing hooks on terrain, and it's just like he wasn't the Alvaro that I'm used to seeing, where it's just so much pressure, so much aggression. They just look lost.
Definitely, and I feel like it's also maybe the laning phase, maybe Supa laning, maybe something else, but we could even hear Elyoya saying, calm down guys, we have this in team fights, we don't need to overcommit. This is one of the fights where they lost mid lane, where actually Supa was the one dying first. So I wonder, is it the stress now that, you know, after all these interviews committing, oh guys, we are going to win on stage, we are, you know, supported by the Spanish crowd, we are going to do it on home soil, and now are they shaking?
Do you feel like, I feel like you could tell in the first 10-15 minutes that both teams were playing with a little bit more nerves, everything was a little bit more awkward than it should have been, but then I felt like G2, they like clicked, but MKOI never really clicked. They just felt the nerves the whole way through.
Absolutely, and maybe they need their captain, maybe they need Yoya to kind of get more responsibility in early game. I feel like Maokai is one of those champions that can lead team fights, but into Wukong that blocks his ultimate, it's quite tough. What do you think?
It's also hard because the Nautilus can't really hook into the Wukong, and I felt a little bit surprised considering the early solo kill we saw by Georgebjorn on the Caps that they couldn't really find more out of it. It felt like Caps was kind of safe, just kind of farming up, and eventually around the 20-minute mark he was even with the Rise despite dying that in the 1v1, and I feel like I would love to see them put a little bit more attention on their winning lanes.
Do you think that was a trap that MKOI fell into? Because everybody went mid the whole time, but Caps came out of that situation more unscathed, even though he was the one giving up first blood.
I mean, it felt like Labrov was always there. Anytime MKOI wanted to make a play on the Caps, you always saw the Rakan behind him, just making sure he's fine, making sure he can push out the wave, making sure he's not getting freezing on. And I feel like this just really highlights the growth of Labrov. He's always there at the right time. Something that we praised Alvaro for is now something that Labrov is showing.
And go ahead.
And I feel like this is when Caps plays best, when his team is trusting him and his team is playing around him. And this is why G2 in summer looks so much better, because I feel like Labrov, Skewmont both play with each other way more, but they also go to that Caps' lane. And even this game, I think once Elyoya went mid lane, he tried to flash in, he couldn't really get kill on Caps, and after that it just felt like MKOI's early game kind of collapsed. They couldn't really find the place, and G2 team comes to watch is better in team fights.
And to jump on what you said earlier, Jankos, as well, right? This whole narrative, this whole week has been about how MKOI is playing in their own house, how in the opening ceremony, you heard it, everyone got booed on G2 except for Caps, and now they know why. And that, as a player, you really believe that because you have to, right? You're not going to go into a final thinking you can't win Jack Spectra, but then you get such a blow in that first game.
I think it's kind of a wake-up call for MKOI, honestly, because when you're in this arena, they're probably coming in with so much hype from the last game, and this was pretty much a stomp, you know? G2, after the early game, they had control throughout the whole time. They did that Nash in seconds and then choked them out of their own base. So I hope that MKOI can come back now and be like, okay, we had a little bit of nerves, we played pretty bad, let's get back into it.
Let's see, let's take a look at some of those mid-game skirmishes and talk a little bit more about Skewmont, because it's so interesting. Elyoya is so experienced. We saw his accolades yesterday, and Skewmont, he nearly missed out on being Rookie of the Year, of course, just to show how fresh he is, right? And he's kind of coming out on top in this first game.
Yeah, and I really like the decisiveness. This was a super scrappy fight. It's actually G2 engaging on it, and it looks like MKOI finally disengaged well. And now Brokenblade is completely caught off, but I want you to pay attention on the mid lane fight here. They are going in 3 versus 4, and G2 is like, wait, you guys don't have the numbers to do this. Our Kled is getting murdered over there, but we're just gonna kill you guys. You guys are going way too deep. And I feel like this is once again bringing back the whiteboard of MKOI. Patience, patience, patience.
Yeah.
You are going on this Kled. This Kled is that you don't need to overforce like this so hard on the mid wave.
That's a big mistake by Supa there. I mean, he dashes in, right? And Labrov, as you said, Jankos, immediately punishes it and kills him, and it kind of just decides the whole outcome of the fight.
But I believe we should also highlight how well Labrov and Skewmont turned there, because this is not something that I would see them doing winters. But maybe in winter, if MKOI did the same play, perhaps they wouldn't get punished. But now we can see Labrov, Skewmont working together to create that fight for G2.
And we'll have to see how they adjust, knowing that it's a different set of jungler and support that they're up against today in the arena. To remind people what Finn is referencing, it was written on the coach board for Movistar KOI a couple of weeks ago in the playoffs. Patience, patience, patience. That has been something that they have trouble with in the past. Would patience have helped here, though, with this game state?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think most of these fights come down to MKOI being a little bit too overeager, going through the wrong people, disrespecting the Casio Ws, disrespecting the turn potential of the Rakana Wukong, and I feel like when you have a comp with Sion, with Maokai, you need slower fights. You can't win a fight where everything goes explosive in the beginning. You need to slow the fights down, let your Gnar do damage, and play off your Rice roots better.
Yeah, say, Finn, I just realized they must have played really well because you didn't even talk about Kled. At all.
I mean, this Kled was kind of a passenger this game. Kled to Sion is a great matchup because you constantly have side push and you have an easy way finding rotation angles because you constantly push outside and you have that first move with your ult, but kind of a quiet game by both Mervin and Broken Blade. Didn't really feel any of their impact this game.
Would you say you were disappointed then by Broken Blade on the Kled, or did it just kind of go how you expected?
He did his job. He did exactly what he meant to do with the pick.
We can't be disappointed with him in a win also.
Well,
We've been riding him so hard.
He said he was a passenger.
I want to follow up with his build, right? Because he rushed Hydra into the Black Cleaver in the tank matchup. Could you maybe kind of walk us through why?
Yeah, so what is annoying about the Sion matchup for Kled is that it's really hard to push out these tanks when they get a little bit of armor. So what you do is you rush the Titanic Hydra, suddenly you're hitting him, but you're also getting the wave at the same time. And suddenly you do get these moves, you still get the side lane push. Following up with a Cleaver makes it quite nice 2-item spike into any of these tanks.
Absolutely. So lay me then the picture for Game 2, Jankos, because you're going to be joining your stream again. What are the priorities that MKOI has to look at?
I mean, I believe that MKOI should consider going red side. I feel like the red side Wukong on 4 into all of the priority junglers being out was very, very difficult
MKOI's
for
blue.
MKOI's blue again?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well,
that's just kind of So I think they just have to land a good jungler on first tree. I want to see Yoya on Jarvan. I want to see Yoya on Xin Zhao. And I see Yoya leading the game because I feel like he's very needed. Normally, we see Yoya and Alvaro, the two guys from MKOI that are doing so much. I feel like in these situations, we actually want to see Yoya stepping up because Alvaro is looking a little bit shaky in the game one.
Okay, we need our captain to step up for Movistar KOI. And League of Legends fans, listen up because we have a surprise for you. Red Bull is back with their league of its own. On November 29th at the SAP Garden in Munich, turns into a battleground where legends collide. T1, G2, KC, Los Ratones, and NNO Old. And this isn't your regular tournament. This is about honor, bragging rights, absolute chaos, and who can beat T1? Who can beat Faker? We saw it happen last year. Get your tickets now, and we'll be right back.
Here we go again.
Is that going to win T1 the game? Really? They just take the Baron and that's it? Game over?
Nice. Jump. He's not flashing. We can fight. Fight with me. A bit slow. Anti-me as well. Look. Kill him. Okay, Sams. Guys, just chill. Next track. I flash. Give me dash. Nice. Go into Nash. Okay. Nice. No. Go into Nash, guys. Good work, okay. Yeah.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is mad, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. And what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
Through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play.
Dylan, that was a really convincing game one. What are your first impressions on how the boys played?
I think it was good. We were a lot calmer and a lot more decisive than I think our other grand finals this year. Although I think if they're not very ahead in that game with a passive draft, it's a bit easier for us to win, for sure.
Any reactions on LeBron and Skumon? You were saying way more decisive than previous finals. How did you felt it as a coach?
Yeah, I think they had Rakan Wukong for playmaking and they played very well that game.
Thank you so much. Good luck for game 2. G2 takes game 1 here. Let's see what happens next.
A positive outlook. No surprise. Dylan Falco feeling pretty good about that one. But always not one to overstate, I think, Mr. Falco.
Stays grounded.
Stays very grounded. And, of course, the job is not done. One game, not enough. Getting ready now for game 2. See how MKOI bounce back. Of course, we're still in their house. This arena predominantly filled with MKOI fans. See if they can leverage that energy now to recover, to shift things back in their favor as we get ready for game 2, picks and bans.
I'm ready. I want to see what the adaptations are. Something that Dagda mentioned earlier was when we think about power picks, a lot of them are still up. Like Yunara was something that we saw banned a lot yesterday, but now that doesn't need to be banned. And for G2, they're probably feeling pretty confident. I'm curious as to how things will shift for them as MKOI find themselves still on the blue side. Varus can be the first ban, an immediate Pantheon response. They want to take that agency away from Elyoya. I wonder if Xin will quickly follow up and pinch that jungle pool once again.
Yeah, especially though with things like the Azir still up and available. And still going to be up and available. And Besta taken away. Like, the Orianna is still there. Taliyah now gone. There's a lot of options here. How you want to try and play this out now for G2? Like, what are you most threatened by? Especially with the Taliyah gone. That was their answer the last time around to JoJo's Azir. So do they just ban away this Azir now instead?
You would imagine so. Azir, a very powerful champion still, even after the nerfs that we've seen. I feel like in the hands of JoJo, it's one of his comforts, and as you predicted, going to be taken away. So what will that first pick be? Will it be that jungle role? Will we see Orianna, perhaps, as the early lock-in, with something that was banned away in game 1, quickly going to be grabbed, often a pair alongside the Wukong, which has now been taken away?
Still, as you were mentioning earlier, though, like the Xin Zhao still very good with the Orianna, being able to like enable him in a lot of these early skirmishes until she gets that big power point. Even things like the Alistar still available to be that ball delivery system. So options for MKOI and for G2. Usually we've seen the Galio, as the answer into it, and it is going to be the Galio that's taken now for Caps, it looks like.
Setting up for maybe a potential Kai'Sa composition. Feels like it's been so successful, although for MKOI, of course, despite the massive lead they were able to build the last time they piloted, it did fall short in the final moments. Maybe a trade of drafts from that game 2 in the previous series. We'll need to keep our eye on it. You highlighted it well already, but a lot of the major jungle champions still up and available. Skewmon really does have his pick of the litter. AD, the expectation with the Galio already locked.
Jarvan is where my instincts are at, but Xin, I think, can also work just fine. All right, looks like that he agrees with my instincts. I think that it's mainly because of Orianna. She's a champion that without her flash, EQ into ult makes her just a sitting duck.
Yeah.
Once you get that Zhonya's, naturally you have a lot more defense, but up until that point, it's easy pickings. It's a very effective mid-jungle duo that can shut that Orianna down. The question is, how will Koi respond? Because when I think about Jarvan as a jungler, there are a lot of champions that are great as a response to him, and commonly we've seen Xin, and we're going to see it again, but I feel like that the Xin into Jarvan matchup hasn't gone the way that we traditionally expect, simply because I think it's much easier for Jarvan to go first.
Yeah.
And with Xin, you have to be ready with the follow-up from your team. He can act as a primary initiation, but he doesn't have the same lockdown or pressure that a Jarvan can have. And I feel like that what we've seen a lot here in Europe is that on the Jarvan side, once the engage comes through, it then becomes too late for the Xin to react.
The good news, however skeptical you are about Xin, and there have been some problems, one man who's getting no skepticism from me is Mirwin on this Cassante. We'll give the opportunity, of course, for Broken Blade to counter pick, but it might not matter. This man was an absolute threat on this champion yesterday.
I think the biggest thing this counter pick of the Rek'Sai does give G2 though is a pushing top lane, because even though like we've kind of seen the matchup hasn't quite swung in the manner that you'd expect in the jungle matchup, the Xin Zhao can actually look for invades, can look to try and put pressure down that way. And when you've got this Galio in the mid lane, you are ceding a ton of control in that mid lane. And I think that's where MKOI could have looked to try and put their foot down if you get a good matchup in the top lane. The Rek'Sai giving control there means that G2 have at least got one side of the map shored up. It's just a question now of what this bottom lane matchup looks like to see if G2 can use those sides to protect Skewmon's jungle.
Nico going to be removed from the pool. Probably the most common second phase ban that we've been seeing so far throughout this weekend. Bard kind of moved to the wayside, but a champion that against low mobility can be very effective. We've seen it used into things like the Orianna as well, but we don't know what that AD carry is just yet. Champions like Ezreal still have a lot of value. But just as we're discussing it, there will be the Bard ban coming through from KOI. Does suggest that they're thinking about a slightly lower mobility AD carry, but of course still a lot of options available to them. Zeri and Ezreal make a lot of sense in the context of the comp.
Yeah, also because depending on what this is, it's going to be the Braum ban. I think you're probably going to see the Rel picked up here for LeBron on the bottom side, and then answered with the Alistair, right? So I think you end up in a position where you don't want to end up with the chance of a Bard going over towards the opposite side, or even that counter pick support. As you start looking for that more engage-heavy bot lane, which MKOI kind of need to round out this draft.
Keeping our eyes on this final ban. Kai'Sa being banned away. Really smart, I think. Obviously, the perfect Kai'Sa composition. Now, it's difficult to find an AD carry who wants to dive in the same way that the Rek'Sai, the J4, the Galio do. So we'll see if G2 pick up another piece of scaling of their own or opt for a more aggressive option. I wish the Draven hovers were real, but I think very often it's just a homage to a past era of Hans Sama.
And sometimes you can use Ezreal as that kind of pseudo dive in situations like this. Draven kind of fits that as well, which is throw the ultimate out and basically facilitate the people that have already dived deep into the backline, alongside having that opportunity with the Ezreal to arcane shift, to reposition and try and follow up on some of the plays. So that may be what Hans Sama is trying to look for here, because everyone else in the squad is going in. Hans kind of has to follow.
What I will say is, no one in this draft kills Cassandra if they fall behind.
True.
They need a lot of damage from something. We have to be going hyperscaling here. But now, MKOI seem to be like-minded. They have the Zeri for themselves, the Rel kind of as expected, right? If Alistair's going to be picked on one side, Rel, the immediate response.
It's a cheap shot, but Hans does have experience playing against a very tanky Cassante, okay?
So jinx.
I mean, the Zeri comes through on the side of KOI, kind of as we expected, having that extra bit of mobility, scales very nicely. Once again, KOI going for a very traditional front-to-back style. We know that the meta is all about these team fights, and KOI have set themselves up nicely. G2 wanted to round out with a bit of team fighting of their own, and the Civet is going to be the final lock-in. So we look at their damage portfolio, and I will say G2's damage overall relatively low. Very heavy emphasis on this Civet to get ahead. They really need to funnel these resources into Hans. On contrast, KOI's composition wants to play in a very similar way, but I guess the key difference is one side wants to play more front to back, the other just wants to dive onto the back line as quickly as they can.
I think for G2 as well, a little bit more when it comes towards that side lane pressure as well, with both the Rek'Sai and the Galio, and maybe that's where they can try and lend that strength in moving around the map to try and facilitate plays that do get them into a winning position. But if both teams are coming in even, Stephen, I agree with you, Veddy. I like what MKOI are bringing to the draft. Better front line, good engage, your carries are in positions where they're able to play behind these big beefcakes. And if Hans Sama doesn't get ahead, G2 just lack the consistent DPS they need in those later portions of the game.
Very true. Obviously, a game can look pretty different. If we see that early game snowball, the base damage of all these champions on the side of G2 is pretty fantastic. But for MKOI, if they get that Cassante to the later stages of the game, the Zeri will still be tough for this team to lock down, right? The Alistair, a pretty solid option. The knockup for Broken Blade, good as well, but can be tricky. Now getting ready for game 2. G2 took first blood. Can they move up to match point? MKOI, will they be able to fire back? That is the question on our mind. We hop into Summoner's Rift here. And I think pressure on this MKOI jungle support, the players we praise all of the time. The heart, the beating heart of this team. So we hop into game now to match or outmatch what G2 were able to do in the previous game if they want to continue to find advantages in this series. And LeBron caught out a bit level 1 here. Some aggressive trading. It's just going to be MKOI jockeying for position, moving in there. I'm going to drop a ward. Of course, G2 don't know that, so still giving the necessary respect.
I want to keep my eyes on what these junglers are doing in the early game. I mean, I always reference back to this, but when we used to cancel Cadra a lot, he always used to talk to us about how Jarvan, if he's not ganking, he's not doing anything. Champion that really wants to be active in the early game.
Yeah.
And so when you look at this map, when you look at what options he has, bot lane or mid lane kind of have to be your focus. Either punish the Orianna, get a flash out early, and then look for some repeat ganks, or alternatively, invest all your resources into making sure that Hans Sama can get a good laning phase. We know that Jojo is going to be wanting to trade a lot in this mid lane matchup. He played against Poby's Orianna yesterday, and he felt the full brunt of what was a difficult matchup. And today he's going to be the one looking to exert that pressure. He already got the better of Caps in game 1, building a pretty substantial gold lead throughout the first 15-20 minutes of the game. Let's see if he can repeat that same performance, as it looks like we're getting a swap from the side of KOI. Super going to be making his way into the top side matchup, knowing that Mirwin more than happy to play in the 2 versus 2 alongside Alvaro.
See what Broken Blade can do here with the Unburrow. Rek'Sai early game, no joke. Fury stacks some extra sustain there too, so tough for Supa if he keeps taking these short trades, because the sustain from Rek'Sai is just going to outmatch him over enough time.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, Rek'Sai has a ton of sustain in the kit, but you can still see, like, if you're able to consistently DPS Broken Blade down, he can't get access to auto-attack the minions. That's where you can try and find some advantages here for Supa in that top side. And of course, in the next 30 seconds, we'll see Alvaro making his way towards that top half of the map as well to help out his AD carry.
Brav already on the roam, perhaps looking to make a play here. Just keeping that wave crash forward.
I don't know if they have any damage, even if he does show up. Jojo respecting the fact that he's missing, though.
Brav just threatening. Credit to Jojo. He'll be forced to taxi out from Labrav as Jojo, unafraid, knows there's a potential of a Q flash, but also just doesn't believe it. In the meantime, however, Cap's happy to have that opportunity to move in. Use the passive, get the extra shielding back, and just run out.
Nice trade there from Caps. Kind of what you need to do. Passive from the auto. Proc the phase rush. Passive again. Nice chunk of damage. Jojo, though, using that health pot. Caps is probably going to be forced to do the same. He's getting very low right now as supports now make their way into top lane.
Continuing the trend of game 1, and
oh my goodness.
This is every Galio lane, to be fair, though. I feel like everyone who plays Galio is constantly at 50 HP, praying they don't just die to something.
You're going to have to trade your HP for mana is the key thing, and look at Jojo's mana right now. You can see it's relatively... He's probably got one more QW left, but then he's going to be out of mana, so that's probably why Caps feels pretty comfortable, especially with his jungler in the vicinity.
Good pull from Labrav to interrupt Alvaro there. Of course, this lane swap, I think Hama Life were the first ones to introduce it, does make things a little bit awkward. The top lane support combos don't always, don't do much very frequently. Double knock up here on the top side.
I was gonna say, nice little bounce house.
Yeah, you can make people bounce. I don't think you can make them die, but you can definitely knock them up a few times.
I want to take stock of XP, though, because normally one of the advantages of doing this is sometimes AD carries can get a bit of an XP advantage because they find themselves solo early. As we see another nice trade coming out from Caps. Oh, now Elioya.
Flash forward. 1, 2, waiting for 3, dash in 3, that's the wind becomes lightning. Caps now in trouble as Alvaro chases. Justice Punch not going to save him. They're donating the kill over to Jojo. First blood picked up once again.
Great timing from MKOI there. Caps going for the aggressive trade, thinking that Jojo had TP'd into an odd spot, but ends up setting up perfectly then for the rest of MKOI to follow through and donate the kill.
Elioya has to commit his flash to make the mid play work, but it ends up paying off. Once again, Jojo gets himself first blood, and Elioya making his presence known early on. We heard from the desk that Elioya was quite quiet in game 1, and I think that we can say the same thing with Skumon and Labrov really getting the better of them in the jungle support combo. But this time around, Alvaro and Elioya already looking to make magic happen. Small gold lead for MKOI. Dragon available. Flash in.
Flash forward, knows that flash is gone. The flag and drag to follow perfectly. Stacked CC there, but Jojo Pune just a little bit of life. 100 as he's able to flash out.
And not enough damage. What?
Oh, that's the Galio nerfs there.
The shielding from Jojo's E, just enough to keep him alive. But I mean, we talked about limited damage portfolio on the side of G2, and that was kind of an example of what we're talking about. That was double flashes committed, that was full combos from both Jarvan and Galio, and it still wasn't enough to kill a level 5 Orianna.
On the way in, the game plan from MKOI is clear. You called it out. If these carries get ahead, they're feeling good. And in this case, it's Jojo Pune. Elioya spending his time just to make sure that Jojo can pick up those last little bits of farm. Remember, he did already burn that TP. Skumon, though, recognizes this as a window of opportunity to lock down that early Drake. And thus far in the series, Labrav and Alvaro matching each other in almost every play. Labrav is going to have to crash down out of that one as Hansama was first on the collapse.
Speaking of Hansama, he's doing very well on the farm. He's just built the same lead that Jojo has over Caps independently. He's been farming well. He's been catching waves where he can. The swap really didn't affect him much as Broken Blade now in danger.
Ulti to interrupt the tunnel. He wants one more. Broken Blade's still gonna go. Q forward. Mirror wants it so bad, but he doesn't have the range to dash forward. The Q3. Oh, and the emotes. Broken Blade so close to death, but will manage to walk away.
Yeah, that's the one where you say not even close as your voice breaks afterwards. Broken Blade trying to play it off cool, but that was very, very close to Mirren getting that kill. And we saw yesterday what Mirren can do with leads in this Cassante. You do not want to be giving that man the gold.
An interesting adaptation for Mirren, I think, recognizing the lack of damage. I think that's a Fimbulwinter. That's an early tier. Knows that he's going to lose in the sustained battle against Rek'Sai, so wants to make sure he has mana. Might just be a tier for lane. We'll have to keep an eye on it.
We'll keep track of the direction that he ends up going. In any case, Elyoya now feeling power to move into the top side of the map alongside Alvaro. That jungle support synergy that we've come to expect working well, but Labrov and Skumond are there to answer. The battle over the red buff, I don't think it'll amount to much. Caps is ready to go. He has his ulti available on the Galio.
Alvaro hunted over the wall. Jojo Pune ready to follow. Supa first to move, but Hansama ready to match as well. So a lot of posturing around the red, but neither side wants to fully commit. Skumond waiting over the wall. Can flag and drag. Alvaro looking to retreat. Flash in from Labrov. Ulti coming in from Caps. Well layered. Elyoya now caught in the midst of the fight, but they don't quite have the damage to finish it. Jojo standing off on the side, but here comes Hansama right in time to find these kills. Elyoya sprinting, running for dear life, but he is stunned, locked down, and sent packing.
Movistar Koi thought they had the support of Supa to come across, but it's actually Hansama who gets first to the play, and G2 turn the invade around.
Labrov. This man is showing up today. What a fantastic engage to set up for G2 to find a beautiful fight. The grubs have been started by G2, but I don't think they feel confident enough to secure it. Already, Jojo and Elyoya get back out onto the map. And we look back at this play, and I really want to draw your attention to Labrov as he finds a beautiful engage. He stacks up his passive, uses that initial punt to get Alvaro out of the fight, but he has his sights set on Jojo.
And essentially what MKOI are trying to do are play with Supa, having that ability to come over the wall. But Hansama drops the wave and comes across, and Labrov, as you called it, Betty, perfect engage and setup then for Caps and Skumond. We're back to live, and boy, Grubs contested.
2v3 on the top side. Supa immediately in a ghost. Labrov in trouble. Only level 5 likely to fall. Supa happy to have the extra gold. The Ultra Shock laser over the wall. Labrov retreating to Hansama, but Hansama cannot keep him standing. Good sidesteps, but the movement not clean enough to stop the kill from going over. 2 grubs already down for MKOI, and they will lock down the third.
An ambitious contest from G2 as Koi, they had the numbers, they had the positioning, and G2 had already used all of their resources. No ulti for the Jarvan, Galio, or Sivir meant that was always going to be a difficult fight. MKOI absolutely punished them, and they get themselves, at the very least, a bit of reprieve.
This is a much closer early game than we saw in the last game. Very slow, very quiet, but both teams punching back and forth. I think the big thing to point though, Hansama, 2 early kills, a little bit of a gold lead for himself on that bottom side, is going to be crucial again to the success of G2 because he needs to be that consistent damage.
Definitely the case. Is again, Alvaro and Labrov, both have been matching each other the entire series thus far. It was Labrov in game 1, playing like an absolute demon, of course, that made it easy for Hansama. A similar story to what we're seeing now, to really take over in so many of those fights. MKOI trying to hold on in the mid lane. We know what Jojo can do as we get later, but I feel like Labrov is not done yet. Play over the wall, knock back into the top. The follow-up is here, right on time. The shockwave, not enough. Yugzoff back to the tower. Caps has to flash out to safety, but it's just not nearly enough to get the kill.
The last time these 2 teams faced off, Labrov flashed underneath the tower and was outplayed by Jojo.
Instant reaction. Elyoya now trying to follow up on his Skumond. Skumond forced to flash backwards, but again, they don't really have the damage to convert here.
But I think G2 walk away happy. They find the pick that they were looking for. Labrov continues to be proactive on the map. Broken Blade going for a bit of a one-on-one against Mirwin. Feeling more confident than the last time they scrapped in the 1v1. But my goodness, once again, this jungle support combo of G2. They've set their sights on Jojo, and they are trying to shut him down.
Remember, while they are working on the project of shutting down Jojo, it's Hansama stacking that coal, holding on to that 500 gold lead. Supa trailing just a little bit behind. Would love to complete the first item there. They're going to be crucial in these fights.
I'm curious what the game plan is here for G2 because they actually have the item advantage over MKOI, but and the dragon is about to spawn. but you see the TP coming back in from Broken Blade. So there is a moment where G2 could look to fight this objective, especially with Jojo now down to half HP. With Caps on the top side and a lot of pressure from MKOI up there, it looks like MKOI are the ones who don't want to try and contest.
Credit to G2, they are sacrificing pressure on the top side, but Hansama able to push out mid first. Uncertainty as to where Lebrov is stops Jojo Pune from pushing too far forward, and Broken Blade, similar to last game, is just this infinite pressure point. The Rek'Sai is so obnoxious. You can't bully him out of lane. The sustain just eventually whittles down Myrwn and forces him to respect the push that's coming out.
Overall, early game going away that G2 is happy with. Hans has to be careful here, though. He has the spell shield ready for a shockwave from Jojo. Elyoya was in the shadows waiting, clears out the vision, and our observers highlighting for us now the limited information G2 have. Nice little ward over the wall there.
Spots Elyoya. Sweeper will spot Alvaro. Only level 5. Hansama level 9. Waiting behind, not a ton of mana as Elyoya may want to start this one, but it's the Hex Gate. Skewmon arriving to cover, and MKOI a little bit split. We talked about the damage of G2 as we get later lacking, but right now, when you have major item completions like the Sundered Sky, base damage alone is enough for G2 if they can layer the CC to just find these easy picks.
I mean, the good news for Koi right now is that they're not forced to fight. They're able to pick up a few items as well, but Jojo desperately needs that Rod of Ages. He wants to get it stacking as quickly as he can, but of course, all the early pressure that he's been experiencing has put him behind that first item breakpoint. And right now, Koi's just trying to buy time. We know that they've got good scaling on their side. Lebrov caught out in the river.
Playing with fire here. They are going to force the flash out. He held onto his ultimate, though, so this might be a little bit over-eager from the side of Koi. Apparently not. Supa. Gigantic chunk of damage there coming in from the passive.
Lebrov has been playing so confident in the river, but MKOI finally called the bluff, and now Caps out of position.
Alvaro ready to go over the wall. Instant shockwave to kick the fight off. Caps desperately trying to retreat just as Punch, and he's now looking to retreat. Alvaro, they didn't anticipate the backstep from the Punch. Skewmon goes over the wall with Alvaro and finds another one back. It might be a disaster pursuit, but looking to follow up. Hansama on the way in, knock up there. Caps cannot find a quick escape, and it's another kill. Donated to Zeri, hand delivered. Super waiting over the wall. The Ultra Shock laser, but Hansama continues the chase onto Elyoya. It's an extended fight, but Skewmon once again looking to re-enter the fight. Hansama running. Elyoya gets another one, but Skewmon manages to fire back to Sundered Sky, keeping Elyoya healthy, but probably not healthy enough as Skewmon waiting for his cooldowns, ready to flag and drag in a little bit extra healing. The knock up there, Elyoya holding on for so damn long, but he can't sidestep everything, and it's a fist to the face from Lebrov to lock him down.
The gloves are off. These teams are getting down and dirty in the jungle as fists are being thrown. 5-6 the kill score, and it starts with Lebrov getting caught in the river. That's where it started. Remember, he comes back later into this fight. Caps tries to offer some assistance, but Koi recognized, hey, there's an angle for us to catch him here, and just look at the positioning of Alvaro in this fight.
Skewmon with the flag and drag into the dunk down off the back of it, and I like the idea from Caps here, try and ult to safety and hope he can get out, but the damage comes through, and Hansama in the 1v1 versus Elyoya pushes him back, nearly picks off Supa on the back line. And because Lebrov is coming through, Skewmon is confident enough to finish off Supa, and it's the duo who end up finally finishing off in Elyoya after he finishes off Hansama.
He came damn close to picking up a kill onto Lebrov there, but the stun was enough to help Skewmon secure it, get himself a killing spree. And now we return to live. Thinking about these objectives, Herald is going to be up in 5 seconds time. The top laners remain isolated on their island on the bot side of the map, but you can see the Broken Blade in terms of health is starting to get the better of Myrwn in these trades. He is the one consistently pushing him underneath these towers, and Myrwn going to be forced to base.
There's been a sizable gold swing in the AD carries though. Now a 600 gold lead for Supa has just popped the cull on both sides, which was why you're seeing a little bit uneven, but still, the Runaan's Hurricane just completed now for Supa on this reset. Should be perfect for these next objective fights.
Hansama desperately needs a reset to pick up some gold of his own. Minute and 20 till the Drake. We'll see if he backs after this wave. But instead, it looks like they're going to go for a fast play onto Alvaro. Alvaro shattering strike. Quick crash down as well as the heal to try to make his way out to safety. Elyoya there to cover. G2 pushing in for a bit more vision. Happy to chip away at those summoner spells, but spending a lot of time as Broken Blade has already started proxying on the bottom side of the map. They really want that objective set up around the Drake, and they're willing to play a little bit creatively to make it happen.
Broken Blade has the TP available if G2 want to start this Herald off, and it looks like they're thinking about it. Hans did use his ultimate in that last exchange. Alvaro just completed the redemption, and the rest of MKOI returning back onto the map. But Jojo TPing bot lane signals that KOI not interested in contesting this objective. Instead, they'll turn their attention towards the Dragon spawning in 35. And unsurprisingly, Broken Blade, is he out of position?
Running.
I don't think
the tunnel still. It's hard to be out of position.
Tank Rek'Sai is quite durable, one could say.
That might be caught here by Alvaro if he gets the ward down and the interrupt. BB has the TP to get back out onto the map, but G2, they want Hans Sama here to try and contest. The big point for me, though, is still Supa having those 2 items completed. This is where you are so threatening as the Zeri and could potentially take over a fight of this Dragon.
Okay. Dang. There's our very own sexy sax man in the audience.
So we've got Trumpet Guy versus Sax
MKOI
Man.
Trumpets versus G2 Saxophone. Battle of the Brass, baby. Also, battle of this third Drake. MKOI with the better setup, but G2 with the mid lane prio. Courtesy of that Herald, it's Jojo Pyun caught out, isolated in the Cataclysm, and here comes Caps trying to get the job done. Redemption for a bit of extra healing, keeps Jojo standing for an extra second, and Supa off to the side. The immediate turn from G2. They recognize one target's almost down. They want to go to the next. Jojo lives for far too long. The sidestep turns to alive. He forces the flash out from Skumon. The chase down on the Caps is coming through now. It's Mirwin versus the world. Hans Sama isolated. All out goes Mirwin. The taunt might be enough for the flash through. The Q, the portal, keeps them standing. Mirwin wants to get one more kill on the Broken Blade, but in the meantime, Alvaro must back off. G2 with the kill advantage thus far. Broken Blade in the midst of 2 wants to turn it back. Pull back coming in on the Q3. Broken Blade can't quite go back into the tunnel, or yes, he can. Dash forward from Elyoya. Wants to finish the kill. Knockup comes through. A bit of extra healing, a grass proc, but Elyoya's going to get the job done. G2 on the way out. It's a bloodbath.
It's a bloodbath, but the Dragon was the thing that they wanted, and it's the Dragon that goes across to MKOI. But these tanks are trying desperately to get the work they need done.
Where do we even start with this fight? I guess we have to start with the focus on the Jojo. You can see that G2 collapses, but again, we come back to this damage profile. It takes them so long to kill him. A good exhaust onto Supa prevents him from really running rampant in the fight. He gets isolated from his team, and Hans Sama and Caps work towards shutting him down while Jojo dies on the other side. But as you were saying, Elyoya focusing on securing the Dragon. There's nothing that Broken Blade can do. And in the extended fight, with Sivir gone, it now becomes an easy opportunity for KOI to chase down these stragglers of G2, pick themselves up a few more kills, and ultimately walk away the victors in this fight.
Of course, crucial that they were able to get that kill onto Jojo. As the fight could have gone much worse. They took out the major threats from the side of MKOI. It could have all fallen apart, but you highlighted it well, right? The initial burst, if it does not find those crucial targets, if Hans Sama doesn't have the space to auto-attack, MKOI in the extended fights, the ult he sustained from Cassante, the Sundered Sky from Elyoya just makes it so hard to finish those.
That's what I was going to say. Like, you forget there's 3 carries on MKOI, and I'm not talking about Elyoya and Mirwin getting so much work done in these fights. And again, because on MKOI it is easy to go kill Hans Sama, or at least like that's the focus. It means that when Hans Sama is taken out, you just don't have anything left in the tank. And I think that's, as we continue forward, the main focus for these fights is, can Hans Sama have the uptime he needs to carry a fight, or is he taken out before he can do so?
Now we've got the Otacon in 35 seconds, and we know that both these teams will be eager to pick that objective up. For now, it's KOI that lead in the pedals, but it's G2 that's setting up around the topside river.
G2 better setup, but worse sums for that engage-focused topside. No flash for Caps, Skumon, or Broken Blade. Jojo and Supa both with the crucial summoner available. Hans Sama, of course, has his flash and his ghost. 1.5 items, though, put him in an awkward spot for this fight. Does have the gold lead, but seems hasn't quite found a good position to recall yet. Likely the expense of the IE also delaying that second item completion. Skumon caught out. Caps now starting to move his way down. Initial damage coming through to Skumon is good, and they manage to take the jungler down. Shutdown is crucial for Jojo. Otacon is up. MKOI, what's the call?
Nice chain CC comes through from KOI as they punish the positioning of Skumon. The fact that Jojo got that kill as well means a nice gold swing will come towards the MKOI mid laner as he finally finds himself with the lead over Caps. Putting a little bit more pressure down with the double buffs at his back as well. KOI claim the gold lead.
And they claim control over these waves as well. You got Supa's able to push in mid, the push on top. Good reset timers for things like the Dragon and even the Otacon on the top half of the map. So if you're MKOI, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't try and just turn on towards the Otacon. The worst thing that you could have is both of these objectives, Dragon and Otacon, up at the same time, and giving G2 the opportunity to play off of both of them at the same time.
Certainly a tough predicament to find yourself in as JoJo holds this single minion. Everyone trying to keep the pressure up. TP's available for all the respective solo laners. Labrav bringing one of his own to the table if needed. Hansama now that second item completed, Infinity Edge, means he's really going to start to hurt in these fights.
Slight item advantage in favor of Super, though. We find ourselves in a very tense game, too. In game one, it was G2 that just kind of ballooned the lead once they started finding a few good fights. The gold lead, once they had it, they didn't let it go. This time around, though, KOI finding some nice picks. They punished the Brov in the river. They punished Skumon in the same position. Now with Dragon spawning in 35 seconds, you imagine that will be their next focus. JoJo making his way towards the bot side. Elyoya picking up the Black Cleaver. So both junglers going to be the same in terms of itemization. Both top laners with TP. We're setting up for a banger of a fight.
Top wave going to be sacked, so small edge to G2 there. But I'm quite more than willing to sacrifice to get priority set up around this objective. Seraph's done for JoJo. Yet another couple hundred HP or shield. The G2 are going to have to work their way through to stop JoJo from contributing to these fights.
If I'm MKOI, though, this is what I was talking about, where you split the map as G2 and you go and play for Adakon. I think they need to basically send Elyoya to just solo Dragon here, and the rest of MKOI need to try and contest on towards this Adakon take.
Can be a bit tricky, though. JoJo's isolated in the bot lane 1v1, and Broken Blade has the necessary knockup to stop any potential TP. Elyoya also takes a damn long time to finish this objective, so we pan back and forth. JoJo trying to delete those tunnels, but G2 are still on this Otacon. MKOI aware, but it seems like they feel they have to get something else on the map instead. Redemption coming into the mid lane. Alvaro ready to make a play. Dragon now finally down. Mid lane tower down as well. Otacon will finally fall in the favor of G2, but MKOI happy to trade 2 towers for the Otacon. Overall, Otacon worth 2 to 3k gold in terms of stats, so not the worst trade, but definitely not ideal to give it up.
I was worried that for KOI, just trading a Dragon for Otacon really wouldn't be that worth it overall, but the fact that they got 2 towers off the back of it was very nicely done. Alvaro even dropping the Redemption to rejuvenate the low HP caster minions was a nice touch to help secure that tower, knowing that Caps really doesn't have the wave clear to protect that mid wave. An 800 gold lead, not too significant, but sizable enough to put some pressure onto G2. You can tell that KOI is definitely gaining a much better footing here in game 2.
And I think for MKOI, they just have an easier job when it comes towards scaling, right? Cassante going to be stronger than the Rek'Sai the later this game goes. The Orianna can get so much value in these fights as well. So I think for MKOI, if you're in a position to continue taking these 5v5 fights, you're just in a better spot. Whereas for G2, they kind of needed to get these leads through side lanes, and that hasn't really come to fruition. So for MKOI, I feel like they're in a good spot coming into this game too.
Important too, right? We look at Orianna, Premier Champion. We talk a lot about how the pick and ban is going to change as we go deeper in the series. Mir wins Cassante. Having this level of performance, important when you look at the landscape of the overall best of 5. JoJo trying to hold it down on the top side of the map. Doesn't have a tower to protect him, but he does have a support as Alvaro's hovering in the darkness.
Oh, TP flank coming in.
G2 looking to collapse in the side lane. Labrav kicking things off, but he didn't quite know. Alvaro's in the area. Exhaust there. Broken Blade looking to fall, but JoJo's already on the way out. Elyoya in the meantime fighting the 2v1. A lot of damage going down into Alvaro, but an instant combo to come through. Super with an ulti to follow. Skumon waiting over the wall, but the fight's already done. Broken Blade goes down, comes right back up. Wants nothing to do with this one, but it's Super sliding and gliding over the wall, and a double kill for Jose Pune himself.
A beautiful 3-man shockwave comes through from JoJo as he turns the fight on its head. G2's lack of damage were as clear as day right there as their trap falls apart. KOI find 3 kills, and just like that, they have full control over game 2.
Man, I wish I could see the alt chat. I could see the TY good focus already there as Alvaro gives his life for the greater good. MKOI, incredible stuff as Miran will spot out Skumon, but the pressure is already on the top half, and MKOI firmly control this game.
That they do. The retreat now on the top side. It looks like G2, they want to go for broke. If at first you don't succeed, try again. They're falling behind. They know they'll lose control over the objective, so they want to make another play happen. Super isolated. Don't want to let him get to the wall, but Elyoya is there to cover to try and protect. Skumon now going to flash in. Interrupt tries to come through Elyoya, but that's the shutdown. That might be enough. Mirwan waiting off to the side. Wants to get on top of Hansama. Has a bit extra range, and it's Alvaro to handle her, but Caps is coming in with the knockup to keep his 80 carry standing. Hansama holding on for dear life, and it's G2 in the rinse and repeat in round 2 who find the fight advantage.
How the hell did G2 just find it back? MKOI looked like they were about to take everything. but G2 with the teleports will get the picks and a Baron to boot.
A game-changing TP. This wasn't it. LeBron flashes over the wall to set up for a trap on a JoJo. He gets away to safety. Meanwhile, on the flank, Eldiore trying to keep the rest of G2 away. You see a beautiful engage comes through from both Alvaro and JoJo to punish G2 on their engage. Hans Sama can't get close enough to dish out the damage, and the play was far too deep from G2. But now, the teleport that I was talking about comes through here. KOI stay for a very long time on the map. They get a lot of resources, but that means that there's a window for G2 to punish them. So Caps finds the flank onto Super, takes him out, and with the numbers advantage, G2 find the fight.
JoJo also hit a vision cone on that bottom side of the map, so they knew the Orianna was on the opposite end and wouldn't be able to help out on this until it was way too late. G2, great heads-up decision-making in the moment.
Mel's, that's what I'm talking, guys. What it do?
Nice, good call, guys.
It was indeed a good call. It looked a little crazy when it started. They had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie. The first TP was bad. The second TP more than made up for it as G2 have a Baron now. They're sitting pretty. They were so far behind in terms of overall goal, but now they've got the 2K Red Bull Baron power play, taking away the red buff as well, and a bit tricky now for MKOI to approach.
But ultimately, I really think all this has done is bought G2 more time. I don't think that it's actually given them a significant foot up. I think it's just kind of equalized the game once more, because I'm looking constantly at Super's items, and he's not in a bad spot whatsoever. I imagine the Infinity Edge is up next, and when he gets it, I think G2's still going to run into the same problems that they've already been running into, which is, do they have the damage to kill the carries of KOI?
Yeah, I think G2 basically need to take this opportunity to get some towers down, hopefully get some control on the map, and maybe use that to fish for picks, because again, I think if MKOI just step up in a 5v5, they should have a decent spot, but you can see here they just don't have the control over the map to force their way in towards the Dragon, so it will be G2 picking up the third.
I will say, Skewmond, level 16 on the Jarvan. I didn't notice that initially, but with the GA completed as well, he will be a significant backline threat that both JoJo and Super are going to have to deal with. They do have all of their summoner spells available, and with the Dragon just falling now, I imagine we find ourselves in a bit of downtime. Both teams going to be focusing on funneling resources into their carries. Super wants to take over to level 16, and really I think it's that experience difference that we're seeing acclimate for G2 that is really the only big downside that KOI find themselves in right now.
KOI trying not to concede too much space, but also have to be careful. In game one, we saw it. In the previous series, we saw it as well. Sometimes G2 stick around for an extra wave. Wait to see if you step forward by yourself. Go for those easy picks. It's sole point now for G2. MKOI are going to be forced to contest, but of course, as you highlighted, he's still 4 minutes away. So still a bit of posturing on this last wave of Baron.
Alvaro just TP top. Broken Blade is going to come through. There's a numbers advantage on the bottom side for G2, and I don't know if MKOI can hold.
Supa's chunked. Broken Blade stunned. Super walking off to the side, but Tier 2 still in jeopardy. G2 happy to just take that. Wanted to threaten in case MKOI misstepped, but didn't find anything else, so we'll just retreat.
And this is the downside of having an Orianna. She is very susceptible to plays on a side lane, and you can see there, Alvaro worried about a potential play towards that top half of the map. Means that then you end up losing that turret on the bottom side as that Baron buff falls off.
But now we farm, gentlemen. Or we watch them farm, as it were. Cap's approaching a death cap. Very determined to make up for the damage that we said was lacking on this team. That's an indecisive build right there, is what I would say.
I may not be an expert on Galio builds, but I will say it is somewhat unconventional, but I think appropriate in this game.
Yeah. It's not set with a death cap. It's not like full Mashal build, you know? That makes sense. He is still a wizard.
That's true.
Albeit an unconventional one. Is Hansama, though, that is a scary item completion to come through. Infinite wave clear, constant uptime on the ricochet. The Flicker Blades can do a lot of work.
These two AD carries are evenly matched in terms of their itemization, and this is why if you're a G2 fan, I would not want to sell you on the idea that this game is done and dusted, because as long as Super lives, KOI have a way to turn this game around, and we know that in these clutch situations, he can be the man for KOI. Alvaro right now working very closely alongside him to make sure that he is safe. They're contesting this vision.
Ulti immediately trying to force more out from Super. They get the flash, but LeBron was already raiding over the wall, and down goes Super! What?
G2 were baiting it for so long. They managed to find the pick, and MKOI, that disaster!
We saw it in game 1, we see it again. G2 punishing MKOI when they try to reclaim vision. G2 now fully descending into the base. They might not even need to wait for the soul to spawn. Mirwan looking for the pushback. Interrupt coming in from Caps, trying to keep Skewmon standing. It'll at least be one inhibitor down. 1 minute till the Baron, and they've got perfect setup now on the top side.
That may be one of the most poignant caster curses in history. Just as I'm talking about how Super, as long as he is alive, KOI still have a way to fight back in this game. G2 say, okay, bet and kill him immediately, just like that.
Is it a caster curse or a game 2 curse for MKOI? Because it was game 2 last series where they had these leads and end up throwing them, and now game 2 here again. They had their moment to pick them off and to finish G2, it felt like, but Super getting caught out twice now has cost MKOI in this game.
And it's so difficult for them to play a comfortable, safe game. There's a constant pressure point now in the mid wave that must be responded to. They're always going to be taking a risk. They don't know. Caps and Hansama are waiting there for them. One ward, which is instantly cleared, will reveal Hans, but MKOI, another overstep like that, and they're very likely out of this game up against a match point G2.
I do like the way G2 played it though. They held Broken Blade in that bush and just used the Tremor Sense to wait and see who was wandering around. So even though Skewmon went in, they already knew the members of MKOI were sticking around there. So it is G2 using the tools well, as just Super kind of falling into that trap when he didn't need to.
MKOI posturing around the bottom side of the map. Of course, the luxury of G2 securing 3 Drakes is they can threaten the Soul and the Baron. 30 seconds still on that Drake. MKOI moving in. Blue Trinket reveals it. Lebrov, a massive flank.
Oh, the ward just died.
Around the corner. The ward goes down. They finally see Lebrov. It might be too late, but G2 turn off the objective. They're not sure. It's a bit of a split decision. They turn right back onto the Baron. 1K getting lower. G2 have taken the objective. They've taken the Baron. They're second of the game, and MKOI now retreated. Lebrov trying to herd them down, find the angle for the multi-man knockup. Exhaust goes in onto Caps. Skewmon kicks the fight off. Elia standing Zuba off to the backside for now, untouched. Lebrov trying to find the angle, but Jojo Pune cleverly slows him, stops the initial approach.
Lebrov alone is just putting so much pressure on KOI, they can't make a decision.
Mirwan unstoppable now. Q3 ready to go. Footwork keeping him steady as Hansama now opening up, doing a decent bit of damage. Jojo Pune off to the side, isolating Lebrov. That's the ulti down. Exhaust on a Jojo Pune as well. The double knockup. Do they have the damage to finish this? Oriana flash over the wall. Skewmon now looking to follow. Jojo Pune ready with the sidestep. The flag, the Dragon's not going to connect. In the meantime, the Dragon is going down at soul point, but G2, if they find this kill, and they will, are in a good position in the bottom side.
Mirren kill Caps in the mid lane though, so you're still getting those trades back and forth as everyone on G2 is focused. Honestly, MKOI, Dragon, match a kill? I think you take that as MKOI.
Yeah, the fact that they stole away the soul, I think is so valuable. But Lebrov put so much pressure down onto KOI, it became very difficult for KOI to know what to do. So instead, the individual solo laners took it upon themselves. Jojo said, you know what, I'll just ulti, I'll put the pressure onto Lebrov. Meanwhile, that takes the rest of G2 away from Caps, allowing for Mirwan to get that kill onto him and completely allowing the Dragon to be secured for KOI. Well played overall by each member of KOI to get away with what was a very awkward situation.
Making the most of it. G2 giving up about a minute of their Baron buff to go on that merry chase. Soul point for both teams. Someone will get it on the next one, but will we make it there as G2 still have at least 2 waves to play on? Yo-Yo waiting in the darkness, but G2 are as well. Supa has to be careful not to step too far forward. Skewmon and Lebrov also on the way in. Decent damage now onto Mirwan. TP coming through as well. Jojo Pune about to come to the party. Lebrov, will he go over the wall as well? They're trying to burn down Caps. TP response coming in from G2. Broken Blade on the way in. Alvaro's engage goes completely wide. And it's Hansama isolated with Jojo Pune. The shockwave is not going to connect. It's Hansama! Solo taking out Jojo! Solo diving the backline! Winning the fight for G2!
G2 find the plays that they need in the side lanes! And they pick off MKOI to bring the game back from the brink.
Beautiful positioning from Hansama to clean up the fight, to do the damage, and to put G2 on match point.
And Hansama might just be him. G2 keeping the pressure up. Elia last lonely stand as he will fall as well. The GA buying him but a brief moment. It is match point in Madrid for G2 Esports.
Questions of confidence are quickly being answered. Skewmon with a 9-1-10 Jarvan game. I was worried about the damage, but the decision-making from G2, the punishes that they found on KOI was what brought them back into this game. and now they find themselves 2-0 up in the series.
There was a question as to who would be beaten 3 times today. It looks like it's going to be MKOI as they find themselves on the brink. A reverse sweep needed to keep the spring champion defended, or can finally G2 find their win in 2025?
A damn good question. Resilience, the name of the game. Lore atop the mountain, ready to tell us more.
It has been MKOI's crowd so far, but it is G2 on the rift with the absolute domination in this series. And if MKOI want to turn things around and get the chance to lift this cup at the end of the day, they're going to have to focus, they're going to have to lock in. And now, I was on the top of the mountain during the last moments of the game, and the casters were talking about Alvaro, the fact that this guy has the power to turn things around. From what I could see, he was the player alongside Elioya who was communicating the most. So I'm really interested in seeing what he's going to be about to do here in Game 3. The hope is not lost. On the players' faces, they were focused, they were serious. I bet that they're going to lock in for Game 3. They can come back. They have the crowd behind them. They have the fire in Madrid this weekend. Let's see if they can turn it around.
Thank you so much, Lore, for that live report atop the mountain, and welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst Desk, as we are now at a match point for G2. Very, very quickly, I have to say. We've got Karzi here as well. Welcome.
Hello.
I saw that everybody's here for you, but also kind of for the finals, right?
Yes, exactly.
I see. Okay, what did you think of this game then?
I mean, this game, I thought that the MKOI would win because I like Zeri into the enemy champs. I feel like this is a draft where she can 1v5. But I think that this last fight, like what Hansama did, was something crazy.
It was? Why? Why, you two ADs?
I mean,
he's just frontlining.
Yeah.
He's just going in and just showing why he's best ADC in the league right now.
Oh?
I agree. He is.
I'd love to talk about the draft as well, because I genuinely feel like G2 on red side, they've been so incredibly scary. I cannot agree more with what Janka said, that I really think MKOI should have been the one doing that. I just think they're so clever, right? Because you see the Orianna first pick, instantly you're seeing that, okay, we're slamming Galio and we're slamming Jarvan. It's very easy to build a team composition around this. You see the K'Sante, instantly Rek'Sai coming through. The lane is so difficult for this K'Sante in the war of attrition, and then I just feel like an Alistar and a Sivir rounds all the composition so well. I think G2 on red side has done such a good job at understanding how they need to counter with whatever MKOI is putting out on the blue side.
And that's scary, right? Because it's even on the red side, it was Game 1 and now Game 2, and now for MKOI, you're up against it. Karzi, no stranger to reverse sweeps yourself, but do you see it today? Do you feel it for MKOI?
I mean, for sure, MKOI is the team that has the highest spirit. So I can for sure see them reverse sweeping
Did you reverse sweep with Elioya before?
Yeah, two times.
Two times. So listen, it's magic that is required. It is true, and I wanted to bring it up, the fact that for Movistar KOI, they are definitely completely up against it here, but they're also with it with all the crowd, Jack Spectra. If you had to cook me up a reverse sweep, how would you do it?
I mean, it's hard, right? Because this MKOI draft, you're looking at it and you're thinking, it's them, it's their game, it's K'Sante for Mirwin, he's looked so phenomenal on it. But I'm not really sure what else they have left in the tank that they can pull out other than having Supa just play better. I don't know.
And you can see how rare it is. This is in the last decade, right? We started 2015. There's been 3 reverse sweeps, and you're right, Karzi's been part of it. We got Odo who came up with this as well, but it's been Mad Lions, and that means it's been Elioya, and that's the guy they need to look at.
Definitely, it might be that guy, because Qmon on the other side, my God, we asked the question of G2, hey, have you still got it? Because your new additions aren't as good as the ones you had last year. I think Skewmont and Lebrov, Jack Spectra, are shutting those voices up.
I have loved to see Skewmont's addition and evolution. I feel like he's mini-inspired, and he's just getting so much better. And his playstyle, I don't know, it's meticulous, you know, it's beautiful. It's so nice to see a jungler that just capitalizes on mistakes so well.
What?
And that's the entire series, right? That makes it so impressive. What's even more impressive is in this matchup with Jarvan into Xin Zhao, he's ahead in XP, he's ahead in camps. He was like 5 camps ahead before Elioya got to finish his jungle item. It just goes to show that, as Jack Spectra is saying, he is so intelligent about his pathing, but also still staying so relevant with his team at the same time.
Karzi, is this something you also noticed when playing G2 as of late, that Skewmont is having more and more of an impression?
I mean, I definitely, for me, Labrov and Skewmon, both of them have stepped up like massively. because I think without them playing good, it would be impossible to win. Like we've seen before, I think they have been struggling a lot in the finals before this. So I'm quite proud. Like I'm really happy to see them perform because I like them. I think they're nice guys, and I just hope they finish the job and prove themselves finally.
Yeah, they still have to finish the job. I want to call up a couple of replays I think you're going to illustrate it about some mistakes that happen on the stage sometimes. And this one had you scratching your head.
I mean, we can go straight into it because I genuinely feel like it's very good performance from G2 in the beginning. They've just set out so much vision control. They've been in charge of everything, but then they're overstaying, and it comes down to patience and understanding the tempo of the map. I think G2 in the beginning, they made a mistake because they felt too comfortable where they were dictating the early game. And this became a series of errors. Caps, because he wanted to cover from Labrov, is now in a position where he's completely easy to pick up. But then it goes the other way around as well. You're seeing Labrov, I mean, you're seeing Alvaro as well on the other side. And I think this goes for both teams, where it's in a position where you need to calm down.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that whatever you're doing, you're meticulous about it, and you actually have a clear game plan with it. I think this became very skirmish heavy, where it became too instinctual.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a lot of nerves, both in this game and in the last one. You see Alvaro there just walking into tower and ends up dying. Supa missed the dash there early on to take quite a bit longer to kill Labrov. It feels like everybody's feeling a little bit of these nerves and the pressure, but G2 is feeling it a little bit less.
Yeah, and as an ADC, those are games that they're interesting to play, I guess, because you have to have such a high level of focus constantly. I know that's how you love to play as well, but I think even more credit goes to Hansama then. How can you describe how he approached this game in terms of all the chaos around him, but him still pushing forward?
I mean, he just basically always, like whenever he was doing something aggressive, it was working.
Yeah.
Usually it can be luck, you know, so it depends and it varies. So I'm not exactly sure, but whenever he went for aggressive play, it worked, except for that one on the replay where he was face tanking the Zinzao and he just died.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that. Okay, when we take stock of the situation here then, GB.
Yeah, because I think this is important as well. We're still talking about the same thing with tempo. You thought MKOI was going to win here. They just wiped G2 in the top side, but then they're overstaying. They're forgetting the fact that this is a Hextech map, but also the Cap still has TP. So yeah, you want to fight, but they greeted for a tier 2 turret. They greeted for the Baron setup, and they waited so long that G2 got back on the map, and suddenly they're able to clean up everyone. And this is the moment where if you just have once again the patience to calm down, realize you're in a winning position, and just reset, you can do so much better, but they're not respecting tempo, and G2 is back in it immediately.
And you can see how surprised Supa is, right?
Yeah.
He is right at the start of the clip, and he's just not prepared for the TP behind at all. And I feel like that's the type of stuff that normally an MKOI would be thinking about. You're staying for that tier 2. Somebody asks, do they have TP? And then you play around it, you know? Like Supa, if he holds that E, maybe can get out of that situation just due to how slippery that champion is. But everything is just going wrong for them right now.
Well, G2 is staying on the red side because MKOI elected to stay on blue. We might just see a third game that goes much like the two before them. So now, this MKOI miracle reverse sweep. I heard from Jankos and from Jack before the last game, it needs to come from Elyoya already then, right? He is the captain. He's the guy that needs to, through his play, but also through his leadership, bring this ship home. But I don't know if he can.
I think Elyoya stepped up for me in this game. I think he had a lot of pressure. I think Supa disappointed me. He needed to be that carry. He had the Zeri, he had the Ghost, he had the 4 frontliners. You really could make a difference this game, and he needs to do it.
Yeah, and I also just think right now on the opposite side of that, we had questions surrounding Labrov and Skumon. I mean, they're absolutely performing, and Skumon might not have won the Rookie of the Split, but with this kind of performance, he's looking for Finals MVP instead.
Yeah, who cares about that?
Yeah, then whatever.
Tarzi, how's the series gonna end?
3-0 G2.
All right, with that, we're going to take a quick break as Movistar KOI are up against it. Let's see if Elyoya has one last reverse sweep in him. We'll be right back.
Flag and drag, Alvaro looking to retreat, flash in from the Bruff, ulti coming in from Caps, well there, no, you're now caught in the midst of the fight, but they don't have the damage to finish it. Jojo standing off on the side, but here comes Hansama, right in time to find these kills. Check this out.
I'm split it, look on me, look on me. Sorry, watch us. Nice. Look on us. I'm taking gate, guys, Look on us. Oh, the back. I'm moving. Very good. Yeah. Nice. Good call, guys. Nice. Kill him. Nice.
I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp?
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League of Legends.
Are you seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Welcome back to Madrid for the summer finals as we see MKOI return to the stage. A lackluster start to the series, to be certain, but the focus, the return, the comeback. Oh yeah. Look, he did it once before with Arma. Maybe they can make it happen again with this MKOI lineup as G2 feeling calm and confident after that game too.
I mean, G2's looking poised to clean sweep this series. Question marks have surrounded their performances all year long, and a lot of it has been down to, on the day, they've just crumbled. They've crashed under the pressure, but today they feel like they're locked in, they're firing all cylinders, and weirdly enough, Caps is the one that's kind of the quietest of the team.
Yeah. It feels like the two pillars have been Skewmon and Labrov,
Absolutely.
which are the two that have been crumbling. But especially when you come into this, they have been impeccable. It's been Skewmon with 100% kill participation the entire way throughout the series. And as you say, Betty, I'm waiting on Caps to kind of show up, but the fact that Caps hasn't and G2 still look this good speaks volumes to what G2 are feeling here today.
And while we credit Skewmon and Labrov so much for what they've been setting up, really it is Hans Sama that is the batter of the team. He is the one that is hitting those home runs in the team fights, dishing out the damage that his team needs to close out these fights. So our attention turns to his opponent on the other side of the wrist, Super. Caught out a couple times in that previous game. We need to see step-ups in performances from the MKOI squad if they want to make the reverse sweep a reality.
What will their draft look like? Could be the final one. No reason to hold anything back. Fighting tooth and nail if they want to make the reverse sweep happen.
The Trundle ban alongside the Poppy heavily suggests that they're thinking about an early Sejuani. The Nocturne taken away as well. They want to mitigate G2's ability to dive and threaten the backline, along with potentially getting rid of some strong frontline that Koi is currently planning. With the Varus and the Ambessa also taken away, the Pantheon, I think, is a smart ban. Take that away from Alyoya. I wonder if something like Sejuani or Skarner will be that prio.
But the Azir has been left open for the first time in this draft, so will be immediately gobbled up by Jojo Pyun. I think he's going to be fairly happy, but clearly this is planned by G2. We'll have to see what Caps has an answer for in the mid lane. What he used to go for was that way, was buffed on this patch, and could easily be the game plan here.
We've also seen him bring the Ziggs out before,
True.
And we know that Ziggs is a very effective champion. Of course, Taliyah, tried and true, fits very much into Caps' wheelhouse. A lot about the roaming, a lot about making stuff happen on the map, along with having good early pressure against the Azir. Looks like that's going to be the safer choice, and they're going to lock that one in. Now, traditionally, we would see a jungler paired alongside it. Admittedly, normally we don't see Taliyah Azir this late into the draft, so I'm curious as to what jungler will be the partner alongside Caps in the mid lane.
Could still end up going for something like the buy if you want to here for Skewmon. Kaisa is still up and available as well, and definitely gives you a lot of that potential to go for dives and play through it. But I have Volibear, basically another, hey, we want to try and provide that CC for the Taliyah to open up.
This is really weird, guys. He picked Volibear in Game 3 last time, too. We had Game 2 where it was kind of close, and then it blew up because Super got caught a little bit. I'm like, history's repeating itself in a way that I would describe as distinctly uncomfortable, but perhaps G2 have leveled up their planning around this Volibear, and MKOI certainly locking in some powerhouse picks for themselves. Super on a champion like the Kaisa that can now maneuver, protect itself, and Alvaro, I think this is still his best pick.
And also, when you see so many of those other engaged supports taken away, crucial to the success here, because I think Alvaro has looked spectacular when he's the one that can set up for the engages. When we start to teeter into things like the Bard and this, it starts to get a little wonky in that bottom side. So I love the early prioritization from MKOI to get this bot lane comfortable.
A Karma pick surprises me. Not in terms of the matchup, but to pick it this early on, they really wanted to secure that support position. I guess they feel confident with the amount of AD carries left available to pair alongside this Karma. Ezreal is the usual pairing, but Caitlyn is a possibility. A bit of an old school Hans Sama pick, but something that paired alongside Caitlyn can exert massive laning pressure.
My question is what then happens to Broken Blaze champion, because at the moment I'm seeing very little engage on G2. Sure, Volibear can run you down, but it's a little telegraphed and a little easy to try and fight back against, especially with something like an Azir on the opposite side or a Nico there to try and interrupt him. So I feel like you have to end up going for something like the Ornn or an engage for Broken Blade if you're going to go for a lack of engage on your car.
If we end up with an Ornn, perhaps a hyper carry on the bottom side for Hans Sama, we will see Ezreal a good call. Of course, later in the game, Kaisa feels pretty good about that matchup. So MKOI prioritized initially the Corki ban, obviously a champion you do not want to lane against. Now the Ezreal will follow. despite how favorable that matchup can be sometimes. Karma Ezreal is such a nightmare to play against.
I do wonder if it will be that Caitlyn, or if instead, I don't know, I have a feeling we're going to see something a little bit different here.
Is it something like a Jinx or something here to just say, hey, I've got like movement speed, shields, an enabler there, and not a huge amount of range apart from the Azir on the opposite side.
Faces. I don't trust the G2 players.
Looks like Caitlyn will be the lock-in coming through now for Hans Sama. Wants to outrange. This is going to be a pretty frustrating lane phase if they opt for a normal lane setup. We have still seen, again, that a lot of those lane swaps where the AD carry goes topside in the isolated 1v1.
So there was the Skarner that we were discussing at the beginning of the draft. So Sejuani Skarner, but also over in the LCK, Azir plus Skarner. It's kind of like a tried and true combo that we see a lot. Very solid front line, very good control when playing around these neutral objectives, largely because of his ability to appear from any wall. We'll see how quickly he can lock down this Caitlyn and Talia in the fights as they round things out with a Yorick.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is that you are very reliant on either Nico flash engaging or having the Skarner come in for a, like as you said, over the wall to get a flank to try and set up onto what is a relatively long range G2 with the Caitlyn and the Talia, and no longer is the front line long range.
He's locked that in.
Okay. We're committing it to top, yes?
Yes, it definitely will be top. Yeah.
What? Okay, good. All right, I was just a moment of doubt. I've seen enough International League of Legends to know that Karma top is a nightmare to play against, but Set is the option. Remember last time he had the opportunity to counterpick, he went with Renekton, he got solo killed. It did not work out. This is another option for him overall, and hey, we've been trying to answer the question, who is the daddy of top lane? And I guess the real question is, who is the boss of top lane? Broken Blade, I'm a little skeptical.
I really thought he was just going to go Cho'Gath or something, you know.
It feels like you could start with the conventional answers to the champ.
Yes.
He's like, nah, straight to the weird stuff.
God. So, I'm going to be really honest. I think the Set pick really doesn't make any sense, largely because Set's biggest problem is actually closing the gap onto his opponents, right? And I can definitely see in the lane matchup how he can abuse the fact of the little ghouls, he can get easy stuns onto Yari, he can trade effectively. Sure, that all makes sense to me in terms of the matchup, but I feel like he's just going to get kited around by a Nico Azir. Maybe he can use the Skarner to his advantage to help get into the fight, but I'm not optimistic about seeing Set here.
Yeah, I'm a little kind of caught between two places because I 100% agree with you, Benny. Like, if you're trying to be the engagers as G2, this just kind of sucks. Yeah, you got the Karma to try and help out and get the movement speed, but it's just not a great time. But if you are as G2 are able to like set up and play around your trap line, play around these choke points with the Talia, that can be a way where you don't actually have to be the ones engaging. You can just try and play for this range advantage, play for poke, and make Supa essentially just useless because of the range discrepancy.
And this isn't the first time we've seen BB pull out the Set. Spring, he did the same thing. It was Mbessa that time. It was Mirwin playing that Mbessa. He lost. Now this time Mbessa was banned. This time it's against a Yorick. And remember,
Do you think that's why?
maybe. Yeah, that's the long con. They've been perma-banning Mbessa for this exact moment. And of course, again, for G2, they're on match point. They're feeling good. The coordination they were lacking in so many previous splits has been there. MKOI, the crowd behind them, we thought it would energize them, but it hasn't been enough for them to find those wins. Remember, for Elyoya, this is an LEC champion, but an LEC champion who has won 3 times in a studio. The potential to win here in front of this audience, in front of a home crowd, slowly dwindling away. We'll need to step up as Alvaro already forced to flash back. Some aggressive posturing on the bottom side from G2 in level 1. Losing that flash is disastrous for this 2v2.
And Skewman going to look for the invade on towards Elyoya. Can use that Sky Splitter to steal away a lot of these small little raptors. And Elyoya just trying to keep that aggro, keep them away from grouping up.
Storm Splitter obviously makes it so hard to trade. Elyoya
gets it though.
Does get it. Skewman's still pretty powerful though. Has a passive stack.
Exactly, he did stack that one up. He's going to bully him out, which means that they're doing the map split. So this is kind of fun because we've been casting League for a long time. Oh, I have to stand corrected. Elyoya's looking to fight back here, and here comes Alvaro. Lebrov looking to assist. No smite available for Elyoya though.
And a little bit of damage back onto Skewman. Sky Splitter, a really long cooldown, but it's going to hit Alvaro at the very least. A little extra damage coming in from Lebrov. A few more autos. Absolute fist fight We're 2:18 in. It's the 2v2 battle for this red buff. Elyoya buying a bit more time for his smite. Skewmons is available, but he's only level 1. If he misses this smite, it'll be a disaster. Super and Hansama on the way as well. Sky Splitter means Skewmon manages to grab the red buff, and that means Elyoya's probably just a dead man walking. First blood, absolute disaster. 2 minutes in.
It's game 3. MKOI needed to win, and they've just given across 2 kills to G2, and it might be a third as this wave starts to trundle towards the tower.
An ambitious contest from Elyoya. Super level 2 underneath his tower. Skewmon not going to get enough experience to get that level 3, but now this bot lane will have to be left isolated. Caitlyn plus Karma looking to keep this pressure up. And this is the foundation of the idea. By splitting the map like this, you allow the Caitlyn Karma to just be crazy lane bullies. You can chip away at the low-ranged Kai'Sa and make her life miserable. But the fact that Elyoya got the early level 2, well, he didn't even get level 2, he was still level 1 because he didn't quite get enough of the minions. They interrupt Hansama's base, nicely done there. But ultimately, things fall apart. 2 kills for G2 in the early game.
And this is devastating because Volibear, an incredible snowballing champion early on. Elyoya's going to find out the crab is down. Skewmon did not reset. Wants to try to 3-quadrant Elyoya in this match point situation. We'll see if Elyoya can get back down to the bottom side of the map. Labrov trying desperately to hold that wave as Hansama will return to lane with the Cole.
Yeah, the problem here, though, is sure, you can get Elyoya to move bot lane and get the crab, but with Caitlyn now on reset, they're going to push that wave back out, which means that for Elyoya, he can't get in and try and steal away some of these camps, because you'll have Labrov more than likely now move over to protect that quadrant for Skewmon. Elyoya just left level 3 with very little on the map for him to get.
Good news is he will get those Raptor respawns. He's also got Alvaro in the vicinity to help provide support. Level 3 is very close for Alvaro.
Moving in. Does just have the shape splitter. A bit extra poke. No root available as Supa now moving up to the top side of the map. Will play in this 1v1, but Broken Blade's level 5, so does need to still give a little bit of that respect. Obviously has a hard time getting on top of targets, but if Supa steps too far forward, easy haymaker into the face breaker.
The problem for this as well is that, oh, actually Jojo.
Root likely to connect, but now pushing it in onto Caps. Caps hitting a threaded volley reasonably well, but Jojo Pune still has the advantage in terms of health. Labrov, the flash now coming out. Well played by Jojo. Flash back in response. Alvaro there to try to back him up, but just a flash for flash trade.
I really do love the way that Jojo doesn't retreat in the face of danger. He just goes forward, forcing the flash out from Caps early. He is forced to use his flash as well, but very well played by him. He still catches this wave thanks to Alvaro being in the area. They're trying to interrupt the base on Caps, and they're going to get it.
Decent damage going in. Tangle Barbs don't quite connect. Now it's Alvaro who's going to be in trouble. Game paused.
I mean, Alvaro is guaranteed to die here. He overstayed. He tried to interrupt Caps' base. The root was going to come down onto Labrov. I'm very curious as to what the cause of the pause is, because Alvaro, he's pretty much guaranteed to lose his life in this situation.
Yeah, didn't have the flash available and didn't have the heal either, so we'll have to wait and see. It did just tick up, but I think that's more because the pause has happened, so yeah. It was on cooldown. And that is not where you want to be as MKOI. Alvaro now giving across a kill. You've already had to swap your bot laner out of this horrible matchup on the bottom lane as well, which means that Mirwin is going to be set behind, as this Caitlyn is so good at just pushing these waves and chipping away at those turret plates.
And it looks like G2 are the ones who initiated the pause. The player reported peripheral issues. So it's not something in the context of a game or a bug. Instead, it's a peripheral problem, which, again, being frozen as MKOI, not able to speak to each other in a pretty disastrous early game in a moment where your support is very likely about to die. This is probably the worst timed pause imaginable for the mental state of MKOI, but
it's also just quite frustrating for Jojo, because given the position he was just in, the way he outplayed that, traded flashes with the enemy mid laner, he's got to be thinking in that moment, okay, this is pretty good, but now if the enemy mid just gets a kill in exchange, then he's going to find himself behind in the 1v1.
Now, however, seems like we're getting ready to go back into game here. And there we are. Okay, there's kills. Everyone's dead. Jojo Pune and Alvaro are dead. Caps is dead. 2 for 1. That's not good. Sumon's also taking a drink.
We're going to need a replay.
That's actually very bad.
Going to need a replay on that one. Was not. Here we go. Okay. So we know that Alvaro wanted to interrupt the base. But, I mean, this is so disrespectful in the face of Labrov. We know that he's going to have the root coming back up. There it is. Jojo in this situation says, okay, I've got to try and at the very least get 1 for 1. The stun comes through. Does end up trading 1 for 1, but the wave is now in an awkward spot. The dragon is secured.
Frankly, it is an absolute miracle that Jojo Pune got that kill back. He had like 30 HP, E'd into the minefield. I mean, good that MKOI can get something. They're fighting desperately to hold control over midwave, but this game was already slipping away from them, and it's only getting worse.
It definitely is, but at least the silver lining to those clouds is all that gold is on Labrov. He's 3-0. Now, Karma can do some damage if she can get some items, but not ideal for G2. They would have loved some of that gold to go towards Caps in that mid lane.
I mean, the any % redemption speedrun is a thing to watch, but I thought we were in the LEC finals. Now Skewmon might be forced back. Nice knockback to the wall. Good follow-up CC there. Jojo Pune going to try to finish the kill. Skewmon just got nowhere to go. He's too damn squishy. Jojo Pune grabs that one.
These are the type of punishes that Koi need to find, and it's great that that kill does go over to Jojo. I feel like as a player in this series, he's been doing his absolute best in every single situation. He's been playing very well. So funneling resources into this Azir is definitely a strong potential win condition. Super not in a bad spot thanks to the swap, able to avoid the Caitlyn matchup, and he's doing pretty well in terms of farm.
Total damage dealt to champions. Labrov top of the charts there, well earned. Only a slight bit of damage ahead of Jojo, but I do agree with you, Vetty. Like, this Azir can be a major threat. Dark Seal even picked up as well in the early stages. If Jojo can start to get some of these assists, he can be a major difference maker. With 30 seconds left on the objective, it looks like G2 shifting Hans Sama mid should net them with the control they need to get the objective.
And I think part of the reason they did this is there's a small difference in the flash timers. Jojo's will be up first. He has access to that ultimate. It is so easy to kill Caps in mid lane in the isolated play if Elyoya shows up. Instead, it's Hans Sama, it's Labrov. Not an easy target. Easy to get that prio, however.
Just want to highlight, you can see in the bottom left, the timer of the flash of Azir is a little mismatched with what we're seeing on the icon. So just keeping track of that 2 minutes based on what we're seeing in the bottom left until that flash is available for Jojo. And we imagine that it's around the same time for Caps as well.
A good call out. Overlay a little bit misleading there. Still a lot of time to that flash available, but G2 leveraging the mid prio. This is why they put Hans Sama back in the mid lane. Easy to keep that push going, but Jojo Pune now coming in. Elyoya ready to go through the wall if necessary. 2 grubs already down. Broken Blade in the area. They have to be careful. The angle for Broken Blade's ulti could be devastating. Super Free firing. 1 more auto to proc the plasma. Broken Blade walking away. The grit now starting to fade as well, but G2 again, they got 2. They're walking away. They don't want to commit too much more.
I wasn't sure how much MKOI wanted to commit to that. Jojo looked like he was in a decent spot for the shuffle, but not wanting to commit when there were still flashes available on Hans Sama and wouldn't get onto some of these key targets. Still, G2 keeping the gold lead and starting to keep these objectives in their favor.
That they are. Concerning position to be in, but MKOI have done a decent job of at least stemming the bleeding of that pretty rough early game. Again, Alvaro on this Nico. Bit overeager in the mid lane, but this is a champion we've seen him so many times single-handedly turn the tides back in MKOI's favor. However, Jojo Pune, the guy who after that kill mid lane kind of expected to be the main character, is now in a tough spot here as Caps is getting all that support from Labrov. Makes it hard for him to really press this advantage at all.
Labrov is doing a good job of just, as you say, supporting Caps though, and especially with so much of the criticism leveraged towards Labrov, this has been a fantastic time for him. This has been 9 straight finals for G2, and so far 2 of the losses have been with Labrov and Skewmon on the roster, so for them to be able to pick up a potential victory here at the very end of 2025 would mean massive things, not only for G2 as an organization and the fans, but for both of those newcomers on the roster.
And again, the story for both these teams is resilience. Who can hold on to that level of play, that level of performance as you go deeper into this best of 5. MKOI can't afford to falter again.
Also just an exciting year for the LEC. 3 in the event that G2 do win, that would be in 3 different champions throughout the year, which is the first time in the history of the LEC.
And it would stop G2 from going back to back to back, but in the really bad way.
It certainly would.
As much as I appreciate the various rap battle gifts over here, that would be the first time that one's been used negatively.
It would be, yeah, I mean, it's been a super exciting year. Seeing Casey start off with a victory into Koi. Our top 4 has been super competitive. And then Fnatic coming up clutch this weekend. Of course, Koi Still in a decent position, even if they find themselves at a goal deficit for now. Elyoya on the flank.
Thinks he has the isolated 1v1 90 caliber net, though. Takes him out as well as the Ghost, and now he just continues to step up. Wall set down. Supa gonna get on the right side of it. It's Elyoya who now has to be careful. Level 7, will his ulti come out? The flash, the sidestep flash coming out as well. The root now locked down. The trap to come through. Hansama grabs it.
And it's an easy pickup for G2 as they punish the gank from Elyoya. They get the flash out from him as well. Nice collapse comes through from Caps as he sets up the play on the bot side, and this is exactly what you need to be doing on this Taliyah.
And this is exactly what you need to be doing into the pick of a Kai'Sa. The long range on the Caitlyn, punishing in the 2v2, now getting the plays with the teammates as well as Jojo wants to get something back. Good side steps, really putting the hurt onto Caps there.
Starting to feel like the lone source of hope for this team. The only person with an individual gold lead. Skewmon now 1,000 gold up. Hansama, again, last game was the Rek'Sai who got to just keep on pushing. This game, it's Hansama, makes it so difficult for Supa. And we've talked about this before, Rob. This Kai'Sa looks so good for us in LEC, but we see the Corkis and they never entirely shut her down. The Caitlyn's a different story. Kai'Sa is not an infallible pick. She can fall really far behind and feel useless if this gold lead continues to extend for Hansama.
I mean, credit to Koi, they have been able to get Supa out of this matchup as much as possible, and he's doing pretty good in the farm, but the fact that now that early kill has come through, the plates being funneled into Hansama as well, he's built up about a 600 gold lead. Remember, a lot of the gold lead that G2 had, Dagda mentioned it earlier, it's sitting on the support.
It is true.
So I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet for Koi. I think that they still have solid side lane threats, thanks to both Jojo on the Azir and Mirwin on this Yorick. The Drake situation isn't ideal, though, as so far in this series, the first dragon has come quite late. Oh, that's redemption as well, through the barrier.
Trying to snipe. Flash in. There's just no getting away from the Volibear. He's going to ult, but Skewmon also has access to his own ultimate. Can just go right under the tower. Does he want to risk it? The answer is no. They've delayed the reset. Very likely that Hansama can at least get another plate.
Exactly. I think it might even be the towers. Alvaro because able to escape away from that one, but G2 putting the hurt on this bottom side, and Hansama is picking up plate after plate. He's eating good.
Broken Blade focused on taking down the Ghoul on the top side, but you can see the fans of MKOI looking to rally their supporters. The players definitely need that energy now.
And this is where the resets come through. Hansama, Yuntal is now completed, going to enter up to mid, but hold on.
Alvaro gets hit by the flick. Threaded volley continues to come out. Oh, the big one. The extra large rock to finish the kill. G2 again just keeping this pressure up. Jojupyun doing what he can, but it's just not enough.
An uncharacteristic performance from Alvaro. We've seen him getting caught out, well, twice now so far in this series. Of course, the early skirmishing, not really his fault at what happened at level 1, but a player that we consider one of the key parts. You mentioned earlier, Dracos, part of that engine, the heart of what makes Koi work. Elyoya and Alvaro, the way they work together, the way they make early game things happen. So far, they've been shut down, they've been stymied, and it's Skewmon and Lebrov that run the Rift.
But V12 seems to be the engine that G2 have stolen away here to keep themselves going, and V12 seems to be the difficulty of boulder that Caps has thrown into the faces of MKOI. They don't look like they have any real answer for the movement that G2 have around the map. They are faster, they are in position, and again, look at where Hansama is now on the map, pushing in that top side, putting more pressure onto these towers, but also crucially, keeping pressure on this top side with 40 seconds until that next objective.
There are shutdowns, or at least one shutdown. And it's on Lebrov. Not where you necessarily expect to see it, but again, a potential 300 extra gold for MKOI to help shift things back in their favor. Jojo's still feeling confident in the 1v1, but a nice flick from Caps might change that. Skewmon on the way in as well. Ulti coming in, the ace in the hole, decent damage, and Caps is now on the chase. Redemption coming out as well, and down goes Jojupyun, and that's, I guess, why you give money to the Karma.
Pick after pick. Caps is definitely waking up here in game 3. The ulti will whiff from Elyoya, and things are just falling apart across the map. Mirwin struggling in the 1v1. We kind of expected this from the matchup as both top laners have been rather quiet. Objective gonna be secured, uncontested from G2. And the way this game is going, they're looking to clean sweep this summer finals.
And it's only getting harder. We talked about those glimmers of hope. Hey, you've been able to get some CS into Supa, but they're just getting further and further apart. The lead that Jojupyun had held onto for so long is now finally gone entirely. The Herald stacked in G2's favor. Soul Point 2 minutes away, it feels like. And MKOI running out of options as Jojupyun may find himself caught out. A nice dash back to Shifting Sands to walk away as Alvaro Not going to be able to find the play on the top side.
Cap running into Super. Good damage once again. Oh my goodness,
well, I
Caps.
think Super's running into Caps. Yeah.
He certainly is quite the proficient Rock Weaver in this game. Damage continues to come through. Looks like they're going to shift him towards the bot side of the map in anticipation of the dragon spawning soon. Set can go back to the top lane with the TP available. Jojo setting up a slow push that Broken Blade's going to be more than happy to catch. The map state is just so favorable for G2 right now with their lane assignments, the wave states, the timing of the next objective, the Caitlyn threatening the mid-tier 1. Things are just rapidly falling apart for KOI.
And even just trying to take that space back is going to be so difficult as G2 open up a mid, Rift Herald to try and take the mid tower. You don't even have the pressure on the bottom side from this Yorick. You don't even need the Rift Herald, looks like. Tower going to fall. MKOI trying to defend.
Calling all 3 members down. Cap still pushing in the side lane. You can see even Jojo's forced to move over the second he sees that play start to happen, just in case they need the support. G2 fans feeling optimistic about this one. 3-0 easy.
I wasn't sure what to expect from
Yeah, we kept going, and I think there's a language barrier here where I'm like, yes, good banter, I think.
Easy though, easy I got.
Well, for Supa, it's tough. Still able to pick up the CS, but the tower falling very quickly. And again, the game only gets more difficult once that mid lane tower breaks down. So much more passive vision available. And we talk about how good it can be for the Kai'Sa. Once there's that CC coming through, she can find her way into the back line. But again, the vast majority of the CC, when MKOI are behind like this, is so telegraphed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for MKOI to try and stop it as Jojo going to get chased down now.
Jojo setting up the tower. Showstopper comes out. Jojo Pune caught out. Flashback. It's a nice look at a little escape. Sidestepped on the threaded volley. It's just not enough.
And G2 are playing both sides of the map. They get the play on top. Dragon being taken by Skewmond. And Abrov is pushing MKOI off of mid. Everything is going sideways.
A little bit of damage down onto him as Skewmond starts Drake in their face. G2 are just disgustingly far ahead. It might come down to a 50-50, however.
No, Mirren's TP'd away. MKOI want nothing to do with this. It's going to be the 3rd Dragon gone to G2, and that'll be that.
That it will. Despair starts to set in. MKOI, again, they need to rally. They need time in this game that they might not have.
They need to find some sort of miracle, but Skewmond's not going to give them the chance.
MKOI until today, it's been undefeated in Madrid when it came to series, but that miracle went to Fnatic, and now it's the Kings of Madrid that are maybe happen to opt out of the throne and give it back to G2 who have ran it for so long.
Such a good LEC caster. You managed to sneak Kings in a way that didn't start with G2. Well done, well done, well done.
Thank you. I've been
we'll
studying the books.
We'll add the bonus. Get a Legacy and Dynasty in there. But it's a damn good point, right? We thought that this would be the thing that galvanized them playing in Madrid. That felt like the moment where the story changed for MKOI. No longer an outsider looking in on the top 4, but the best team in the league. Felt like that story could once again repeat itself here in the finals, but it just has not been the case.
I mean, of course, G2 have faced criticism pretty much all year, specifically on the changes that they made. After their last 2 international performances over the last 2 years, G2's been criticized for what their ceiling was, and so the organization had to make changes in order to shift their expectations, and this is the culmination of those changes. The year-long project that has now come to fruition. Skewmond and Labrov, with the leads that they've been able to build for themselves, has been a joy to see. And G2 are at the precipice of getting themselves a 3-0 clean sweep against KOI. And KOI, they're going to have to demonstrate their tenacity once more. They've showed it before. They've showed us what they're capable of. And I turn my attention to that man in the mid lane, Jojo. Super with some nice trades.
Root coming out. Alvaro doing his best to beat, but Skewmond just goes right in there. Super now running for his life. Skewmond has overstayed. So we'll start to retreat. MKOI holding on for now. That he has not. They did get through the Sky Splitter shield, though, and that is a start.
They're going to need quite a few more items. They need to buy time. The thing is, G2 don't need to give it to them. They're setting up around the Otacon. You'll notice Caps already rotating towards the mid lane. Broken Blade looking for Jojo.
Forced to flash back as Zoya was ready with the ult. The Sun Disc helping MKOI take a bit more control here. Bounty available on the Otacon if they can steal it. Mirren walking down, but he has been spotted. Good vision from G2. Hansama trapping the pit, and MKOI trying to find a way to fight along the bottom lane. Caps now going in, kicking off the fight. Super waiting over the wall, but he doesn't have a good angle in. Skewmon relatively untouched. Jojo Pune instantly retreating, as is Elioya. All of MKOI in free fall. Reset on the Otacon, but not quite. It's still only 7K. MKOI don't have a way back in. It's likely just going to G2.
The zone control with the traps, the Talia wall, Lebrov on the Karma with the poke. It feels so difficult for KOI to really gain any space around the objective. They're chipped apart before they can even get close. The objective falls, and G2 are just running the rift here at match point.
Yeah, as soon as you come into this, the slows coming through make it impossible for Elioya to really close that distance. A great wall from Caps to bring in the cavalry. And a Jojo is just looking to escape with Super. It's every man for himself as MKOI realize there is no way they can fight against G2 in this position.
Super doing what he can to, again, to just hoover up those waves. 2 items now for Jojo, but they're continuing to fall further and further behind. 30-19 the score in Flowers. Extra XP coming in for G2 as well. Caps close to ticking over to level 15. Jojo only approaching 14 now. I mean, the gold tells the 2 players who have not participated in the game, essentially Mirwin and Broken Blade, are even. Everything else is in favor of G2.
Absolutely. And again, Hans Sama, I mean, the word quiet carry isn't really quite accurate because he hasn't been quiet at all.
He flashed forward on Sivir face first.
That's what I'm saying. He's had a fantastic series, and it all comes back to that analogy we were using earlier, which is that his team is kind of setting him up, but at the end of the day, he's the guy that hits it home for his team in this series. He's the guy that swings for the home run, dunks the ball into the net, and he's looking to do the same thing again.
Hell yeah, American sports betting.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think if I bring in hurling, nobody's going to follow.
Probably
so
not, but I'll just say, I know about as much about curling as I do about any other sport, Rob, so I'll just respond the same way I did to Betty. Hell yeah.
He runs the wickets.
Sure, those are words. I didn't know we were bringing Harry Potter into it, but
Okay,
fair
it's
enough.
cricket.
Yeah, I'm sure he gets
Here we go, Elioya.
Elioya. Bit of a catch here onto Broken Blade. Have to be careful. A lot of grit stacked up. Ulti back from Broken Blade. Gets the grit down. Decent damage, but it looks like he is likely to fall. The Super Blast Cone! But Super there to follow. A shutdown. Perhaps the start of something for MKOI.
They need to get everything they can, but look at the mid, look at the top. They need to now move back to try and defend, but I think G2 are willing to call this bluff a dragon. They're just going to take the towers.
I mean, at the very least, it's something for MKOI. Getting that gold into Super's pockets, denying the soul away from G2, getting the bounty on the bot tower as well. Like, it's a good sequence of play to reduce that gold gap. It was a 6.5k gold difference. It's reduced to 4.2.
Oh, they stuck around again, Betty.
Jojo wants extra.
Yeah,
But now he's been spotted.
He doesn't have TP.
Does not have TP. This is looking like he's going to be done. Lebrov shepherding him for Skewmon to finish the job. Hans Sama likely to be donated the kills. He does have the ace in the hole available. Jojo Pune going in for a bit of tower damage. Push back onto Skewmon, but he knows it's done. Ace in the hole finishes it. Hans Sama on a killing spree. Again, though, still got the gold a bit closer, despite what it cost them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best thing you can do in this situation for KOI. I like that they're still looking for punishes where they can. They catch Broken Blade without his flash on the bot side of the map. Mirwin able to push out that top wave. He's been able to build up a very healthy CS lead now, largely because of the slow push that he had on the top side. And you can see that there are avenues with which KOI could come back into the game. If G2 overstay their welcome, have poor positioning, and KOI can continue to find these picks, that is a way in which they can fight back here in Game 3.
I want to share that hope with you, Betty, but I'm just looking at a rapid fire cannon now completed on Hans Sama. He's a full item ahead of anyone on MKOI, and it just becomes so difficult from this position. You can see how strong G2 are pushing through here.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the odds are not in KOI's favor.
Yeah, it's just, my optimism is dwindling here pretty rapidly.
And you just have to hope that MKOI have more faith in themselves than you do in this situation. Because you're right, the math of League of Legends is stacked against them. The avenues of attack, the angles of approach are few to none, and it's going to take an incredible play from the side of MKOI to bring this one back.
But that's the thing, that math is probability, right? And to Betty's credit, we've seen teams throw bigger leads than this. So we'll have to see if G2 can close this out cleanly.
I mean, it was KOI that threw against G2 with a lead bigger than this. We'll see if they can find that same punish onto G2 in this match. TP's coming through. I wonder if the Baron Force is finally going to come through from G2.
Oh, that trap line. No vision, no setup, no flanking ward angles.
And here we go, the moment of truth.
It's so hard. This game feels impossible to play if you give this Baron up. They have a Caitlyn. Weathering the siege will be a tall task. Jojo Pune has to face check. 2K getting lower. G2 take the Baron. MKOI trying to sprint out as quickly as they can. Jojo Pune, the ace in the hole. Elio is going to body block. Quick flash back from Jojo to stay standing as G2 just keep the pressure on.
A clean Baron with Koi given no room to respond. No objectives for them to play for right now. Remember that they've already gotten all of the tier 2 towers. But Waveclear still holding strong for now on the side of Koi. G2 going to reset, spend what gold they can, and then they'll threaten the base of Koi, potentially for the last time of summer.
And that's where it just gets so tough. The Weaver's Wall from Caps, incredible at using this siege potential across 3 lanes. Hans Sama with the rapid fire cannon, being able to take pop shots at both turrets and people underneath those structures. MKOI need to get creative. They need to fish for picks. They need to try and catch G2 before they set up outside the base.
And it's not enough to survive 2 minutes of siege. You need to survive a soul fight if you even want to contest it, or live on to face a G2 with a massive lead, a Baron buff, and a soul. Because we're only a minute 20 from that objective. We're going to find more and more ways to say everything is stacked against MKOI. We're short an Elder, but we're getting pretty close to everything else. As Skewmon face checking.
I mean, the thing for G2 is their siege is good, especially with Caitlyn. But Jojo is doing his best to wave clear. They're going to overstack on the bot wave. They have the members to keep this wave from getting to the tower, or maybe not.
Weaver's Wall comes in from Caps. Keeps Hans Sama safe so we can start to auto this tower. So much damage going in as Elio flashes in. Ulti back coming in for Broken Blade, though, and it's Elio who's been caught out. Alvaro! 4 members, but the follow-up damage is just not there. He finally found the engage, but it's too damn late. MKOI getting run down in their base. G2, again, unrelenting, poised to take the series.
G2 still have a wave, and there's only 3 members of MKOI left to hold against the onslaught.
G2 pushing in, closing out. Supa not enough in the face of this lineup with a 10K gold lead. A perfect 3-0 in 2 finals. They fell flat, but in summer, it is resilience. It is redemption as G2 return to the top of the LEC.
A victorious G2, a disappointed MKOI. They've had an incredible year, but to fall at the final hurdle in front of their home crowd must be so frustrating for the players, and you could see it. But it was a tough final as G2 came to play, and they absolutely dominated on the Rift.
MKOI on the day couldn't take them down, but MKOI over the course of summer have been incredible opponents, but it's G2 who find themselves back at the top, back in front of the trophy and at the top of the mountain.
And the trophy ceremony presented by Kia, well earned by G2, no question of who was the better team on the day. In 2025 for LEC has all about who shows up when it matters most. Today, that was G2 Esports.
For LeBron holding that trophy, this is the 4th finals that he has been to. It has been a Yoyu's denied him before, but him with the rest of the team stepped up massively today.
G2 putting Skewmon and LeBron at the forefront of the trophy lift. The roster changes that they made to put G2 at a higher level in the hopes of showing that they can still compete internationally and they can still be the top dogs of Europe. It took them all year to do it, but they do win a title here in 2025. And they do it in Madrid in a clean 3-0 fashion.
And again, that man, so much vitriol, so much hate thrown his way. He himself knew that he did not live up to the expectations put on his shoulders the second he put on that jersey and stepped into those finals. But today was a different story. The start of a different era. A Lebrov who's a champion.
What an exciting year it's been for the LEC. 3 different champions across the year. G2 in every single final. And today, they really came to play. That man on your screen absolutely delivered. And huge credit to the organization and the growth that they've been able to make throughout 2025. We now send G2, MKOI, and Fnatic to this year's World Championship in China. And we see how they stack up against the international competition.
A proud moment for G2, showing that no matter who may go through the organization, they will always find their way back to the top of Europe, back to where they belong.
For the first time in a long time, though, it was not an easy path. One fraught with disaster and hand-painted managers.
Beautiful body paint as always.
Yeah, as always, very impressive from Romain.
And I mean, what else is there to say? It's been an absolutely awesome year of competition here in the LEC. Backs and forth, highs and lows. And now there's only the World Championship left. G2 will be representing Europe as the first seeds. And as we return to international competition, all of Europe will be rooting for our 3 teams to perform in Beijing.
The beginning of something great for the LEC internationally. G2 finally achieving their domestic ambitions. See if they can deliver on the world stage as well. But that's a story for another day. Today, about a victory hard fought and well earned. Despite the hardship, the G2 fans and organization kept the faith. Did not balk in the face of 2 finals where they fell short. Madrid coming alive for Skumont.
And shout out to the crowd. Naturally, a lot came out in support of MKOI today, but they were still an absolutely awesome arena. Spain always have such an amazing audience. But G2 relishing in their victory, doing a lap around the mountain. A 3-0 is not what many people predicted, but with the performance today, that jungle support combo really coming in clutch. An incredible year of growth for those 2 individuals. And a surprisingly quiet series for Caps, all things considered.
Game 3 he came alive, but yeah, game 1, 2 we're like, wait a second. What do you mean someone's carrying you? That's backwards.
But I think it does say a lot about everything that has happened to G2 over the course of this year. The fact that Caps can be quiet, yet still G2 roar so loud. A well-earned spot at the top of this mountain. And if this can continue, it's just a case of how far can this journey go for G2, not only this year, but for many years to come.
Boys, we kind of said all there is to say. Shout out to the production team and Romain for having the foresight not to paint his hands. That could have been bad. All right, that is enough from us. We've said it all. Let's hear from the victors themselves as Laura is standing by with Nut and Caps.
It is G2 once again who stand at the top here in Madrid. Madrid, please, one more time for G2 and Caps!
Thank you.
Caps, you get to lift this trophy. You get to have your name on this trophy once again. But this year, final was never the issue. Winning final was the problem. What has been the main difference maker this time?
Yeah, I think we definitely stepped up big time in summer, and I think we learned so much both from MSI but also from our losses in spring and winter. And going into this final, we really wanted to bring it home. And a big thank you for everyone who was supporting us in the crowd as well. It feels awesome to play on such a big stage, and I'm glad we got the win.
Lord que preguntaba que el problema siempre fue ganar las finales, no llegar a ellas, que qué ha cambiado en el día de hoy. Y Caps comentaba que han aprendido muchísimo de sus errores, tanto en invierno como en primavera, que definitivamente quería llevarla a casa, y da las gracias a toda la gente animando a G2 en la grada que ha estado apoyándoles. Caps, I'm going to ask you, because you stepped into this crowd who was not cheering mainly for you two, and even in those conditions, nobody dared not to cheer for you and celebrate you stepping into this arena. What do you have to say to all those who thought that the G2 era was over?
I guess we proved them wrong, right? So I'm happy about that. Definitely a lot of KOI fans. We were even at a LED cafe yesterday, made a lot of KOI fans there as well. But even with being KOI fans, they were still wishing us the best of luck. So I really appreciate it, and I think we wanted to show some big things at Wells.
Le he preguntado a Caps porque ha entrado a este estadio que evidentemente la mayoría no estaba animando a G2, pero que nadie ha osado no celebrar la entrada de Caps en esta arena. ¿Qué tiene que decir a todos aquellos que pensaban que la era de G2 había terminado? Y dice que agradece muchísimo porque los fans de KOI incluso les deseaban siempre lo mejor, que está muy feliz de haber sido recibido de esta forma y que ha sido a gusto.
You said it just now, coming back from MSI, coming back from those international events, you understood a lot about yourself and about what you guys were missing as a team. What do you think you were missing to get this success that you got today?
I think we were playing very passive, to be honest. I think we were not playing as aggressive as we could be, and I think this summer we've just been trying to become more and more aggressive. Really happy about the third game especially. We drafted very aggressively and we managed to pull it off as well. So big step up from the last two splits, and we still have a long way to go, but we will do everything we can to improve.
Caps que comenta que quizás en el estilo de juego habían estado siendo demasiado complacientes, no jugando todo al agresivo que deberían jugar, que ha sido un gran cambio en diferencia, ¿no?, a los anteriores splits, y que es lo que les ha hecho, ¿no?, volver a ser el equipo que debían ser desde el principio.
I don't know if you realize, but you won 10 titles since the last time you were in Madrid. 11, if we count the one from today. So few players get the honor to lift this trophy, but raise it so many times the way you did is unmatched before, especially in Europe. What is your secret, Caps?
Thank you. I think obviously love the game. I think I've always been around a lot of very strong teammates as well. I think we always find strategies to really succeed at the top level. I think Benonovia and these stadiums, and especially in Madrid, I've had a lot of very good memories. I will always remember taking down 2-1. So thank you guys so much for the support, and we will show up better and better.
Le preguntaba a Lord que desde la última vez que pisó Madrid ha levantado 10 títulos, que cuál es su secreto, que has mencionado lo mucho que ama el juego, lo mucho que ama Madrid, y que al final todas esas condiciones le ayudan a estar donde está.
Madrid, once again, thank you so much. Congratulations, Caps. You're going to stay with us for now. We're going to celebrate with the whole team, but for now, let's send it over to Shocks, who's standing by with Hansama.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I'm here standing on the sidelines with Hansama and with Fernando to assist in the translation. Yeah. Félicitations, congratulations, Hansama. What possessed you today? Because honestly, you were playing so aggressively, so forward. You were really leading from the front. Tell me about your motivation today to win this title.
Thank you. I think, maybe more game 1, game 2, I was aggressive. I think, I just had to focus to make sure that I'm really proactive, having fun, and yeah, being confident that we can beat them up today. And yeah, I think the whole team had a really good vibe going to today, so I'm really happy about what we showcased today.
Preguntaba Sox a Hans Sama que cuál era su motivación para esta partida porque ha jugado de manera muy agresiva y ha dicho Hans que ha tenido que ser muy proactivo en todo momento, que también ha intentado pasárselo bien, intentar seguir todos los esfuerzos del equipo que ha jugado a un nivel increíble. Congratulations Hans on the victory. Of course, I wanted to ask you if you honestly expected it to be this easy.
I think, well, I expected it to be like going to game 5, to be honest, because yeah, I think the MKOI is a really good team. Like the team fights they do is usually good. The game 2 was very close, but I think it wouldn't be. I don't think it's like luck, but they aced us, and then we like tried to play very aggressive, knowing that they might be overextended, and luckily they stayed on the map, and we ended up coming back in the game. But yeah, I think 3-0, I didn't expect that, but MKOI is such a strong opponent. I think my team stepped up a lot today, so there's that.
Preguntaba Hans Sama si honestamente esperaba que fuese tan sencilla, porque creo que nadie tiene en las papeletas un 3-0 y él tampoco. De hecho, dice que su pronóstico era un 3-2 porque Movistar Coy es un equipo muy potente, un equipo que teamfightea muy bien y que de hecho la segunda partida les ha puesto en muchos apuros, sobre todo con esa jugada la que han ganado la fight, pero por suerte se han sobreextendido y han podido darle la vuelta y mantenerse agresivos durante todo momento.
I know that Lebrov is probably waiting on the other side as well, and he played so incredibly well today, and we all know that he had some confidence issues perhaps in the past in those finals. Can you share how it was to prepare for this match with your support, and what did you think of his performance?
I mean, going to this match, I was way more confident going to this match as a bot lane than the other finals. It's because I feel like we came a long way, to be honest, me and Lebrov. And yeah, for sure, both of us were maybe there's we are strong, we're descending lane, maybe there's, but sometimes maybe we don't go, we don't jump forward, we don't go more than we just do. And I think we've talked a lot together, made sure that both of us have a lot more confidence, and yeah, that's really important. Also have fun. I think that's like some of the values that we, I guess, like try to replicate all the time. And yeah, I think going to these finals, me and him were just very ready to really play aggressive, really take any opportunity. There's no hesitation. I think we're struggling a lot with hesitation, but we worked a lot on that as a team, and it's much better.
Preguntaba a Sox sobre Labrov, que ha tenido algunos problemas de confianza quizá en las finales, le llamaban Joker incluso en ocasiones, y dice Hans que se sentían mucho más confiados de cara a esta final, que han trabajado mucho porque quizá en otras ocasiones no terminaban de estar en la misma vibra, que se han centrado mucho en que no hubiese ningún tipo de duda a la hora de apretar el gatillo, por supuesto también disfrutar, pasárselo bien, que son parte de los valores que tiene este equipo para llegar tan lejos.
Thank you so much for co-hosting the interview with me, Fernando, and thank you so much, Hans Sama. Congratulations on yet another title as we kick it over to PGL.
And we are back here, top of the mountain, with the winner, with G2, and with Romain and the staff. Also, Lebrov, you're the first one I want to ask this question to, because Shox was just with Hans Sama, talking about your progress the whole year, talking about the fact that you always had this potential, but it was always hard to show it in finals. What was the difference for you today? How were you able to perform so well?
Yeah, I mean, well, to be honest, I'm not really sure what was the difference between the previous finals and today. I think lately I have been feeling like very well, and I think it shows. I think it's also, yeah, thanks to my wonderful teammates and staff for helping me be my best and always do my best. And also I think the Spanish crowd is amazing. Maybe it's also because of that.
Thank you, Madrid.
Le preguntaba a Labrov que, bueno, que siempre hablaba, ¿no?, de que era un grandísimo support, pero que faltaba verlo a veces hacer el step up en las partidas, que ha cambiado en el día de hoy. Labrov dice que sinceramente no tiene ni idea de lo que ha cambiado, que simplemente se sentía así, que quizá también ha sido el ambiente y la afición de Madrid, los fans y los que estaban también animando aquí por ellos, pero que finalmente ha encontrado ese step up. My question goes for Brockenblade. Brockenblade, I remember Maywin saying something like, "Here comes Daddy," referring to you. So maybe you wanna say something to reply right now.
Top father.
Yeah, I mean, I think today I showed him who the real daddy is. But no, he's been a very nice opponent to play against. It's always, I always have to look out, and he's funny on top of that. So he's a joy to have in the league, and he also won. So he's always the top laner to take care of, you know. But I'm very happy I'm back on the top again with my wonderful teammates as well. So.
Le he preguntado, bueno, le he dicho a Brockenblade que si quería añadir algo a las palabras de Maywin, que le decía que viene papá, y Brockenblade, bueno, ha dicho que quizá le ha enseñado, ¿no?, quién es el verdadero papá, quién manda aquí, y también agradeciendo a la afición, evidentemente, y celebrando volver a estar en lo alto con el equipo.
Dylan, the next one goes to you. It's not easy being G2's coach. There's a lot of success, but there's also a long way to make it there, especially this year. What has been the difference for you guys? What did you change in your method? How can you explain that this time it clicked? Because we saw the transition right after MSI, after EWC as well. But what did it take from backstage, the things that we don't see, to make this success today?
Yeah, so I think this roster always had the talent to be the best team in Europe, and we made the Grand Finals winners side all the splits, right? We've just done so much behind the scenes in what we're focusing on in game, how we're drafting, how we're handling pressure, and how we treat ourselves as a team kind of in these important days. And I think a combination of all of that has really just made us able to perform in a Grand Finals and actually win at the end of the year. So I'm grateful for that.
Lo que decía que no es fácil, ¿no?, para Dylan, no es fácil para ninguno de los coaches que han sido entrenadores de G2, que cómo ha sido este recorrido con ellos, y Dylan Falco que comentaba que este equipo, ¿no?, este roster siempre ha tenido el potencial para ser el mejor equipo de Europa, y que al final lo han logrado, han llegado al final, lo han demostrado, y que todo ese talento se está viendo ahora funcionar. Now my question goes for Caps. A long time ago in 2018, you were here. I mean, Fnatic was here, but they didn't win. A lot of people were here, they didn't win. Upset was there as well. He didn't win there, he didn't win this time. But you were there, and you were here, and you won once again. What's with you in Madrid? Is there something special between you and the city?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think I've always had a lot of success, and I'm super happy to whenever there's a tournament here. I think. I mean, honestly, I think the crowd is probably just the craziest. It's been in all of the places I've been. Everyone is still always cheering super hard, and I think that helps a lot, right? We are on top of a mountain, so we need all the energy we can get.
Le he preguntado a Caps que él estuvo aquí en 2018 levantando el título, vuelve a estar aquí, que otros estuvieron, pero que no lo han podido repetir en esta ocasión, que tiene de especial quizá Madrid para él, y dice que definitivamente hay un vínculo, quizá porque la afición española es quizá la que más energía ha demostrado tener de todas las que ha visto, y que siempre es un placer ganar para ellos.
Now there's still a lot to celebrate, a lot to review, a lot to look forward to as well. But before that, it is time to reveal the Kia 2025 Summer Finals MVP, Skewmond.
I'm here with the man himself on the sideline, your Kia Finals MVP, Skewmond, and here you go. There you go, congratulations. Your Kia Finals MVP, Skewmond. Skewmond, after the year that you've had, after no doubt, the doubt that must have crept in after that winter final, after that spring final, to come here in the house of the Lion and take them down 3-0 off the back of a superstar performance of yourself. What does it all mean?
I'm just really happy that we won the trophy, first of all. And I think that all the work behind the scenes and all the experience we got from like international and like losing the finals brought us here. And I think that we just came into the match with a lot of confidence. And I think that we just had a really good preparation. And huge shout out to Labrov, because I think he played insanely well as well today. So he's my MVP in my heart.
Teníamos aquí la pregunta de Sox, que le decía que ha venido a la guarida del León precisamente para tirarles abajo. Una actuación muy dominante con Jarman como Oliver, ha sido una estrella, y dice que sí, que efectivamente ha tenido una gran serie, sobre todo la que para él es su MVP, que han hecho una gran preparación, que han aprendido mucho de torneos como el MSI y que eso les ha llevado también a la victoria. Skimon, congratulations on the finals and of course the MVP. I wanted to ask you, because you were criticized at the start of the year, G2's legacy is immense and the pressure tremendous. Do you finally feel like you've taken that weight out of your shoulders?
Yeah, definitely. I think that I'm just feeling great going to the stage games. I'm not really feeling pressured or anything, and I'm just playing my game, right? And I just trust my teammate a lot, so we just play well around each other. And I think that we came to a point where we just understood, all of us, without really talking in the game. So I think that's the big reason why, I'm really successful.
Le preguntaba a Esquimón por la presión de jugar en G2, por las críticas también que recibían en el pasado, y si se había quitado por fin ese peso de los hombros. Y dice que realmente no siente ya una presión cuando va a jugar, que confía plenamente en sus compañeros y que cree que también esa confianza es lo que les ha llevado a levantar el título.
Finally, Skimond, next up on the horizon, Worlds. You're going in as the first seed from Europe. It'll be your very first time that you get to play there. You talked a lot about what you have learned, but tell me what we can expect. And after the international tournaments we've already seen from you this year, what's going to be different? And can you give Europe some hope?
First Worlds for me in China is going to be really insane. I just want to take my revenge, especially against Genji and T1. Because we played against them and we had some close game, and I really truly believe that we can make a good run into this World Tournament, because we really have a special group, and I just hope that we'll go as far as we can, because it's my dream to go to Worlds and winning LEC. So I just hope that maybe we'll bring another trophy home.
Preguntaba Sox, por supuesto, por el Mundial, la próxima cita para ir como el primer representante, su primer Mundial, que dice que ha sido siempre su sueño ir, y que cree que realmente sí que pueden dar un poco de esperanza a Europa, que sobre todo tienen ganas de la revancha contra Genji y contra T1, y que esperan poder hacer una run bastante larga a lo largo del torneo.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. Merci beaucoup. Félicitations. And back to you, ma princess.
Gracias, Reina. Thank you so much. Shocks. We have a lot to discuss here because it has been a year in the LEC. I think my first question is going to come to you, Labrov. You guys always made finals this year, but we had 3 different winners. What is your take on the LEC, the overall level of the league?
I think the LEC showed a good level, to be honest, throughout the whole year. I think, at least for us, I think we learned a lot from our previous experiences and international, and stepped up. But I think all the top 4 teams, to be honest, even the top 6 teams were kind of good, I would say. And I think the thing that shows throughout, because we had 3 different winners, I think it shows that everything can be done if you put the hard work. And just never give up.
Never give up. I love those words.
Labrov que comentaba y hablaba, ¿no?, de lo apretada que estaba la parte alta de la clasificación, y comentaba precisamente cómo en el fondo que haya tantos campeones diferentes, tantos equipos luchando por esa parte alta de la tabla, demuestra que nunca hay que parar con el trabajo duro y que todo puedes lograrlo con ello. My question is going for Dylan Falco. You've been on the LEC, LCSU for a long time, and it's been said for a long time as well that this competition used to be a 2-team competition, but right now we've seen a clear top 4. What do you think that has happened for this situation to be created, for more teams to be competing for that crown and for that top?
I think a few of the newer orgs that have come in the last couple of years, like MKOI, have just built stronger rosters, and I think they've got great fan bases behind them, and I think it has kind of made it just much more competitive than the old days of G2 versus Fnatic every single final. So it makes it a lot more fun to compete and a lot more variety in the finals. So it's pretty nice.
Le preguntaba a Dylan Falco, porque al final lleva muchísimo tiempo compitiendo en la LEC y en la LCS europea, y se solía decir que la competición era simplemente entre dos equipos, pero que eso ha cambiado. Tenemos un top 4 muy definido. ¿Y qué cree que ha sucedido, ¿no?, para que haya más contendientes en la refriega? Y habla precisamente de estas nuevas organizaciones, mencionado Carmine Corp, mencionado Movistar COI, y de su capacidad para construir rosters fuertes y las aficiones, evidentemente, que tienen detrás.
Now, Bibi, last time we had a chat in Berlin, you told me, as long as there's delusion, there's hope.
Nice.
We're looking at Worlds right now, and Europe hasn't made it out of Swiss stage since ever, actually. We never made it out of Swiss stage. Can you tell me with confidence that it's going to be different this time? Romain, I'm not even looking at you here. And why? Why is it going to be different? Are you guys going to save Europe, finally?
Well, there's always the first time, they say. So it's going to be this one. Very excited to play, obviously, especially after lifting the trophy. That gives you even more delusion that there's more hope. So I'm very excited. No, I was very excited to go and practice this time around. We will not have that long of a break, so it's going to be very quick. You know, get into practice already. Start thinking about the best teams in the world and stuff like that. So very excited for that. You know, just thrilled, euphoric right now. On cloud 9, they didn't make it, sadly, but so.
All right, wise words from the top father, as always.
Lorque ha decidido meter el dedo en la llaga y comentaba que la última vez que habló con Roquemblade en Berlín, Roquemblade le dijo que había esperanza, ¿no?, de cara a las internacionales, pero que nunca hemos salido del suizo como tal, y que le mienta un poco, ¿no?, que le dé esperanza para el futuro. Y Roquemblade precisamente decía que después de levantar el trofeo cree que está todavía más delusional con ese tema, que para todo hay una primera vez, y que quizá es esta, ¿no?, la primera vez de para salir del suizo. And so my question goes for Caps. I mean, kind of goes in the same way, because MSI didn't go well for none of our teams right now. So tell me, how are you going to work? You, Fnatic, MKOI, definitely, but you particularly, how are you going to work to reverse that, please? Tell me, how are you going to do it? Make me believe.
Save us, please.
I think since MSI we have gotten a lot more aggressive and a lot more comfortable with each other, and definitely going into Worlds, we're going to play against teams that play very confident and very aggressive, and we need to match that. I think we have the skill to do it. We just need to actually do the work right and connect with each other as well. I think whenever we fight together and we're on the same page, we can beat anyone, right? And we will show that at this World.
Le preguntaba a Caps un poco por lo mismo, ¿no?, porque al final el MSI no fue muy bien para ninguno de los implicados, y que cómo van a trabajar para revertir esos resultados, por favor, que lo necesitamos. Y dice que, bueno, que al final han estado mejorando muchísimo desde primavera, trabajando en esa agresividad, jugando contra equipos que tienen mucha confianza en sí mismos, y que se ve bien, ¿no?, precisamente para luchar contra todos ellos de cara a los mundiales. Please be right, we need that.
Closing thoughts on Worlds, and I want to hear it from the whole team, actually. Is there a specific team that you want to take revenge on? Caps, maybe, first?
I mean, Genji is definitely looking like a big contender for Worlds, right? So it would be awesome to get to play against them. Maybe we even knock them out of the Swiss stage. That would be nice.
The Brav?
I would say Genji as well. I felt like our series in WC was very close, and I think we could have won, so I'm really looking forward to facing them at Worlds, hopefully.
Top father.
I'm going to say also T1, actually. We lost against T1, the last series, actually, internationally. So T1, it will be sweet, bittersweet.
Bittersweet,
Yeah, and for me, always T1. It's G2 T1's my favorite matchup, so I would love to be a part of that again.
So we're looking at LCK here mostly. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Noah, you've been incredible. It's been an absolute joy sharing that stage with you. Madrid, once again, for your champions, G2 Esports. And that's all for us here now in the LEC. The season comes to an end. This year has been about passion. It's been about discovering new fandom. It's been about celebrating esports together and League of Legends together once again. And before we say goodbye, I just want to say, Madrid, gracias por todo.
Madrid, ha sido todo un privilegio, todo un sueño estar aquí delante de vosotros, cubriendo esta final, cubriendo estas finales de la LEC. La verdad que no tengo palabras para Lord, para los equipos. Lord, you and Shox, you made it so easy for me. I have no words for that. Nunca esperé estar aquí delante de todos vosotros. Por favor, apoyad a los equipos, apoyad el talento, apoyad a las canteras, apoyad a las RLs, porque sin ellas no habríamos tenido la final que hemos tenido en el día de hoy. Alimentad el talento de nuestros jugadores y jugadoras. Hacedlo, porque si no, nunca ganaremos los mundiales. Tenemos que hacerlo.
Thank you all so much here in Madrid. And also to you guys and girls watching from home, you made this year absolutely incredible. Thank you all so much. Also to all the people involved in making this show and esports the best it can be. Now we're off to Worlds. I wish you all to take care, be nice to each other, and we'll see you at Worlds.
He's not flashing. We can fight. Fight with me. A bit slow. RTB as well. Look, kill him. Okay, Sams. Nice, chill. Next track. I can flash. Give it us. Nice. Go into Nash. Maybe. Okay. Nice. No. Go into Nash, guys. Good warm-up game.
Yeah. Can flag and drag. Alvaro looking to retreat. Flash in from LeBron. Ulti coming in from Caps. Well layered. You're now caught in the midst of the fight, but they don't quite have the damage to finish it. Jojo standing off on the side, but here comes Hansama. Right in time to find these kills.
Check this side.
I'm split. Look on me.
Sorry, watch out.
Nice.
Play.
Look on us.
I'm taking it, guys.
Look on us. Oh, the back.
I'm moving. Very good.
Cassandre.
Yeah. Nice. Good call, guys. Nice. Kill him. Nice.
No,
At least if we want to fight, just look at each other.
Shut the f up. It's actually what he's saying. You are scared to fight for the spots that you need to fight.
Yes.
It's not about fighting like you don't need to be. Give them up for free.
Yes.
You need to move your to fight.
Super and Hansama on the way as well. Sky Splitter means Q1 manages to grab the red buff, and that means Yo-Yo is probably just a dead man walking. First blood. Absolute disaster. 2 minutes in.
It's game 3. MKOI needed to win.
Asia. Beuton. That's it, bro.
Let's go.
Nice, guys. Beuton.
Nice.
C'est pas nice. Reception là, bro. That's it, bro.
Let's go.
Beuton. Good shit, guys. Good shit. Go. You deserve this shit.
Nice.
A perfect 3-0 in 2 finals. They fell flat, but it's summer. It is resilience. It is redemption as G2 return to the top of the LEC. G2, the perfect teammate. They take it on. Here comes the Crow Storm. Knockback, instant combo, puts it. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.